Whatever.
We're live, and I don't know if the world caught it, but hopefully they caught you going, whatever. Because that's where we're at right now.
Whatever.
But we are officially live for our 12-hour event. The 12 hours live, which, by the way, Ray, is so much live that we have to do 2 streams because we break Facebook and break Twitter and stuff, and they won't allow us to go 12 hours live. And we're like, you know what? We don't believe in you, Facebook. We're going live for 12, so we're just going to continue. So about midway through, we'll start a second stream. But it is Wednesday, right? It is Wednesday, July 14th, right? We are here.
Wednesday.
We are live on the right day, like it was supposed to start today, right now, correct?
I don't know. Well, let's just pretend it's today, even if it's wrong.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, we are here. Everyone jump. If you're jumping in the comments, say hello. My name is Jeff Gargas. This is the amazing Ray Hewitt. Michelle Brackett's here. Oh, look at that picture with the babies. We're gonna get there. We will get there. So you drop in the comments, say hello. We're gonna roll footage here in 2 seconds. When Ray and I will be back in about 60 seconds to get us going. Well.
Hey Jeff, psst. Did you see that new intro?
I did. I saw that new intro. It's great. Who did that?
I don't know. Someone with a lot of mad skills. That's all.
A lot of mad skills.
Yep.
Wow, we got people dropping in. Good morning. Jump in, say hello. Arthur, we see you there. The very first comment was Arthur over on YouTube. Way to represent YouTube. Michelle is in here. Debbie is here. Facebook. By the way, if you're in the Facebook group, you need to drop your name in there as well. I got to restart my other screen here so I can see because it hides it. But Facebook users here. Facebook user. Oh, there's Bree. Bree knows how to do it. So Bree, good to see you. Alex is in the house. Alex, we need to see. Are you rocking your Teach Better socks? Ray, did you know that you can get Teach Better socks?
I did know that, but I also saw Alex, and when I saw him on, was that Monday night, he not only had a Teach Better shirt on, but then he had a Teach Better sweatshirt on. I'm like, way to represent, buddy.
He's rocking it. Lindsay's in the house. Livia in the house, even though it's like midnight where Livia is. Megan Wells in the house, which means we have to flood the comments right now with green hearts. Let's give Ray nightmares. Let's do that really quick. Jillian in the house. Candace in here. Sandra, great to see you. Juan, great to see you. Brandon, Holly, Chelsea. I can't say all the names, Ray. I can't say them all. Nikki, good to see you. Nikki's here to win all the things because that's what Nikki does. Jeff, Andrea's here. I'm still going.
What happens is that honestly, we get all these comments, and you're gonna spend 45 minutes saying hi to people, which we love. But we have other plans today, not just greeting people.
What are the other things? What are we doing here? What's the play here?
So do you remember? We're gonna go back in time. Story time. Ooh, story time. Do you remember back in the day when you had this really dumb idea that you wanted to live stream yourself in your basement for 12 hours? You remember this?
No, I don't recall that at all. No, is that a thing? Is that
Jillian, this is a vanilla latte. I got you. Yes, Jeff, it is. And then we said, Jeff, that's a really dumb idea because nobody just wants to stare at you for 12 hours.
That's true. We did say that. And then you had this idea of hey, let's make it not stupid and make it a thing. And then we did that thing. And that was about a year ago. Oh, pretty close to a year ago, right?
Wasn't it exactly a year ago?
Almost exactly a year ago. I don't know that we planned that right. Did we plan it that way? Was that just accidental? Let's pretend that Katie thought that and made it happen.
I think it was the 10th of July.
I think you're right. I think it was, yeah. So let's talk about that. So we did that last year, and then where were you going with that? You wanted to do story time, and I interrupted because I don't know what's going on.
No, I just wanted to say that the idea of reading people's names was kind of what you wanted to do for 12 hours. Now we are going to read people's names and say hi to everybody. We have an entire 12-hour event today where we get to hang out with all of our friends and have a great show. But we also have like some other plans for today's like segments, you know.
Do you want to talk through those plans a little bit? Do we want to share that at all? Like, is that what we're doing right now? Or are we literally just drinking coffee? By the way,
cheers.
Well, cheers. But also, so I normally drink with a decent little bit of flavored cream, or at least cream, a lot of times with flavored cream in there, a lot of times vanilla in my coffee. But yesterday evening, I asked on Instagram what I should drink, and overwhelming response was black coffee. So I'm drinking black coffee today instead.
I'll be drinking black coffee later. That was what I was going to do if I didn't grab Starbucks. I did also have a poll on my Instagram yesterday, Jeff.
How did that end up? Yeah, let's go. Let's talk about Sprite for a second. Was it
really
Sprite?
quick, guys? I really need my Teach Better family to show up for me right now. Like, if there's a moment where you're like, I'm going to choose to give to others, this is it. So if you are pouring yourself a Sprite, you put some ice in, get a beautifully chilled glass, pour the beverage, bubbles everywhere, and you are required, life or death, you're required to add a fruit on top. Is it a lemon or is it a lime?
So can I ask a clarifying question that I should have asked? Is the fruit on top just as a garnish, or is it actually going to, it like you're going to put it into...
It's
like, I mean, I know that it starts off as a garnish, but is it going to go in, or is it just going to be like a garnish, to look pretty?
I'm willing to be open-minded to this question, Jeff Gargas, but in theory, it was like it goes on top because it could go in and it would enhance. It would enhance.
Okay, so it should enhance it, which is tough because it's lemon and lime.
Which I Googled. If you don't know this, it's a lemon lime beverage. Sprite is not one or the other. It's a lemon lime combo.
It's both. So where did that end up so far? Like, what's it currently at? Can you look at it really quick and tell us where it's at?
Wait, can you look at Megan Wells' comment? She says,
"Where's Megan?
Strawberries?" ?
Actually, that might actually be really good. I think I have Sprite over there. I may or may not have strawberries upstairs. We may have to try that.
I just want the world to know that if you voted lemon, we can't be friends. Like, that's where I'm at.
So for you, it's lime. I went lime, so that's good since we're here today as friends.
There's no debate on this. It is lime. It's not actually a discussion.
Oh, so who were you arguing with that you were trying to? Because this was clearly now you were trying to get to prove your point to someone else. So who were you arguing with?
I think who I was arguing with is irrelevant. The point is who won.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine. I want to know who you beat. Was it Katie?
It wasn't Katie, but let's pretend it was. For the sake.
Jeff Prickett's in the house. Chelsea, I know that you voted for Worth Cream, and I appreciate that. I'm sure I'll have additional cups of coffee, so that'll be happening. I saw a whole bunch of other people jump in here. I know this is not what we're doing, but Brandon, it's good to see you. Carrie Pitstick's in the house. Joe Gonzalez is here. Nomini's here. Brittany's here. Man, I'm loving this. Okay, so now that we've talked through Sprite, that was important. Amanda's in the house.
Wait, can we say though, Jeff, I know that we were going to move to a different topic, but
no, we're good.
I love that a lot of these people, first of all, have tuned in multiple times to our 12-hour live because this is our fourth time doing this. But also a lot of these people are going to actually be sharing their voice live with us during today's events. And I love that they're not only popping in now and hopefully throughout the day, but that they then get to be a part of the production today. There should be some good stuff.
Before we go any further, I need to make sure, Alex, I think you need to focus a little bit more. That we said coffee. So Ray's drinking latte. I'm drinking coffee. There's no tea. And
no,
we don't spill coffee. Okay, Alex. So
but we will be sharing some details later. There's
when
some surprises.
When you travel with me, though, I spill everything. In the last month and a half, I've spilled 3 glasses of water on Chad Ostrowski at events that he should not have water on him.
Oh my God.
Just saying. I'm like a child. You can't take me somewhere. Actually, I think that's an insult to children.
That was one of the first things that I remember when you and I first met. And
I spilled stuff?
Well, hold on. We used to sit in a room. This is creepy saying it this way. We used to sit in a room and work together sometimes. And we were like newly friends. And it was like still weird, but we thought we were going to be. We were forcing it.
Yeah.
And all I remember is people who would be around us, like Chad or other team members, would be like, Ray, you can't have an open cup of anything near your laptop because Jeff is always scared of spilling. And I'm like, who are these children that can't like handle having a device or a notebook next to a cup of whatever water?
You gotta have a lid. I used to so when I would DJ, I had one of my DJ, co-DJ, Frank, like we'd be DJing with a lot of equipment on the table, and he'd have a cup, and it would literally be this battle where like he'd take a drink and set his cup down, and I would take it and move it off the table, and then he'd take another drink and he just naturally set on, and I just like we're just like going doing our thing, and I just like take it and move it off the table.
Terrible.
So I'm always worried, but like if you've been around me for a while, you realize that there's a reason for that.
Because you spill stuff all the time.
Now, nothing beats the time Chad and I were in Chicago driving. He was driving. I was in the passenger seat. And when you're in downtown Chicago, what you realize really quick is that your maps don't work very well.
Yeah, I know.
And we had to do like a quick turn, and then like the light was going to go, so we had to like gun it. And we had 2 cups of coffee that were not real well secure. And Chad guns it, and these coffees with the lids on, but they came and they shattered and just covered both of us on our way to day 2 of a 2-day training with like 30 teachers. And luckily we had enough time where like you couldn't see that anything was on us, like it dried up, but we're like walking around the school going like, yeah, you don't know, but we know we're the thing that smells like coffee right now. And there's another story for you. Okay, moving on. So today we're doing 12 hours live.
We are, and we have a
great.
huge lineup. I love that every single time we do these 12 hours, we bring in new faces, discuss new topics. I will admit, maybe inappropriately, but publicly, that this, I think, was the most strategic agenda that we've ever put together. And that is a huge shout out to Katie Miglin on our team,
Yes.
who like really, really forced us to sit down and look at the type of experience that we wanted to offer the incredible family that we have here.
Yeah, and honestly, it was kind of crazy. Like Katie and I think you've been on at least one, if not 2 of these, like 3 recent like final check-ins and weekly check-ins on us. It was kind of like, so how you doing? We don't have anything to talk about? Okay, great, because she's just had it all done. So that's been really awesome. Actually, she's so good at it that early on I forgot to do like anything I was supposed to do because I just figured Katie did it all. And it was pretty much done. So, so let's talk about that. So we're here for another 17 minutes, you and me.
Oh my God, I thought you meant like we're done in 17 minutes. I'm like, that was the quickest 12 hours I've ever
That was... I mean, that was, yeah, sure. We're actually talking 12 minutes. 12 minutes. We're going to give them 5 extra minutes. No, so you and I are on here for another, 17 minutes, and then I get to hang out for a half hour with Trey Gamage.
I love him.
We love
I'm
Trey.
excited for that.
Trey is awesome. We're going to talk about balance in your morning, so this is just going to be me trying to get Trey to tell us how he gets his day set up.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be talking about like what happens when like about your routines and how you set those up, but then also what happens when life throws you some changes and curveballs, because Trey's had a lot of changes in his life over the last 12 months and has had to make these adjustments. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So, and then
we're going to Dave Schmittou, Joshua Stamper, and Lavana Roth. And y'all know Lavana Roth.
Can I ask you something? I don't know if you did this on purpose, but like Dave Schmittou is really similar to Dave Schwimmer, who played Ross on Friends and did the pivot. And the title of the segment is Pivot. Like, was that planned or did that just work out perfectly? That
just worked out perfectly.
Dave Schmittou is essentially could be Ross or something like that. Okay. So that's...
Who would Lavana be and who would Josh be then?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Lavana would just be in charge. I'm not sure what that
like a
means.
Monica Rachel blend, right?
Yeah, but and probably some Phoebe too, just because.
And is Josh Joey or Chandler?
Wow, that's tough. I'd say Josh is. I don't know, Josh. You're watching, man. Who do you resonate with? Joey, Chandler, or
we'll need a vote in the
if
comments.
you guys let us know, who would that be? So I definitely think Dave would be more of a Chandler. Josh is saying careful. I'm not even sure. Does that mean Ross? I'm not sure which way you're going there.
I do think Josh is more like a Ross than a Gunner. Jeff
Gunner
showing up.
Yeah, who's Gunner?
He's the coffee guy.
That's Gunther.
Oh, Gunther. I got
like,
you, Jeff.
Gunther. Okay, I got you now. Yeah, he could be Gunther.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Okay. Anyway, so then after that, We got Put Gaming in Your Tool Belt. That is with you and Michael Matera.
I love Michael Matera.
Michael, yeah, we love Mike. It's been a long time since we've had Michael in on something.
He has a new book out too. I'm just excited to pick his brain. He's so smart. We've been in his classroom. We love hanging out with Matera. He's good vibes all the way. If you guys don't know him, he is somebody that maybe hasn't been brought into the Teach Better family as much as like maybe other members that you might be seeing on screen. So he's a great introduction. If you don't know him, he's like good people. Good people. Alex
is settling the debate. He says Josh is more Chandler than he is Joey.
I agree with that.
And whoever asked whether this could be more fun, I'm pretty sure. I hope it gets more fun than Ray and I on screen. At 10:30, we've got. Did I get that one?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm already off. Yeah, Learning Gaps 101. That's with Chad Ostrowski and Holly Stewart and Amanda. Yep. So that's gonna be awesome. What's up after that? Oh, you and me again.
Yeah, you and me, but this is a big deal. So
this is a big one.
I just feel like we need to like put an emphasis on this. All these segments are super, super, super important. Really, really great people. Really, really big discussion topics. At 11:30 Eastern and at 4:30, I know I'm jumping ahead, there are two major announcements that we are announcing for the first time here on 12 Hour Live. So I encourage you, 11:30 Eastern, it'll just be Jeff and I, so that's not really exciting, but there is some big news and I cannot wait for that finally to be there. Oh, and by the way, Jeff, we haven't even mentioned that there's like giveaways all day on everything, all things.
Yes, giveaway all day long. So of the two, Ray, which is the bigger announcement? The 11:30 or is it 11:30 and 4:30?
Yeah.
Which one to you is a bigger announcement? Okay, I have my theory.
You have I don't know if we're going to agree. Here's my theory.
That's what I want to know.
I think the 11:30 is the bigger announcement, but I think the 4:30 has the immediate gratification.
Ooh, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that is, wow, we definitely agree. I think that's spot on. So,
yes.
Holly's at the edge of her seat. Good. Hang there for a few hours. So then after we do that and Holly can then sit back on her seat regularly, she can do that for Grading with the Expert. This is Chad Ostrowski with Rick Wormley. Like, this is going to be crazy. What's up, Neil? Good to see you, brother. And then at 1 o'clock, Neil and I are going to announce the launch of the Gupta Bourbon Company, which is going to be brought to you by Teach Better Team, and is going to be Neil and I making / mostly tasting bourbon. Is that not on here?
I mean, I'm fine with it.
I missed it.
It's like, we all know you made that up, but I'm cool with it. Can we go back? I'm sorry. Did you just like completely gloss over the Grading with the Expert? Like, you're not going to put more focus on that? The fact that
I know Chad. I know Chad's amazing. Oh, with Rick Wormley. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, so that's super exciting. Here's what I'm excited about. Like Chad is like a Rick Wormley like expert. So this is really going to be cool. Because Chad really has really dug into Rick's work and his ideas and stuff. So it's going to be really, really cool.
I just want you guys to know this.
Neil knows. I got sidetracked. Neil popped up on screen and my mind just went, I got to talk about Neil. Like,
I know. But I just want the world to know. Y'all make fun of me because like Ray fangirls like a loser on camera. Like, right, you put someone on camera and I'm like
right now.
I can't, like right now is a perfect example, or like any other person except for Jeff. So you have all made fun of me, and some of you have even bonded with me where you're like, yes, Ray, we get it. Chad is never a fangirl. It's really annoying. He's super calm and collected. He could be standing in front of like God and he'd be like, cool, sup, dude, no big deal. Like, cool, calm, collected. However, Rick is going to geek him out.
That's the hope. That's the hope.
I'm so excited to see Chad off his game. So hashtag Chad off his game. I'm just saying.
I love it. So then at 1 o'clock, someone asked earlier when's the brain break and not to spill. So 1 o'clock is the brain break. Yep. Dave and I get to hang out with Brittany Rincon from she's one of our podcasters. Mike Earnshaw, also a podcaster. Andre Dottie. Also, we have like 3 amazing people. We're going to have a good time there. And I did an Instagram poll last night on that too. I went, do I go classic with beer or classy with wine? Beer destroyed wine. So I'm going beer today. So I should have went with a cocktail, like throw that in there. But anyway.
We're saying that even though the 12 hour is barely halfway through, we're all opening a beer at 1.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We got to make sure that it was weird for me to realize that we were doing the brain break at 1 o'clock, but I love it. But
I just want to confirm that you specifically, Jeff, we still have more after that. Just like
after what?
After the brain break, like there's still more
segments. Like
you can't just like drink and then be done.
Am I on the segments or am I good after that?
No, you have to come back on screen and be an adult.
All right, Katie, can we talk after I get out? I want to make sure. I don't know if that's going to work out or not. So after that, we got what? Oh, this is the one everyone has asked me multiple times recently. What segment I'm most excited about? I'm like, I keep going to this one, and that's you and Katie, kind of bring us into your classroom and showing off some of your students are participating in this, which is really, really cool. So talking about student conference, and you don't want to miss this. It's gonna be really cool. Katie and Ray are really pulling the curtains back. Is that what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
But we're going to literally
revealing Oz.
Psychoanalyze student conferencing, and it's an important segment because I'm not only excited to have the conversation and do like the deep dive into all the strategies, but that's also the end of our live stream, the first live stream. Because as Jeff mentioned earlier, there are 2 live streams for this entire day. So after our student conferencing, we will close the live stream we're currently on and open up a new one for the next half.
Jeff Kaplan just did hashtag Team Tink Tink. There's only probably a few people that know what that is, and that's because Jeff is like OG Teach Better team.
Yeah. If they were for the first 12 hour, they
would have got that. That is, we did talk about that. So stream changes at 3:00 Eastern time. So we'll be sharing that out. Make sure you share that back out to help us get that second stream going. Then we're going to What's Hot, where you're going to chat with Suzanne Daly and Pav about stuff on the blog and what topics are hot, and you guys are going to dive into sort of those topics and talk through them.
Yeah, we're essentially doing a book study with 3 blogs at teachbetter.com. So
I like it. Ooh, okay. So you have 3 that you're going to do?
Yeah, we have 3 blogs that we're going to focus on, and we're essentially doing a book study deep dive. I'm really excited for
Gotcha.
it. Yeah.
All right, so then right after that, so 3:30 is a fun one because Dave basically is just going to grill Chad Ostrowski on the grid method, but the questions are coming from you. So we put this out asking you, the Teach Better world, Teach Better family, for questions around the grid method, and we've got a bag full of them. And we kind of stole this from Josh Stamper. Josh Stamper does the mailbag episode of the Aspire Leadership Podcast. So we did that only with the grid method, and it's going to be Dave just asking and letting Chad go on that. So, which by the way, I saw Chad saying good morning like that. I assume is how he said it. After that,
we have
it's you and me. It's our 4:30. We're talking. We already talked about that. 5:00. Dave Schmitto doing kind of a split hour of tough discussions. We're going to talk from the teacher viewpoint and the administrator viewpoint, and just how do you have these tough discussions? How do you initiate them, and how do you make sure that they get to where they need to be and the actions are taken after? So, and then what's after that? We're almost done. So now we're at 6:00. I get to hang out with Megan and Chris from the team, talking about the favorite resource that we need this fall. So we're talking about things that we've discovered that we need in order to come back better this fall. And then at 6:30 p.m., we've got a live administrator mastermind with Dave and Jeff Prickett and Trinice Brown Warrens, showing you what our administrator mastermind looks and feels like. So we're going to be tackling a problem or a challenge there. What?
Can I just say, Trinice we just did an interview on Teach Better
We
Talk.
did.
That's not out yet, guys. Like, you can't listen to the episode until it's out. But she was so good on the podcast interview that then now every time I sit in a mastermind with her, I feel like I have a different perspective, like knowing her background. The fact that she was somebody who's now joining us to model an admin mastermind for 12 Hour, I am overjoyed. I'm so stoked for her.
She is. You said it well. She's fantastic. And then at 7:30, we're going to wrap it up with closing time with the team, which is you and me. We got Chad and Josh and Katie joining us to look back at the day, celebrate our favorite times, and cry because it's over.
Well, why did you not sing that?
Why did I not sing that?
What's the title again?
We'll sing it later. It's closing time. You don't have to go home. Yeah. Anyway, fun fact. I think we've done this on a live before, but fun fact that song is actually about the birth of his child.
Okay, let's not go there.
It is. Okay. If you think about it, it's really sweet. Anyway.
So we have 6 minutes until you are going to have kick me out and bring on a way better person on screen with you, Trey Gammon.
Hey, Katie, can we just do that now? Can I just kick Ray out now and get Trey on? I feel like the everything's going to level up.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
So now we have 5 minutes. And what is the most important thing that someone needs to remember? Well, remember right now for or maybe do right now to make sure they get the most out of those 12 hours.
I feel like I have
other than stay on for the next 30 minutes with Trey at the very least.
Wait, I think I have 3, if not more, but 3 like key suggestions to think about as you are experiencing this 12-hour live. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, perfect. The first thing is, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell this, but I don't even care because we're 25 minutes in at this point. Guys, we're doing giveaways different this 12
That's
hours.
really important, yes.
And so, yes, commenting is important, but shout out to Neil Gupta. You sparked this big discussion, and I know you're in here right now, so this is important. Regardless of when you tune in, we hope you stay the whole 12 hours, but regardless, we are doing a giveaway exclusive to those people who aren't necessarily participating in the comments, but want to do a giveaway anyway. So if you go to teachbetter.com/, and this is important, 12-hour giveaways. So teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. You can literally do it right now or at any time throughout our segment. You can literally go win without having to be the first to comment. Big.
Can we get that? Oh, okay. Katie's about to throw that up on the screen here as well. It's in the comments, but yeah, Katie, let's throw it up on the screen too if you can. So that way, if you got that, boom, there it is. 12-hour giveaways. So this way, I can go here and enter and check all the giveaways that I want. I don't actually have to be the first to comment because maybe I've got us in my ears because I've got something going on in my family, or I'm mowing the lawn, or who knows, whatever else. We know people. We know like Danielle took us to get ice cream and all over the place. So like you can still win there. And I don't want to freak anybody out, but Becky Schnexer is here
from Iceland.
She's still in Iceland, isn't she? Like she's doing pictures every day. Hi, Becky. Dude, are you still in Iceland? I think she is. If you don't know Becky, she basically does education like all over the world now. But not now, but always. She
lives her craft, y'all. If you want to be an authentic educator, that is Becky Schnexer. Look.
Yes.
Okay, wait. So that was only my one suggestion, and you're like,
"Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead." We have 3 minutes for your 2 suggestions.
I know. First suggestion.
I'm just trying to get the tray. All right.
First suggestion: teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Go register for all the giveaways. I don't care. Just go win something. There will also be giveaways like during segments about first comment and things like that as well. But go do that before you forget. Second. I forgot the other 2, but I swear there were other ones that I wanted to suggest.
Well, that was the second one. No. Yeah, what's the second one? Yeah,
share this stream. Guys, there's 2 streams. I want to make sure that we support and amplify the voices of everybody a part of this. So please, please, please go share the incredible stream that we are streaming right now on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. And we want to make sure that you guys have the ability to not only get all the information today, but also celebrate with everybody else. So right now, click share. I see that.
So apparently the page is not working, so I will fix that as soon as, I will get that fixed. I'm not sure what's going on there. So, but thank you for letting us know really quick. We will get that fixed. I'm not sure. I don't want to talk about it right now.
Well,
so we will get that fixed for you and get that up. So you may just have to hang out for a little bit. Katie, can you grab, did I give you the direct link to the form itself? Because we can share that right now if you want. But we will get that link fixed, and so we'll be fixing for the rest of the day. So it'll be there. You have all day to submit, so plenty of time. And like submitting right now doesn't give you any better chance of winning. So it's all cool. We'll get you there. That just, now I'm upset because I that was my job and something broke. So if I can get some green hearts to make it feel better, that'd be really, really great. I'd appreciate that a whole lot. Ray, we have one. What was the third?
I don't remember, but I love you
guys. Giveaways, share the stream, and the third is green hearts. So lots of green hearts. All right. Well, we are here. 1 minute left. What do you have to say for yourself, young lady, before I kick you out?
I love you all so much. I can't wait for 12-hour live, and Trey Gamage is the coolest person on the planet, and I'm so excited that he's kicking off our morning. And not only should you go connect with him, but he's also part of the Teach Better Team Speakers Network. So he's the bomb.com, in my opinion.
I like
Is that enough? Is that good?
That's enough. All right. Hang with us. I'm going to be right back in about a minute here with the one and only Trey Gamage. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back to our 12-hour live. This is 12 hours of free PD for you all day long. We're on Twitter, we're on Twitch, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. And right now I am on with my good friend, Trey Gamage. Trey, how are you this morning, brother?
Look, man, I'm doing so good, and I appreciate all the kind words from you and from Ray this morning before we come on. So I'm excited to join the 12-hour live, the Teach Better team, and talk about one of my favorite things, morning routines.
So let's get right. I want to get right into it, but I want to stop real quick. So we mentioned you've been in our network for a while. You're on the podcast network. You're on the speakers network. But for anybody who's not connected with you, can you give us the quick? Who is Trey Gamage? What do you do? Where are you at? What's your role in education?
Sure thing. So I'm a dean of students at a K-12 charter school. We're actually planning now this summer to prepare everything for next year at a school called the PD Math, Science, and Technology Academy in rural South Carolina. So love what we're doing here. About to have our first graduating class in 2022. So we've been working hard on that. And I've been consulting for about 5 years as an adult SEL consultant and working with several schools in the area to build the social emotional competencies in adults so that we can better support our students in the classroom.
I love that. And what's the website? Throw us the website real quick.
SELeducators.com.
Make it super easy for you. SELeducators.com if you want to check out Trey's work. So, all right, Trey, we're talking about morning routines, which is great because it's still the morning for, and some people it's still way early over on our West Coast friends. So, I want to talk about sort of what you do in the morning, what your routine is. And one of the things that I saw a video that you did recently where, you talk about the idea of routines being so important because they ground you when life gets crazy, but also that like things get off track and life gets off track and you have curveballs, both good and bad, and changes in your life. And I know recently in the last 12 months or so, you've had quite a few changes in your life. So I'd love to hear. So can you walk us through, do you have a set routine that you do every morning? And can you break that down for us, what that looks like?
For sure. So I think one of the first points is to be flexible with your morning routine. And, some of the changes that I've had, having a child, moving to a new home, I've got a longer commute now to work. So there's times when I now have to be flexible. So where traditionally my morning routine is waking up, I pray, I read my Bible or a Bible verse, like Bible study in the morning. I might read a book, so some things are interchangeable. And just really spend time with myself. I think it's important not to have a phone or not to have technology for. It could be a 15-minute routine, a 30-minute routine, an hour routine. Some people like to work out first thing in the morning. So I've tried all those things.
Something for yourself, right? Some sort of fulfillment for yourself. Fill your cup up is what you're talking about. I love
something for myself. But at the same time, nowadays, I'm flexible enough to understand that, hey, this morning, my son is up early. He's my morning routine, spending time with him. So, I have a routine that I like to stick to, and there's, certain practices. I have a journal for me. Daily journaling is like, I can't go without it. And I set my priorities and my tasks for the day and what I'm grateful for. And so those allow me to document my progress daily over time so that I'm not surprised by my success, or it's easy to see when I fall off track.
Gotcha. So you talk about being flexible. So tell me about like the last, some of the moments that you've had that have made you like where the flexibility really has come in because something in your life has changed, whether expectedly or unexpectedly, or even if it was expected, maybe it wasn't quite the change that you thought it was going to be. Can you walk us through sort of your mindset?
Yeah.
That flexible routine to keep yourself grounded and having good mornings when you're getting started off right.
Absolutely. So I would say, before we moved into our house, before my son was born, it was ideal for me to wake up around 4:30 in the morning and do about a 30-minute morning routine. And so again, that routine would consist of me writing in my daily journal, writing in my 90-day journal, and really sitting down to meditate through prayer and through actual sitting still meditation before I get started with what I call a jam session. I got that from Darren Hardy, which is a 15 to 90-minute work session where you just set a timer, no distractions, and you just work as long as you can. So the goal would be to get done with my morning routine and my number one priority task by before 8 a.m. But again, now I've adjusted to a place where, my wife and I have our son, we have a home. It takes me about 50 minutes to get to work. So I can still wake up at 4 o'clock or 4:30, but it takes me an hour to get to work instead of 20 minutes. So some parts of my routine have to change. I don't get to work out is a big change that I've had. I used to work out daily, and now I'm doing more push-ups and sit-ups at home. And so that's not necessarily my morning routine, but it's a piece of my day that I have to adjust because there's less time in my mornings and whatnot. So, that would be the biggest thing, just understanding when I have to leave for work, and then also, being flexible if my wife has to leave the house early, or if my son is up early, and I need to take care of him. So I'm open to those things, where when I was younger, before I had these kind of priorities, I may have beaten myself up for not being able to check every box on my list. But at the end of the day, it's a task list. Like, if you don't get your task done, there's always going to be something else for you to do. So recognize that, put it on your list for tomorrow, and keep on rolling through.
So I wanted to catch you held them up. You mentioned two different journals that you use. Can you walk us through what are you said a morning journal and a 90-day? Can you break that down for me? Because I do morning pages, which is a little different than journaling because you're not reflecting on it. You're just brain dumping, basically. I never read them back. So tell me about your morning journey. What does that look like? And then I'm sure some people probably want to know, what journal do you use, right? Because they're going to go get it on Amazon or whatever. Yeah. But what do you use and how do you utilize that?
So this journal is just it's a basic journal, no lines, no prompts, no nothing. But every day, I just like to, for me, a lot of times, it just feels good to whatever's in my head, put it down on paper. If it's an incantation or a manifestation I want to have, or if it's a thought that I don't want to have anymore, I just like to write every morning. So again, in my past, that's something I've been able to do for 10, 15, 25 minutes. But now I just like to, hey, how you feeling today? How you feeling about the day? Whatever the case is. And then I have my 90-day journal. This is from bestself.co, bestself.co. I do have an affiliate link with them for 15% off. That's Gamage. They've been out for a few years now. I've been using these journals for about 4 years. And the way you can think about it, a lot of people will set annual goals, but motivation doesn't last. The 90 days is about the length of time that motivation does last. So for me, I actually find that 6 weeks through these 90-day journals, 13 weeks, I find that I usually have a stumbling block around 6 or 7 weeks where I lose focus or I need another task to add on to my list because things become too redundant. So because I'm using these journals and every day and every week, I'm reflecting on what's going on. I'm able to see, okay, don't plan the whole 13 weeks, plan the first 6 or 7, and then re-strategize in the middle of it so that you don't get burnt out and you kind of get to reset yourself. And
I love that you say that and that your transparency there, Trey, because I think one of the most important pieces, and we had a conversation about this a while back, I think maybe on our last live hour, 12-hour live with Lindsay Titus about how just the importance of self-awareness of what works for you, right? Yeah. So Trey journals every morning. It's handwritten journal. That works for him. That may not be what you need, right? And I want you to hear what Trey was doing. He's done a lot of self-reflection and a high level of self-awareness of what works. He got a 90-day journal. Like they have a lot of data that supports that 90 days is what makes sense. And they've sold a lot of those journals based around that. But Trey realized, I love that you realize, 90 days isn't what for me. I got to go short. I got to go 6 weeks. That's where I got to go. Cause I think that's such an important piece of the morning routine. So like same when you talk about like your commute changing, like some people that would just eliminate something, or now I got to work out late at night, which means I'm working later. You said, no, it's got to adjust what workout means, right? I might not be able to go hit a full routine in, but I'm going to at least get my body going with some push-ups, sit-ups, stuff like that I can do at home. That doesn't take much time, right? So it's being aware of yourself and your situation, being real, being self-aware and adjusting based on that. So what's your car? So you got a 50-minute car ride. What's that like? What are you doing in your, I hope that's not a weird question, but like, is that part of your routine? Are you utilize that in a very specific way? Or is it kind of like just time to be relaxed and open? Or are you listen to podcasts all the way there? Like, what's that look like for you?
So again, I don't want to sound too robotic. Like I have my mornings where I'm just listening to sports talk radio or whatever the case is. But
Gotcha.
it is something that I try to be strategic with. So towards the end of the school year, so I moved in January. So basically the whole second semester, I had that 50-minute car ride. So in the mornings, it'd be like 10 minutes to the highway, and then I'm on the highway for about 30 to 45 minutes. So
Gotcha.
maybe the first 10 minutes, I might catch up what happened last night, what games went on, whatever. But when I hit the highway, I got Audible. And so I would try to listen to a book a week. And so I listened to Building Your Story Brand and Building Your Marketing Brand. There was a couple books that I listened to. And then right now, there's some podcasts, Earn Your Leisure, David Shands, I think it's called Sleepers for Suckers, or the Social Proof podcast. There's different kind of business or motivation or mindset oriented podcasts that I feel like are necessary for me right now because I want to be more focused and more disciplined is what I feel like I need to have kind of moving forward. So there's different stuff that I like to listen to in the mornings, and then in the afternoon on my commute back is where I will take my time and I'll listen to my sports radio, or I'll make my phone calls to family, or I just relax because when I go back in the house, it's I want to be ready to be a husband and to be a father. So
you're using that commute home almost as the transition from professional trade to family trade. Yeah, I love that.
Exactly.
Joe, I'm not sure. I think maybe are you asking about the journals? So Joe's asking, can you say those are going to drop the links? I'm not sure. Can you tell what was the name of the journal? And it was your Best Self. Say that again.
bestself.co.
And you can use Gamage as the a code there. So if you do go get one of these, make sure you use Gamage so that Trey gets hooked up with his affiliate link there. So someone's asking what part of South Carolina do you teach in? There's the question right there from Lance. So if you want to share that.
I'm in the PD region, so it's in Bishopville, South Carolina. I used to work at the Governor School of South Carolina as well. That's in Hartsville. I've worked with there's a few rural charter schools that I've worked with, the Midland STEM Institute out in Winsboro, South Carolina, other areas like that. So primarily, though, it's Bishopville. That's where my school is at.
AJ said a little bit earlier, the discipline to wake up and get right to work is tough. I can't get moving until my first cup of coffee. My response, I'm laughing a little bit at AJ because I totally feel you. But I think for me, AJ, go back to like what Trey kind of hit on is understand what works for you. If your morning doesn't just because it's Trey's routine and what works for him is to get that hour work or 90 minutes. I can't remember how long you said it was. That may not be the thing for you. Like for me, my morning routine is I get up, I get my cup of coffee because AJ, I need that too, and I take at least 30 minutes of reading. So it can be any kind of reading. I might be reading a book, Blinkist, a book on Blinkist, or just reading through news articles, business articles, whatever it is. I'm taking 30 minutes, and really for me, that is my self-awareness of how my mind works in the morning, and I get a little too. As soon as I wake up, I start thinking about how I should have woke up an hour earlier and started working no matter what time I wake up and get my mind. That's my intentional, slow down, Jeff, enjoy yourself, your morning for a minute here, sip on your coffee, sit on the couch, and wait for the kids to come out and whatever, hug in the morning before I then get into work mode. So AJ, I really think it's all about that self-awareness, figuring out what works for you and put that in place there. So.
Absolutely. I was thinking too, for a teacher, you might be in a situation where home is not your place to do your morning routine. Maybe you get to school and you have a routine. As soon as you get to campus, these are the steps you do to get ready for the day. So there's a variety, and perhaps it's not a morning routine, but an evening routine that you have that gets you set up for the following day. So it's all about what works for you.
I think that's a great point. I know we're talking about the morning, but you just went there, so I'm going to go there. What's the evening routine look like for Trey Gamage? How do you prep yourself to be ready for your morning? Because that is a big piece of that.
It absolutely, and it's a place where I spend more time on my morning routine. The evening routine I'm a little more flexible with. Especially now what I'll do in the evenings towards the end of the night, I'll stay up, and any final tasks I need to do, I'll take care of those, and then before I'm done, I like to go into my same journal, the 90 day, and at the start of the day, it says, what 3 tasks do you want to get done? What's going to make the
Mhm.
day complete? And so at the end, I just look at my day and say, okay, can I check some things off? Do I X some things off? And then I say, okay, well, I'm still happy with how this day turned out, or I'm not happy with how the day turned
Right.
out. And so for me, Sundays are my planning days. So on Sunday, I went through the week and I prioritized my meetings. And like this week, I'm planning all week with our leadership team. So I know what the week looks like. Excuse me. And yeah, so anything extra that I have, I'm able to schedule that in. And so like in the evenings, I'm not necessarily planning for the next day, but I already know what's on the agenda. And in the morning, I'll
Gotcha.
prioritize those.
Yeah, I love it. So I do a Sunday like look out to the morning, but I do like the last thing I do every day is that I take a look at what I didn't get accomplished, what needs to move to the next day, or that maybe didn't need to be on my list to begin with, and get myself set up for the next day and make sure I'm aware of all the meetings because sometimes they slide in there. So somewhere there, I also want to mention because you mentioned the journals. If you're not a kinesthetic person that needs to write down, which I am in a lot of things, but for my journaling, I do morning pages, but that's really like a brain dump of writing. But I actually do an app on my phone called the 5-Minute Journal. I think it costs a couple bucks. It might cost like $5, but it's just a digital app. It gives you a prompt in the morning where it asks you to give your affirmations and talk about what your goals are and what you're going to get done today. And then at night, and you set the time and when it pops up, and then at night it prompts you again to reflect on the day, on what 3 amazing things happened today, what could have made today better. So it's similar in that routine of like, it's an app. So if you're someone who does better with the prompt from the app, the notification on your phone making you have to get things done, that has been a good one for me. I've been using that app for several years now, but it's called 5-Minute Journal. So that's a potential tool there as well. Before we get going any further, we talked a lot about giveaways. It looks like the link is working. Some people jumped in, try refreshing it a few times, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but it looks like it is working. It just might need a quick refresh. We have, Trey, 2 $10 Starbucks gift cards. So, Ray Starbucks, if you want to be like Ray Hewitt, we're going to give away 2 Starbucks gift cards. This isn't on that link. This you got to do right now. So you got to be with us right now. This is the first 2 comments that share something that is essential to starting your day. What are what is that thing that is essential to your morning routine? First 2 to drop in the comments with that are going to pick that, and then Katie will let me know who that is, and we'll get you set up. So that's 2 $10 Starbucks gift cards coming that way. So, Trey, I want to ask kind of a reverse question of what are some things, maybe what is one thing that you tried to put into your, maybe you haven't done this, maybe you're better than me, that you've tried to put in practice because you've read it somewhere, people have talked about it, and you almost felt like you should, or you're pressured to, that didn't work for you, that where that self-awareness and that reflection like said, hey, you know what, this isn't for me. This isn't my routine for me. Has that happened? Can you recall anything where that's been the case?
I could say, and from a seasonal perspective. So like there's been seasons of my life where like meditating, I used to meditate for 20, 30, 40, 50 an hour at a time and just sit there in calmness and stillness. And even maybe a year ago, I was using Headspace, and every day I was going through Headspace, and I had the different, levels and stuff that I was doing there. But then there came a point was like, hey, I can't do this anymore. Like I didn't want to sit still. I didn't want to be in that moment. And so I feel like I could have gotten stuck in saying, hey, Trey, you have to do this. And I do try to, like, I don't just give up right away, but I'll try to push through it. But it's like, okay, this isn't working for me right now anymore. So what I found I always read a lot of success journals and stuff, Les Brown, Zig Ziglar, Jim Rohn, Napoleon Hill, Dennis Kimbro. I read all those guys. And what I've realized from them is that there's really a list of 15 or 16 virtues, principles, purposes that you have. And you just have to have 2 or 3 of those in your life at a given time to continue on your path towards success, which is doing what you love to do.
I love that. I love that. That's all. And it goes again to the self-awareness and understanding. Like, I love that you mentioned it. Like, you don't just give up right away because it wasn't working right? You give it a good, thorough effort, but it's that reflection and understanding, like, okay, am I currently trying this because I still believe it's right, what's right for me, or am I still trying to push this into my routine because because someone I respect says that I should, or because it's a popular thing right now, and understand, okay, what actually works for me. And I love you mentioned those virtues, right, and making sure that they align with what you're trying to accomplish there. So really love how you mentioned that. Real quick, our winners: Lance McLaren from over on YouTube, and Carly Spina over on Facebook. You two just won a $10 Starbucks gift card each. Make sure you email Katie, Katie, at teachbetter.com. Let her know that you won it, and she'll get you taken care of and get that out to you. So congrats on the win there. Trey, if I were to ask you the best piece of advice you could give us for finding the thing, whether it's the full routine or the pieces of the routine, for our morning to get off right, where would you take us there? If you and I were sitting here, we're one-on-one coaching on my Trey, my morning's a mess. I don't know where to go. You seem so calm and collected and like set with your morning routine. Like, I'm a mess. How do I get there? What should I do? I don't know. Maybe this is a first step thing. Maybe it's not a best piece of advice. Maybe it's a first step. What do I need to do first? How should I get there? How do I get to that point?
I would say document, don't try to create. And so that's been in my head for about 10 minutes, and I hope this makes sense in it.
Yeah, let's go there.
But one of the biggest reasons that I wanted to journal and wanted to have a morning routine, I heard about Marcus Aurelius, who was around in 400 BC, AD, whatever it was, but he was one of the most well-renowned people of all time. And this book that Marcus Aurelius has is actually just his daily journals. He did a daily journal of his life. And I think that's part of where a Stoic philosophy or mindset came from. And people learned a lot from Marcus Aurelius. And I heard other people talk about documenting the process. In a podcast, you document each episode, and 4 years later, you've got 200. With these journals, I started journaling because I was lost. I felt crazy. I didn't know what to do. I was just praying. I was like, Lord, I just need to write. But it turned out that writing, now I can go back to 2013, 2014, 2015, and I have piles of journals. I have piles of wisdom, piles of knowledge that when you think about it, if my son wants to know how I was feeling at 22, at 23, at 24, he can go open up a journal. If someone wants to go and understand, even as my grandchild or my great-grandchild, they can go and listen to 200 podcast episodes. They can go open a 90-day journal. And at some point, I can choose to take that information, transcribe it, and let it even just be a memoir for my family. So when you think about your morning routine, that's a time for you to stop and to document what you got going on in your life. And even if you don't think you got anything going on in your life, that's a great reason to start right now, so you can see the progression and the change in who you are over time. And what you document, like once those things are on paper, now you hold yourself to a level of accountability that you didn't when those thoughts run so freely through your mind, and you can have the thought and forget about it. When you write it down, you make it plain, and it starts to happen.
Wow, that the legacy, the memoir to your family, that's so powerful. I love that. And I love, talking about the document, and like you talked about the podcast or writing, like somewhere down the line, you're going to have a whole lot of content that you could potentially put into something. Two questions. One serious, one somewhat serious, but more logistical. Thinking through my head how long you might have been doing this. The first one is the less serious one is, where do you store all these? Because I got to imagine there's just like, at some point, like how many closets are you filling with these little journals? Do you have a storage space somewhere? Like, what do you do? I'm being serious. I know I'm kind of joking, but like, what do you how do you do that? Like, where do you store them? Because they got to be piling up at this point, right?
They are. There's actually I think it's like an 18 by 24 foot box. Since we moved, I have them they're in a box in my office. So I have a little space in there where the books are on the bottom, and I stacked a lot of bags and stuff on the top. So prior to that, I had them in like a 3-drawer chest type of thing, one of those plastic ones. But that thing fell apart because the journals are too heavy. So my oldest journal is from 2013. But I started journaling consistently probably in 2015.
That's still 6 years of. How many of these smaller your morning journals? How quickly do you go through those typically?
So there was points where If it was 100 pages, it'd be 100 days. So if
Okay,
if it
so
was
typically a
200
page a
pages,
day, give it. Okay, so you're about a page a day. Okay.
that'd be about the average. And then so
Gotcha,
there may
gotcha.
be some days if I'm like back when I was starting the podcast or starting my business, there's some journals that are dedicated to ideas. And so I've got maybe 3 or
Mhm.
4 journals that are about the dash or about my business. And if
Gotcha.
if I was getting in the zone, I might have 5 pages one day, and then I might not have something for a couple of days, and then I
Gotcha.
have 2 more. So on average, about a page a day.
So then how often do you yourself, and is this something that is like set in place or is it just when you're feeling it? How often do you go back to those older journals like 3 years ago, 4 years ago and read through them and reflect and pull ideas out of it? Is that something that is a routine that's in place or just kind of like every now and then you feel like it? So you go, look, like what does that look
Yeah,
like? For you?
so I've organized them before and like put them in order, but in my head I still got my head down and I'm grinding. So I'm not ready
See,
to
it's
look
not
up
reflection time quite
yet.
yet. Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
it's not reflective time. So I've still got
Man.
my dad and my brother used to tell me you got till you're 30 to keep on grinding. And so I still got a couple years to get there. And so I don't feel like I have time yet to look back. And maybe that's a self-reflection too of being more satisfied with that stuff. But I know how I've changed, and I know I'll be probably transformed by some of that. But I haven't taken the time to look back at a lot of those yet.
It's gonna be a fun time when you do, and how many books come from that?
Yeah,
I think, or
yeah.
podcast episodes. So I'm not gonna skip over the fact that you said you have a couple years till you're 30, and just made me feel extremely old. And I know Dave Schmidt's back in the green room, the waiting room there, and he's like, "Come on, dude, really?" Because Dave's older than me. Just saying. So Trey, we're just about wrapped our time. Congrats to the winners of the gift card. It does sound like things are working over on the page. So you can go submit your info. You only got to do that once to win all the other stuff, all the other prizes over at the 12-hour giveaways form. Also, I know our team dropped in. If you go over to teachbetterswag.com all day today and use 12-hour summer love, get 25% off any and all swag throughout there. And yes, you can use it multiple times, but it will expire. That ends at the end of today, in Eastern time zone. So make sure you head over and do that. We're about to get into pivot. Moving past this last year, that's Dave Schmidt. He's got Josh Stamper and the amazing LaVonna Roth. I'm so freaking jealous right now, Dave. And I know Dave's just like, too bad, buddy. And I know Ray's jealous as well. So super excited for that session. Stick with us all day long. Trey, man, I'm so thankful for you just all the time and being connected to you, and for you taking some time out and hanging out with us today. One last time, best way for people to get to connect with you, throw the site really quick. Let us know where we can get more
Absolutely.
conversations with you going.
Yep, SELeducators.com and SEL Educators on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. I'm at Trey Gamage. I see AJ's question about the journals. It is the self journal. I've also used the 6-month journal and the habit tracker. So
Trey, can you do me a favor? When you're done, can you jump in the comments, maybe drop some links in there for us when you're done? Okay. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I'm like, a lot of people are asking about that, so I really would love to have that. And it'd be awesome. So appreciate you, brother. And his Twitter's been on screen all day. That's your Twitter and your Instagram, correct? At Trey Gamage.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I love it. Right. Trey, appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to be right back. More 12-hour continue with Dave, Joshua Stamper, and LaVonna Roth. Stick with us. We'll be right back in a minute.
And good morning. Good morning. I am so excited about this moment. Jeff kind of alluded to this a few minutes ago, but back when they were designing this 12-hour live, it was sort of like third grade kickball. They had all the segments, all the people kind of on a wall. And I said, I want LaVonna, I want Josh on my team. You guys can do whatever you want to do. I've got the winning team, and I am so stoked about this morning. So good morning, you guys.
Good morning. I'm so
Good morning.
excited too. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
And,
so
hey, I got the winning team also, just so you know.
well, that's true. You do have Joshua Stamper on your team, and he is the cleanup kicker. That is for sure. I've watched this man do some kickball, and he can punt the thing into the outfield. So we are all set this morning. This is gonna be good. I appreciate, but first of all, both of you. I'm gonna geek out a little bit. Ray was talking earlier about Chad kind of fanboying out later on in the day. I have fanboyed out over both of you in real life, on the screen, for years now. I appreciate both of you as individuals, and I'm so stinking excited to be able to hang out with you for the next hour. For those people that are new to both of you and are just entering your world, I'm going to challenge them and let them know that their world is going to be forever changed in about 58 minutes. So just hold on tight and be ready, because you guys are amazing. So I know it's early for me. It's even earlier probably for both of you because of where you are and what you do. So let's just do some quick introductions. If you don't mind, we'll do ladies first. LaVonna, can you just let people know who you are, where you normally are? If you want to share where you are right now, feel free, and kind of what you do.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I'm super excited, and I'm going to apologize a little bit because I am traveling. I am in Boulder, Colorado right now, normally Tampa, Florida. And so I had to find a place to have a quiet. And of course, now that COVID's over, it's all the rooms are booked. So I'm in an executive lounge, and we're just going to hope there's not a lot of noise today. But yeah, I am LaVonna Roth, and I'm creator and founder of Ignite Your Shine. And so I got really heavily into how does the brain learn, and then realized things weren't quite going the way that they should be. And I couldn't figure out why, because we were teaching how the brain learns. Yet I realized until we have the brain into a state of learning, it can't learn. So that's when Ignite Your Shine was born. And it's all based around what is now known as SEL, social emotional learning and psychological safety.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. You're one of the founding mothers of the SEL movement, right? You were talking about it before it was trendy to talk about it. And we're going to go into some of that today. So I appreciate you. Joshua, let the world know who you are.
Oh, of course. So first off, it is an honor to be with two amazing people like yourself. And LaVonna is one of my favorite people. Dave, you obviously are. We just got to meet up for the first time in Alabama, of all places. So that was so much fun. My name is Joshua Stamper. I'm an assistant principal in the North Texas area. And I'm also a podcaster. I've got the podcast Aspire, the Leadership Development Podcast, and then also part of the Teach Better team. I do the podcast network. I'm the manager for them, and it's just been an amazing time. As far as my work with trauma-informed care, my wife and I are foster parents and have been for almost 10 years now. And due to that life experience, we've learned a lot about trauma-informed care. And like what LaVonna was talking about with the brain, I've been able to not only use those strategies as a parent, but then also bring that into the school and work with students to help regulate their emotions.
Awesome. Well, this is going to be a conversation that I have a feeling is going to get kind of deep and heavy at times, just based off of those introductions and knowing both of you. So I'm going to take some business and put that up front so Katie doesn't start blowing me up in the comments and reminding me to do some things, if that's okay, and interrupting my train of thought. But there are giveaways during this segment as well. This is one of those giveaways that you can handle whether or not you're here live or whether or not you're watching the replay, or if you're checking in or out. If you go to the teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, it's in the comments. Go up and see the comments. You'll see it there. And you can register to win. There's a couple of amazing things that you can win right now. It's Define Your Why by Barbara Bray and Lives Seashells by Jillian Du Bois. So get online, go to the link. It's right there. Register. And hopefully you'll win. You'll find out hopefully later today. So fingers crossed for you. All right, let's jump into this conversation. When we were picking teams, I wanted to be a part of this conversation. Because I just respect and admire both of you tremendously, more than you'll ever know. I respect you and admire you. Whenever I am talking to people about the conversations we're going to be having today, your names come up as people that I admire and I turn to and I think about and I lean into as a friend, as a confidant, and as somebody that I think is just absolutely amazing. Now, I say all that because we're talking about trauma. We're talking about the idea of having to pivot and overcome and rebound and respond and relearn and a lot of those things. I think when people look at each of you, people that do know you, or people that know you just from social media or your online presence, they might look at you and think, what do you really know about this? You guys, you have it all together. You live this storybook life. I see you guys living in Texas and in Florida, surrounded by amazing families. The sunshine's always there. There's always rainbows following you everywhere. How can you talk about this topic with any sort of substance and relevance? So either one of you want to just jump in, and where does your, I'll call it expertise, and this is an awkward question, but where does your expertise or experience come from to talk about this?
I'll go ahead and jump in, Joshua. How about you grab next time? For me, it has a lot to do very personal things. Some things that I do share openly when I do keynotes and such, and some I don't talk about. Like even some of my closest friends don't know some of the traumatic things that I've been through. And it's not a matter of hiding it. It's a matter of sometimes when we go to share things with others, sometimes we need to have healed first. But at the same time I say that, sometimes when we share, we get some healing as well, because we realize we're not the only one. And so for me, it has a lot to do with childhood. And my father walked out when I was born. And all throughout, especially middle school and high school, I became aware that I didn't have a dad and others did. And so I carried that into becoming a people pleaser. And so much up until I'm not as young as Trey, and I'm very jealous of him right now. I'm about to turn 50 in March. And I look at how long that it was over, like well into my 40s before I actually started to look back and realize what I was doing. It was for a man who had walked out when I was young. And because of that, I had adopted the belief that I wasn't good enough. And so because of that, every decision I did and everything I did was for that moment. It was for that moment that I met him to say, I did this without you and this without you and this and this and this and this. I didn't need you then, and I sure as heck don't need you now. But really, that's a defense mechanism, right? And what I realized is I was living for somebody else. And it took a major car accident for me that Highway Patrol thought nobody survived. And I walked away from it and I went, you're living your life for someone else. It's time you live your life for you because you get one. And that's one tiny piece of some trauma that has affected me majority of my life. And of course, there's other things too.
Wow. Josh, go ahead. And I'm just so you know, I'm coming back to her real quick because I want to pick that apart a little bit. But go ahead, Josh.
So I have a very similar but different experience to LaVonna in the sense that, I was in a very chaotic household with divorced parents at some points. And then, of course, having to go through poverty, really, as a child. Now, my parents did the best they could and rose above that. But there was a period of time that we were moving all the time and we didn't know if we were going to have a meal on the table. And so I think the main point of all that meaning is that everybody has gone through trauma at some point in their life. It's just at what degree has it been and how has it affected them as they're growing up. And so, statistics before the pandemic were almost 70% of students have gone through at least one form of trauma. Now, add the pandemic on to that, and of course that number is going to rise. I'm interested to see what the statistics show afterwards. So what that means is that it may look from the outside that everyone has it together and they have this wonderful life that they're living. However, we don't understand what's really behind the scenes. And what we really need to do as educators is assume that everybody has gone through trauma and what strategies are going to use with every single interaction with our students, with our teachers, and with our parents.
Oh, yeah. Powerful stories for both of you. So first of all, I appreciate you being willing to share some of that. I know it's always this awkward conversation when you're sharing stuff like that, because you're sharing personal stories and you don't ever want people to perceive that you're sharing those stories for any other reason other than to just be real and vulnerable. So I appreciate the fact that you responded to my question. And both of you said some things that I resonate with as an individual, as a man, as a educator. There's this constant quest that I think a lot of people experience of trying to please others, whether it's trying to prove to your administrator that you can do this, trying to prove to your kids that you're the smartest one in the room. Maybe you do travel and speak and you're always seeking the applause and wanting to sell more books. There is this quest and this struggle that I think a lot of people experience, and it's rooted in a whole lot of other issues. And I'm not a psychologist, and I don't want to necessarily go there, but I think there is this unifying characteristics that a lot of us can recognize in this desire to be seen, to be noticed, to be understood, to be appreciated. And you both kind of hit on that in your own ways. You also talked about the fact that the trauma that's triggered this thought process for both of you happened pre-COVID, pre the pandemic. And this was a conversation that was started years and years and years ago. Josh, you said something that was interesting in the idea that everybody has experienced trauma in some capacity. I know there's a lot of educators that are watching that have heard about the ACEs study, and they've done their own ACEs self-assessment to try to determine how many traumatic events have impacted their life so they can feel that. Right now, though, we are in this place where literally the entire world has experienced this traumatic event. So I'm going to ask a kind of a loaded question, because you both shared your individual stories, but you also said everybody has kind of experienced this. If everybody has experienced it, does it even matter? Is it something we need to be focusing on? If truly everybody's there, we're all kind of at the same place then, right? Shouldn't we just move forward? This whole idea of pivoting, is that overblown, or should we just keep going?
Well, I don't think we should ignore it. I mean, what is different is for as an adult that's gone through trauma, hopefully, you've learned the strategies as you've gotten a little bit older. For some, that's the case, and some that hasn't been, they may be trying to handle that adversity in a harmful way, unfortunately. But, for a child where their brain is developing, trauma actually breaks down the body, it breaks down the nervous system, it affects neurons within the brain itself and pathways. So there's a lot of things that, for a growing brain, we already know, the brain growth of a 2-year-old, right? The same goes to a preteen. What is that going to affect within the classroom? So I think to ignore it would be a shame, because, if we're not focusing on this past year and what that's caused, then how are we going to actually identify the needs of our students to be able to learn? Like just even last year when, in Texas, we were increasing our population as far as online to in-person throughout the year. So we started off at my school with 50% online. By the time we got done with the school year, we had 80% in the building. And to see the behaviors and the anxiety that was brought back into the school that we didn't identify the year previously with students was jarring. And I think if we ignore that, we're doing a disservice to our students.
I'm curious about the adults too. I agree with the student angle, and I'm hearing you say loud and clear. I'll use a little bit of hyperbole here. If you're an educator and you say, I only care about academic achievement of students, this other stuff isn't in my wheelhouse, I shouldn't worry about it. Josh, you just explained why, even if that is your mindset, why this still matters to you, because it impacts brain development, the ability to learn, the function of neurons, the whole 9 yards. But what about the adults? Yeah, I have heard from others who have said, teachers are grown-ups, leave them alone, just let them go in and do their thing. You don't need to get in the weeds and worry about all this touchy-feely stuff. Is there a truth to that too? And I know the answer. I'm looking at you're like, how much should I say? How many people do I want to tick off with my response? LaVonna, do we need to worry about the adults, the adult educators out there that have gone through this past 16 months?
100%. 100%, because just like Joshua was saying, that when you go from, a low stress mode to all the way up to anxiety to, chronic stress to trauma, it is affecting your brain. It doesn't matter the age, you're still having an effect. Now, hopefully as adults, we have the skill set to be able to handle some of that stress, anxiety, trauma, but at the same time, it still affects us. And we all bring our past, all bring our stories with us. And I was working with a leadership team yesterday, and this was part of the discussion, was the fact that they have adults coming back. Because part of it, what we want to do as adults sometimes is say, you know what, suck it up, buttercup, move on, life is fine, and it's up to you to make that decision. That's not reality. I think of humans are emotional. And if we don't deal with things, all we do is suppress. So whether it's trauma, stress, anxiety, again, doesn't matter the level, when we suppress, what ends up happening is it's building inside over time, and it will eventually, it's going to come out in some form if it hasn't already. And so I think it's critical that we address, I think, what a bonding moment. At Ignite Your Shine, we call it human-focused culture, right? Because focus on the humans in your building. When you do that, the rest comes into focus. The rest will follow. But if we don't deal with what a beautiful moment, and I don't mean this to ever make COVID-19 ever like it's something great, but a beautiful moment for us all to come together and to bond together, because we all went through this experience. You know, when you look at trauma in the past, the way that I got people to connect with this is to think from an empathy view. Like, you know, I may have never, like with Joshua, for example, I can relate to him because I grew up in poverty. Like, we actually lived in what was once a chicken coop for 3 years, my mom and I. Like, we grew up in poverty. I grew up in poverty. But then when you look at, you know, things that maybe, Dave, you've gone through, it may not have been the same experience, but I can empathize with a fear that you've had, or a hurt, or an anger, or a lack of something. That emotion is what we can connect to. And that's why I think a lot of times we miss. However, this moment of a pandemic, again, it looks different for everybody, whether there's a loss or no loss, what the fear was or no fear or little fear, but we can still relate to this, which allows us to have a moment to all come together and to share that. And I think that's something very unique that I'm not sure we've been able to, excuse me, that I'm not sure we've been able to say before.
Again, you guys just keep giving me more things I want to dive into. So I apologize if you feel like this is kind of weaving its way around, but I think we're telling a powerful story, and we're going to be giving people some very tactical things that they can do in their schools, in their classrooms, in their lives in a second. But I want to tell a story that I've shared countless times now for the last 3 or 4 years, LaVonna, about something that you just said. Just this empathy. You don't necessarily need to know the full story. Sometimes you just have to show compassion and focus on the humans. And a real story for people that don't know, the first time I met you in person, LaVonna, was I think 3 years ago, I don't know, something like that. We met in Nashville, of all places. We were in a big conference, and we were in a room surrounded by people that I look up to, admire, and worship. And I felt so uncomfortable being in this room. I was so overwhelmed. I was a deer in headlights, looking around thinking, who am I to be in this room with all of these people? And out of nowhere, across the room comes LaVonna Roth. And LaVonna, all you did was stand next to me and say, hey, I am so glad that you are here. And we just started talking. And you just made me feel seen, noticed, and appreciated. You didn't ask for my whole life history. You didn't ask me to lay on the leather couch and explain all of my fears and anxieties. You didn't go there. You just made me feel seen and valued and important. And it is so powerful. That is one of the greatest empathetic gestures that we can provide to somebody. It's just recognizing that they exist. Just calling them by name, looking them in the eye and saying, hey, you matter to me in this moment. So publicly, I appreciate you for that moment. And I know I've shared this with you privately many times, but it was this powerful thing that was a catapult for me, and a lot of healing that I was going through in that moment that you didn't even recognize and you didn't know. But the same thing is true for students and staff that are walking into our buildings right now. You don't have to say, okay, on the first day of school, I want everybody to open up and tell me your deepest, darkest fears. Tell me everything that you had to overcome over the last 16, 17 months. Sometimes you just need to acknowledge that people exist and that they're important and that they have value. So I think that's super, super important.
I just want to jump in, Dave, and say, you know, first of all, thank you. And you have shared that with me, and you have no idea. I never take that for granted. But what you hit home is the power of what we all do want to be seen. And if we can just remember that, you know, we don't have to know everybody's backstory. We just know everybody's gone through something. I doubt anyone, I don't know that I've ever met anyone who has not gone through something. And so when we say that we see you, we never know the power of what that simple little gesture can entail.
So true. So true. So let me dive into something now that maybe everybody can equate with. And this one is interesting because you guys both said something that triggered a thought. Yesterday in our mastermind, we have weekly mastermind with leaders from all over the world. They join us every week and we have these great conversations. We had an interesting conversation that was very similar to what we're talking about here. And the conversation centered around whether or not as leaders and as educators, we should leave our baggage behind. Do we drop off our emotions at the sidewalk and then walk into the building? Do we fake it till we make it? Do we smile through it all? Or do we own where we really are? Do we own our emotions and then persist through them? I'm curious, Josh, I'm going to ask you this question very directly, because one of the things I admire about you is that you are a man that I will never, ever, ever play poker with, ever. Because you got this poker face that, I mean, it would destroy me. You are cool, calm, and collected at all times. So I'm going to ask you personally and professionally your thoughts. Should educators just leave the last 16 months at the door, walk in and say, let's go, nothing happened? Do they own their discomfort? Is it okay to own your sadness and your disappointment and happiness and joy? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you need to a degree in a healthy way, right? I mean, if you are sitting on the couch in front of your students for 45 minutes, spilling out your guts or to your staff members, I don't know how effective and efficient that is. But I do think as a leader, you need to have those people within your life that you can go to. I have people that I can call that are administrators that know the life, they know the struggles that I can connect with and get value from. Obviously there's family members, there's, close people on the Teach Better team that, I can reach out to be able to vent and to get constructive feedback from. But, I think you want to be authentic with your staff. Like yesterday, we were talking about grading strategies. Dave, this is up your alley, right? As far as standards-based grading, I was very authentic. I was very transparent about my feelings on some of the old traditional practices. I don't want to hide that, right? I don't want to be fake in my delivery. And that's the same with emotions, right? And about social emotional learning, about what has happened as far as traumatic events within this past year. I don't think we should hide it as leaders, because we need to show that we're human beings too, right? We're going through things. When my children are, having surgery or having health concerns, I do share that because I might be absent, right? I want to be authentic with my staff to let them know, like, I'm going through some stuff. Everything's good. I'm still here for you. But I want to be real in the same point, right? So if I can't get back to you right away, this is the reason as to what's going on. And I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just looking to communicate to my staff and be real with them. So I don't try to be fake. I don't like that. I think people can see through that as a leader. So how is that going to help my connection with my staff members and with my students?
LaVonna, your thoughts as somebody who ignites people's shine, right? You get people to smile and to laugh. People that have ever attended any of your sessions or trainings, they feel so uplifted and so just filled with joy afterwards. Should that be the attitude that we carry all day, every day? Should we walk around with smiles plastered on our faces and sunshine and rainbows following us? What are your thoughts?
No, and I'm glad you said that, because that's one of the things we talk about is it's not about making everything rainbows, rainbow, I can't even talk right now. Roses, rainbows, and unicorns. There we go. That's the phrase we use. That's not it. As a matter of fact, I learned more recently that the term for that is called toxic positivity. Mm-hmm. And so when we try to make everything like, it's great, it's awesome, I'm gonna get through this, no worries, we got this. And inside we are like tearing apart. That is toxic positivity. It's not about making everything positive. What it's about is looking at it. And the way I explain it is sit with the emotion that you're having, allow it to happen. Again, you're human, and recognize it. And why do you have that emotion? And then the next part to me is, what can you do about it? Like, I remember, especially in the first 3-4 months of COVID, I found myself literally on the floor, sobbing hysterically. One time, literally in the bathtub, I remember just sitting there and just sobbing and sobbing. And at one point I was like, okay, enough, get up. And I thought, nope, you need to deal with this, because if you don't, you're going to continue to feel this way. So I sat there and I let as much of it out as possible. And then I said, okay, what can I control? What can I do? And that was when I started thinking about, what is it that I can control? I can't control whether I get the virus or not, except taking precautions. I can't worry about, am I going to lose a family member, or am I going to die? It's possible, but I can't constantly worry about that, because I can't control, again, what's actually happening. And so I started looking at what are the things I can do. And by being a support system for others, being a support system for ourselves, like, those are the things that we can control. And so and anytime I had those moments, and the next thing I knew, those moments got fewer and fewer. So I think it's critical that we have a compassion and an empathy for those coming in the school building this year, because no one is returning how they were. Not one brain is coming back the way it did. Joshua talked about the fact of neurons changing. The beauty is we have neuroplasticity, which allows the brain to physically change, and we can create new neural pathways. But it's going to take a little bit of work for us to do that. And there are going to be certain things that are going to trigger everybody a little bit different. And it's not an enabling moment. What it is, it's a compassionate moment and say, okay, so we're here for each other. How do we get through this? What do we do? How can I support you? And that doesn't matter how little they are to how big they are.
Yeah, I think that's a great reminder for those of us that are educators. First of all, we are all brain surgeons. Truly, that is what we are doing every single day, is we are helping children change their minds. That is our goal every single day, is to change minds, to take whatever a brain looks like, feels like, acts like right now, and to change it, to mold it, to allow it to grow, to allow it to function, and to allow the neurons and the synapses to function differently and more effectively. And right now, the last 16, 17, 18 months have done some damage, have changed minds in some way for every single human being. And it is our responsibility to acknowledge that, but then to also embrace our power to step in beside those other individuals and help mold them, change them, and grow them. So it is our responsibility to do this. So I'm curious, right now, as we're talking, it is July 14th. And some people will be listening to this replay. Maybe they'll be coming back from a vacation somewhere and listening to this. Maybe some people, this is their launching point to say, okay, now I have to start thinking about school again. I've enjoyed the last 6 weeks off. School is coming. I guess I need to embrace it. And this conversation might be kind of triggering for some people. There might be some adults that are thinking, oh my gosh, I am going back into a classroom right now with kids that have suffered trauma, with staff members that have suffered trauma. They might just be thinking through the lens of, well, nobody that I know got sick or died from COVID. Now they're hearing and recognizing, but trauma still occurred, and it might be causing some anxiety to well up. What are some things that educators can do between now and the beginning of the school year to help prepare themselves, other than listening to this conversation and engaging in the 12-hour live, because there's going to be amazing content all day long? But aside from that, what are some action steps that adults can do to prepare themselves to more effectively work and support other adults and kids?
LaVonna, you want to take that one first, or? Okay. Well, I think
unless you want me to, I can. It's
it
totally up to you.
doesn't
Okay.
I'm trying to be, I just want to make sure that I'm not taking over or anything. So as far as the strategies, I think for teachers or educators in general, when they're coming back, is making sure that you are in a good spot. Like, obviously, your time right now should be your own. I know we need to prepare for the school year, but at the same time, you need to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally to make sure that you are in a good spot. I think someone put in a comment earlier about self-care and how important that is, because, obviously teachers are the front line. If we want to have anything as far as academic growth this next year, we need to make sure that our teachers are in a good place. And so we need to make sure that we're understanding how to regulate our emotions, making sure that we're doing the strategies like Trey was talking about the last 30 minutes about our morning routines, making sure that we're having those moments to ourselves, that when we are finding stress in our life, if we're having anxiety, what are things that we're doing to regulate our own emotions and our nervous system? So just being more in tune about ourselves, what we're going through, having that reflection time, journaling, whatnot, right? So that we're in a good space. So when we go back into the workforce, when we're going back into those stressful and anxious times, we have the strategies to move forward. So that way we're our best selves to help our students.
Can I ask a follow-up to that before we toss it to LaVonna? Because
Please.
This idea of self-care, okay, yeah. I want to go there for a second. Self-care has become another one of those important buzzwords that have emerged over the last 16, 17 months or so, where a lot of people have said self-care is so important. And I don't want to dismiss that at all. I agree. It's something that I am starting to learn and understand as well, the need to, I don't know if necessarily slow down is the right word, but to do things that are for me first. Is it, well, I'm just going to say, for me, it is easier to focus on self-care in the month of July than it is in September, November, March, and April. In the month of July, it seems like there are less expectations from other people. There are fewer people pulling me in 1,000 different directions. It's easier for me to take a half hour and go to the beach and just be lost in my thoughts, or to go for a run, to get an extra hour of sleep. And I'm hoping that people are taking advantage of this time right now to do all of those things, to store up some of that so that down the road they're more equipped. Can you store up self-care? Can you like just bottle it and say, okay, I'm going to put some in reserve so that later on down the year I can say, okay, well, there'll be another July coming and I can take care of myself then? Or are there things that we need to be working into our regular routine so that in October and in January and in March, we're still focusing on self first?
So no, no, you cannot store it up in July for the full year. I know Lavana will agree with me on this one. No, I think we need to be intentional with our time, right? I mean, we are great at feeling guilty of not serving enough, right? I think all educators feel that way. And that's not bad. It's just, it's not healthy, right? So what are we doing for ourselves to make sure that we're our best version every single day? And I think those routines and really delegating your time, right? When are my times to be a parent? When are my times to be a teacher? When is my time to be a husband? When is my time to be a podcaster? Or fill in the blank, right? Whatever those roles are. Unfortunately, last year with the pandemic, that all got merged to one. It was 24 hours of teacher, unfortunately, because of online learning. And what that resulted in is so many people feeling burnout, just being exhausted all the time, being on and being stressed. And that takes a toll on any human being. So, how are you delegating your time to make sure that you have a break as to when you can take care of yourself, when can you take care of your family, and when can you take care of your students? And I know Lavana probably has some more to say on that too.
I just want to reiterate, you just basically said we need to take breaks. So Katie, make sure you let Jeff and Ray know that 12 hours is ridiculous for you to be here today. So just walk away whenever you need to. Take some time for you today. And no, I'm just kidding. She's looking in the background. She's thumbs up. But Josh is out here too. So an hour is too much. He's gone. So Lavana, your thoughts.
Yes, I think, well, definitely. You saw me laughing with the whole bottling it up. Like, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? If we could just say, in July, I'm doing all the self-care and I'll sprinkle it throughout the year. That'd be incredible. When we talk about SHINE, it's an acronym, and S is self, and that is done on purpose. It's because so many times we're trained in our society to look at everybody else and to give to everybody else, which we should, and that's beautiful. But if we don't take care of ourselves and look at the greatness that we have and who we are and learn more about that self-awareness for ourselves and what that looks like going forward, then it's hard for us to positively impact others. We can fake it. We can be inauthentic. But if we don't truly feel that way ourselves, then how do we support others? And so when you talk about the self-care, one of the rules that I have adopted, and has been amazing for me, and I share this all the time, is that, first of all, I do want to address Dave. I want to go back one thing. You said it's a buzzword, and I will tell you straight up, this is a pet peeve of mine in education. When something like SEL, I'm even hearing that, like, oh, here we go with SEL again. SEL is not something, oh, here we go again. SEL is social emotional learning. It literally is the brain, and it literally is us as humans. And so I cringe when I hear sometimes that these are becoming buzzwords. And you're right, Dave. They are, where people are like, here we go, another workshop or another this or another that. You can say whatever, fine, let's just change the word then if that's what you want, but it doesn't change the value of and the importance of what it is. So when we talk about self-care, like one of the things that I have found that works for me is I put it in the calendar, but here's the difference. So I put it in the calendar. So for example, everything that I cannot change goes in the calendar first, right? So if I have to be at school from here to here, I have to be in a meeting, it's from here to here. Then the second thing goes in my self-care. So I look at the calendar, I put into the calendar. The difference is though I have a rule, and my rule is I can change it one time. So in other words, let's say I have self-care tomorrow at 3:00, and now there's a meeting at 3:00. I can't work out at 3:00 if that's my self-care thing. I'm allowed to move it, but I'm only allowed to move it one time. So I am super intentional. I know it's another buzzword we're hearing. I don't care. I'm going with it. I am super intentional, right, with where I move that. So do I move it to today because I know I can't do it at 3:00 tomorrow? Do I do it late in the day, early in the day? Do I do it the next day? It's fine. But the rule that I have is once I move it, I'm not allowed to move it again. Because you all know what happens. You move it and then you move it and you move it, and then it doesn't happen. And the next thing you know, you've got a whole week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month that you haven't done any self-care. I also think it's important when we look at self-care is to frame what that means to us. Right? Some people need an hour of self-care on a certain day. Others say, if I could just have 2 minutes to breathe. You know, I apologize if I butcher your name, Sanam. I saw that you had put in there about balancing and work expectations as a question, like figuring out how to do that. And one of the things I will caution, and I think it's us as educators, because I know we all got into education for the money, but no, I'm just kidding. We got into education because it's a passion. So what that means, though, is we have to be careful, and that's the H in shine is heart, passion. What we have to be careful about is making sure we embed those passions. But because we're in a career of passion, it's sometimes hard to say no. It's sometimes hard to draw a line in the sand. And because of that, we allow work to take over. I caution leadership all the time on this, is that who do we tend to burn out? Our best teachers, because they volunteer for everything. Well, we need to be looking at where the strengths and the passions of somebody and using that, because now that person is living in energy, they're living in who they are. And it's not the people who are like, okay, I don't really like to do this, but I'll do it because I don't want to say no. That's draining that person. So when we watch what we do with self-care and we look at that balancing, life and work, it's okay to say no, especially when something you're like, I really don't want to do that, or I'm not really that great at it, but I can do it. Well, nobody else is stepping up to the plate. Don't step up to the plate. Somebody else will step up to the plate. So that was a lot I threw at you, but I wanted to make sure I addressed that question too.
No. I'm so glad you did. I am taking notes. So normally my notes are just in the form of questions, but today they are just like powerful action steps that I need to take. You're preaching to me right now. So feel free to this is a Dave Schmittou therapy session right now, and everybody else can just be a little passive observer and steal some things. This idea of buzzwords, I want to go there real quick because you hit it on the head. I think educators are probably more guilty of this than anybody else, where things become buzzwords. And what we do with buzzwords is we start taking the fast food approach to it. We start thinking, okay, I don't need to dive into this. I've heard it before. Let me just get to the nitty gritty, the short and sweet of it, and we'll just move on. And we don't take the time to really dissect it and learn about it. And that's my fear when things become a buzzword, is that we just gloss over it and we think, been there, done that, heard that. And that's my fear. Self-care is going to become one of those. SEL is becoming one of those. And we're just going to think, it doesn't matter. We've heard this. Yeah, everybody's got trauma. Let's move on. But the reality is, this is important stuff. And I love that you were giving us some very strategic steps. This idea of calendarizing literally everything, putting on your calendar your workouts, putting on your calendar the time that you need to just go for a walk, to breathe, to do things for you, and then only being able to move it one time. I love that. I love that because I'm a person, I do throw those things on my calendar, but if people try to schedule meetings for things that are at those times, I defer. And I look at those things and say, that's not important. That meeting is more important, or that work I have to do is more important. And then my things just get kicked down the road. So this idea of saying no is something that I think all educators struggle with. Being able to tell somebody else, no, I can't do that. No, not now. No, that's not within my values or my priorities. I'm curious from either one of you, tips or strategies on how to say no effectively. Is it just as simple as just be willing to try it and say it and do it from time to time? Because saying no is hard for educators, especially educators that on July 14th in the middle of summer that are watching something like this, that are listening to something like this, that are people that are constantly trying to improve and constantly trying to do better and be better. We have a hard time saying no. So how do we do it?
Josh, you okay if I jump in? Okay. Okay, thanks. So one thing I want to go back to what you said, though. One of the things I ask people all the time is, I'm going to go back to what you said about, do they know it? Right? We already know this. We've heard this. That's not the question. The question is, are you doing it? Right? It's not whether you know it. And I say the same thing with, when people say, well, we differentiate, right? Or we know about differentiation. We don't need to hear about it. Or we know about SEL. We don't need to hear about it. Or whatever the question is about the topic in education, that's not the question. The question is, are you doing it? Or have you mastered it? Are you continuing to make it better? And so, that's the one thing I wanted to go back to. And then now, of course, I'm going to forget the question. What was the question, Dave?
The question about no. How do we say no?
No. Yes. So I think it's actually easy. Don't say the word no. What is easy is, I appreciate you thinking of me, but it's not a good time. Or I appreciate you thinking of me. Thank you so much. I think somebody else might be a better fit. So it's not necessarily, honor the person because they thought of you. That means they value what you can do and what you bring to the table. But you don't have to say literally the word no. What you can say is, I appreciate that. It's just not a good time. or whatever you want to follow it up with. I appreciate it, or thank you. I would just start with that phrase, because now it's not such like we're telling them like, no, because I think a lot of times internally we see that as a rejection of someone, like I'm rejecting you. And that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is, for me right now, it's not the right thing. It's not the right time, whatever it is.
I love that. And as a father of 4 kids, I've made the statement before that I want all of my kids to grow up learning not to accept no as an answer, learning how to say no more effectively. But I don't want them to learn that right now as a kid. Right now, I want them to listen to me and do everything I say when I say. But what I just heard you basically say is people need help. They need training on how to say no. And I think if you are a classroom teacher and you're not in a quote unquote leadership role, I want you to hear this as well. I think it is your responsibility to teach kids how to say no as well. Because LaVonna, you brought up the point that oftentimes we burn out our most effective teachers. We burn out those people that are driven and doing all the things by asking them to do all the things. But teachers, I'm going to challenge you. We do the same thing to kids in our classrooms. We find those kids that will do all the things, and we make them do all the things to help us and support. And we drive that passion right out of them as well. And we turn them into good students as opposed to good learners. We kick the passion out of them by just having them say yes to everything. Teaching kids at an early age how to say no effectively, I think is so important, so that when people are in their mid 40s, we're not having these conversations where I'm asking, how do you say no to things? Because I never learned that. I always thought saying no was rude. I thought saying no was me telling them that I don't value them, or it's not important, or I'm being selfish. This is an important lesson for everybody to hear. I love it. So Josh, you've got all the kids. I mean, literally all the kids.
Just all of them.
I'm curious, as you're hearing this and thinking through the parenting lens, and so I'm going to take educator out of this, and the parenting side, how do you find time for yourself, man? Like you do all the things professionally, but personally, you are going 1,000 different directions as well. How do you do things for you?
Well, I want to go back to what you talked about with self-care and social emotional learning being a buzzword. And I'm going to steal something from Jennifer Apple. She said that in school, social emotional learning isn't one more thing on the plate. It is the plate. And I would say the same thing for emotional regulation and self-care for teachers and educators. Because if that's not grounded as a human being and that plate breaks, it doesn't matter what's on top of it. It's all going downhill, right? It's all hitting the floor. So for myself, I'm extremely intentional, similar to what LaVonna was talking about, my schedule and routines. I'm a person of routines. If I fall out of that, I know my day is probably not going to go as well as planned, because there's certain things I need to make sure that I do, right? I need to have exercise in my life. I move. I mean, obviously, you know how many things I have my hands in, and that's intentional because I need to be busy. I need to be moving, and I need for my mind and for my spirit and for my passion. So that's something that's important for me. I need to create. You know, that's something that's therapeutic for me. It gives me great joy and pride in everything I do that I create. So I try and do some form of art. I used to be an art teacher, and that's very intentional. It's because it's something that I enjoy and I love. Time with my family. I have to have time with my family. If I'm away at a conference, I'm calling and I'm FaceTiming because I have to have that within myself. I need to have that for my own emotions and well-being. And of course, I'm trying to make sure that I have that connected relationship. Time with my wife, just myself and her, where in that day, and honestly, from 10 to 10:30, most days, that's the time that we spend together because our lives are so busy. So that's important to me. And that's something that we've created within that routine. So I would love to say that I have immense amount of time, but I don't. But it is very strategic. It is very intentional. And it's something that I try and create a habit of every single day to make sure that I'm in my best emotional state.
I love that so much. And again, it's going to circle back to the buzzword thing in the self-care. I think what has happened with a lot of people is they've heard those words and they've heard snippets, they've heard sound bites, and they've heard it's important for everybody to slow down. It's important for everybody to go for long walks on the beach. It's important for everybody to just close their computer from time to time and shut it down. And Joshua, I know you and I have had this talk before. Jeff Gargas and I have had this talk before. LaVonna, I can imagine you're going to be in this camp a little bit as well, that sometimes work is therapeutic. Sometimes you have to be out there doing and staying busy and helping and supporting and leading and growing to feel like you're satisfied, to make yourself smile. It's not a one size fits all self-care playbook that we all have to follow. We have to figure out our own passions, our own skills, and what drives us. And if somebody coming to you and saying you have to slow down, you have to take time to shut it all down, triggers you and makes you feel anxious and makes you well up with anxiety, maybe that's not your approach. I don't want you to hear that what works for Joshua or works for LaVonna or works for me is what's going to be working for you. What you have to recognize is what works for you and make that something sacred in your life. LaVonna, do you relate to that at all? As a woman who's on vacation in Colorado, woke up early to hang out and talk to us. Do you relate to this at all, that this need to be on doing things as a form of self-care at times?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, absolutely. It's funny because I weighed that, I am on vacation, and I haven't been on vacation for a very long time, but this is what I tend to do. But I'm gonna go back to what you said, Dave. This also fills me. What I have learned to do, though, is draw that line, so there were a few things that were asked of me this week and I said no. Of course, in a way that I say, is it possible that we could do it a different week? I am on vacation next week and I am trying to do my own boundaries and follow what I say. It's always a work in progress. So it's funny when people hear, they're like, oh my goodness, so you have everything like all perfectly laid out, your self-care. No, I'm human too, right? I do things that I go, oh, LaVonna, are you listening to yourself and what you say? My goal is to always get better and better at it. So yes, I am on vacation. What I did know is that my husband would be sleeping right now. So it'd be okay if I did do this time slot. And I tend to get up earlier anyway, so it's totally fine for me. But going back to what you said, it's, that flow that we hear about. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi talked about the flow. And for me, because what I do is such a passion, like seeing a difference with others, making an impact, like I thrive on that to a fault as well. But learning to pull back. And that's one of the things I will say is that I feel like I did so much better through COVID, was recognizing the things that I really wanted to do better and be better at for me, and my family, of course, and others, but really, really putting to heart, like, what is it that I need so that I can be at my best for others? And that was a huge, huge aha for me during COVID. It's one of the things that, I'm not gonna say again that it was a great thing by any means, but it's one of the things I'm grateful for that came from it.
Okay, so I'm going to geek out a little bit. You just gave me the chills because I know that you know this research because you said his name correctly, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. So time to geek out, everybody. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi is the person that I built my entire dissertation around because he wrote this stuff about flow. So if you're not a geek like me, just hit mute for about 30 seconds, okay? So this idea of flow, Malcolm Gladwell made it popular when he started talking about the 10,000 hours of practice anybody needs to get good at anything. But this idea of flow is that state where you're just going with it. This is where you feel like the world is slowing down and you're hitting your rhythm because it's what you're good at. And I think this state of flow is what everybody seeks at times. For those people that want a tangible relation to flow, it's that when you're driving home and you look back and think, how did I get here? It's just automatic. I just kind of stumbled across my path home. That's that state of flow. You've done it so much. It's just part of your rhythm and your routine. Flow is something that we all seek, and it's something that we all need to get better and to become masters of. And what we have to figure out is where is our flow? Where's that thing that we just, the world stops around us? And for you, it might be a long walk on the beach. It might be watching a Tampa Bay Lightning hockey game. By the way, how does somebody that live in Central Florida also get a Super Bowl championship and a Stanley Cup? It's just not fair, LaVonna.
It's not fair.
You do know we're now called Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
right. With Tampa Bay.
So this is triggering for me, a guy that roots for Detroit sports teams. Like, I got nothing here. It's just not fair. This is that FOMO on a very real level. But so flow, I think everybody has to identify that thing that drives them, that they want to be passionate about. And if it's constantly learning, becoming a better teacher, a better leader, a better parent, a better husband, a better wife, whatever it is, find it and go all in on it. And whatever it is, don't feel guilty about chasing it. Don't feel guilty about pursuing it. If it's running, if it's knitting, if it's reading, if it's writing, find it, pursue it and allow that to be an avenue for self-care. So I had to geek out a little bit on Mihai Csikszentmihalyi because you nailed it, Lavana. Now, can you write his name in the comments for everybody else that wants? No, I'm just kidding. That's not happening.
If you let me Google the spelling first.
Well,
I
Dave,
used to be able to spell it. I can't anymore. Yeah.
Dave, you touched on something too. I want to say that, those things can change over time too.
Ooh,
right?
yeah.
So, your goals and your dreams, it's okay to change and pivot within your journey. So I don't want people to feel guilty if they didn't land on something that they intended to at one point when those things, because we all grow, we all change. Our experiences obviously are driving us. So I want to make sure that, there's not too much guilt. I also wanted to comment on something that someone said earlier about they feel like they're failing their family. I think we all feel that way. I've felt that plenty of times throughout, my journey as a leader. Being a teacher, a coach, and in a master's program at the same time, for that 2-year span, I barely saw my family, and there was immense guilt during that span there of, is this important? Is this the direction I want to go? What is the effect long-term with my relationship with my kids and their development, the relationship with my wife, so I think that's good that you're reflecting on that and you're finding that as a priority. And then of course, what are you going to do in the future to make sure that, everything on your plate is getting the attention that it needs. So for whoever put that in there, I think it was a Facebook user, but whoever said that, I think all of us can identify with feeling like a failure in all aspects of our life at some point.
That's a great reminder for everybody that, as you go back to school, and for some people watching this and listening to this, they might be going back face to face for the first time. There might be some teachers that are entering their second year who last year did all the hybrid and virtual learning. Next year is going to be a messy year. And I think it's important to understand it and embrace it. Don't necessarily accept it, try to make it the best year possible, but you have to know that. And so we talked about scheduling intentional times for you and to find those flow moments or those passion projects or those self-care moments. I love the strategy of putting on your calendar and moving it only once if you have to. What are some other things that educators that are entering next year feeling like they're going to fail can do to move beyond that fear of failure, to find success either for themselves or for their kids? What are some of those pivot moments, some things that they can do differently?
I'm going to say embrace it. Like, understand that. That's what, first of all, you're human. Humans make mistakes. So understanding that when you make a mistake, it's not necessarily a failure. And we see a lot of posts about this. We see a lot of literature coming out about this. But again, are you owning it? Are you not just saying, Are you learning it and living it? And so I think that can be a big pivot, is embracing that and saying, what is it that I learned from this? In other words, what was a lesson, benefit, or takeaway? And then I would take it one step further. What is that superpower or strength that you gained from it? Because there's a reason that it went the way it went. But are you taking a moment to go, okay, what did I learn from this? A lesson, benefit, or takeaway. And then again, one step further, what was that superpower or strength that you gained from it? And that's the beauty of quote unquote failure. We have a stigma in society that we need to get rid of. It's not failure. I mean, look at Post-it notes. That was considered, that glue was supposed to be the strongest super glue in the world. And they sell they're in the billions of dollars in sales now from what was a failure, a mistake. They found a new use for it. And I think when we have that mentality, that's a different approach. And then I'll also jump to the N and shine. It's navigate. But we do sign because I was a teacher for the deaf, so I learned to sign. And so when we do navigate, we actually do sign it this way. So if this is the path, right? Your goal, your story, your journey, what you want. We don't tend to go from here to here. So the way we sign it is this, right? So here's your mission. You know where you want to be. But to get there, you may go off track and oops, that was a mistake, and come back on. Okay, here I am. Oh, wait, hold on. There's another quote unquote failure. I'm back on. But if we learn to have that kind of a mindset, that is what's going to happen. It's okay. Right? What is it that we're going to learn from it, and how does it make us better?
Oh, that's so good. It goes beyond simply telling everybody fails. Failure's okay. Failure's okay if you learn from it, if you reflect on it. Simply failing and overcoming is different than being a failure. So embrace the fact that there will be those failing moments, but learn from it, reflect from it, grow from it, embrace that it could lead to change. It's an analogy that I've used 1,000 times is when a kid learns to ride their bike and they fall down, they don't just lay on the ground and say, I'm never going to be a bike rider ever again. They have a mom, a dad, or somebody that picks them up and says, get back on. What are you going to do differently? You're not going to turn the handlebars extremely fast anymore, are you? You're not going to aim for that mailbox anymore, are you? You're going to shift and adjust. Understand that things are going to get bumpy, but then figure out what to do next. Josh, I see you nodding your head like, oh, you got more to add. Go for it.
Well, I was just thinking as far as the leader perspective, and, we see a lot of posts like LaVonna said on social media about failure, but, is your school producing a culture of trying and failing, and then, moving past that in the sense of like, how can we grow in that? And I feel like too often in the educational setting, that's not the case for our students or for our teachers, that failure is such this, we can never overcome it, and it defines you, instead of, that's actually one of the most powerful ways to learn is to fail. If I'm excellent at everything and I have no adversity in my life, like what is truly being learned in that situation, right? We're just going to move on to the next thing and not really reflect on that. And so, I think over this last year, there was a lot of failure that occurred, and to no fault of our teachers and to our educators, it just occurred based on the situation, in personal life and in the educational field. So, what did we learn? Like LaVonna was talking about, like we need to reflect on that, but we also need not only to own it, but to accept it. Like as a leadership group, like how are we helping our staff learn through that experience and not only reflect, but then, overcome that to be successful. And failure shouldn't just be something that defines you and has a label on someone. It needs to be something that's understood as part of the educational journey.
Joshua, it's not fair that you went there with only 2 minutes to go in this segment, because I want to start talking grading and redos and retakes, and that is not even cool, dude. Not cool.
I'm with you, man. That's where I was going with.
But I think that is something that we all need to reflect on. In your class, simple things like, does an assignment label a kid, or does it afford an opportunity for feedback and reflection and more opportunities for growth? If a task that you give a kid is simply to give them a label or a grade without the opportunity for reflection and growth, the question is it really the most effective? I feel like you're also throwing a softball up for the next guest that's coming on, Michael Matera, who talks about gaming and the fact that our students, our kids, love gaming in all facets, whether we're talking board games, whether we're talking game shows, whether we're talking video games. Kids understand that failure is going to happen, that they're not going to master the game the first time. But they're also masters in understanding that they get multiple lives, and they can come back and they can redo things and they can fix things, and they will persist. They will grow. There are kids that find that flow moment by playing Fortnite and Among Us, or back in my day, it was Contra. I would stay on and play Contra until my mom was waking up to go to work the next day, because I was so in the zone and so focused on, I'm going to defeat this, I'm going to win. I was learning in the micro moments the things I needed to do differently. And we need to embrace that in our lives as professionals, because our kids already know it. This is one of those opportunities where we can learn from our kids a lot more than they can learn from us. So
you're in the flow, Dave, on Contra.
Yeah, absolutely. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select, start, get those 30 lives and keep on going. LaVonna, you know what I'm talking about, right? You live. Yeah, we got this. Okay, fair enough. At this time, though, I'm looking at the clock and I see that people are already popping in the green room behind us, which means I guess we have to take this conversation offline. LaVonna, if I didn't know you were on vacation, I'd be calling you right now saying, I've got 1,000 more questions. Joshua, you're at home, so be ready. Your phone will be ringing real soon, because I've got so much more I want to learn from both of you. And I know other people do as well. So I'm going to challenge people, if they are not already connected with the two of you, connect. They are amazing supports that will grow you. They will inspire you. They will push you, and your life will be forever changed. I promise you, my life is changed because of these two people. So LaVonna, Joshua, thank you for being you. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to grow all of us. The rest of you, again, if you didn't register for the giveaway yet, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Get yourself in the running for those 2 awesome books. Stick around. Lots of amazing guests are coming, especially in the next hour. We got Michael Matera and Ray Hedort. So stick around. LaVonna, Joshua, thank you for being you. You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michael Matera, holy cow. How are you?
Doing well. How you doing, Ray?
I just feel like it's been ages. I was so excited that we were going live together.
I'm excited to be here. This is
Yes,
fun.
thank you for joining. Hey everyone. I got to be live a little bit ago with Jeff, got to kick off this 12-hour segment. And then we've had some incredible experiences so far, and we're only a few hours in. Now I get to hang out with Michael Matera. I am so excited to talk to you for the next half an hour about actually a ton of stuff. I feel like we couldn't even create a title for this segment because I have so many things. But in case people haven't connected with you yet, we kind of previewed earlier that we've been connected for a long time. We've spent time together. We've had so many laughs at conferences together. But I don't know that everybody in the Teach Better family knows all that you do. And I'm really excited to hopefully be connecting you to a lot of new people. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you. It's so nice to be here. I am excited to chat with you all. So for those of you that don't know all that I do, big into engagement. And I wrote a book, Explore Like a Pirate, all about sort of designing your class like a game and some of your instruction like a game. Then from there, I did a podcast, Well Played. That's still going on every Tuesday that drops. And then I have an XP Lab chat, which is about the book. Then I do Hive Summit, which is coming up. It's a free online conference coming up August 1st. So sign up at hivesummit.org. And then this past year, John Meehan and I decided to sort of put our energies together and just blow up this engagement sort of topic. And we wrote a book called Fully Engaged. That drops August 1st. And we made a website called emc2learning.com, which has like hundreds of like just kick butt, awesome instruction that you can use in your classroom.
I feel like you're not doing enough. Like, I
know,
feel like
right?
yeah, you seem like you have too much time on your hands. Like, do you have any hobbies?
Well, I will say I sort of gave up working out to do all that. So,
Oh, well, from what
that's
we
a
just
downside.
heard in our trauma informed segment, apparently, that may not be a good choice. I heard that
It's not a good
self-care is
choice.
an important element.
not a good choice. I need to balance that.
Michael, one thing that I really have appreciated about getting to know you, about consuming your content, not only the books, but the website, Hive Summit is an incredible free conference. I can't believe that it's free. I don't really quite understand how you pull that off. I think it's amazing that so many educators can come together for that event that you've done numerous times. But in addition to that, one element that I just love is that this is really something that you're passionate about, not because you think it's important. I mean, you do think it's important, but you are so knowledgeable on this topic. It's so clear that you want to find the purpose, the relevancy, the importance of bringing this into the classroom. And really the easiest way to say that is like, it's really not fluff. I joke about fluff all the time. You put so much thought into the experiences that you then support teachers in creating. I have so much respect for your approach to this topic.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you saying that. So John and I talk all the time that, we got to get over this idea of like Fun Friday. Like if you design your instruction correctly, it can be highly engaging, highly motivating, super intentional, super purposeful, and playful, right? We don't have to relegate it to just like we're watching a movie on Friday, which is kind of like a throwaway day. We can actually have sort of fun and instruction that really moves the needle on students on a daily basis.
Well, and if you don't mind, I would love to dive into more of that. There's a big movement going on. I think it's been going on for a while, but really hot right now, where you have these really big crazy activities that you do on a Monday. And then because you put so much time into that one event and you put so much focus on the creative, the color, the engagement element, then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday kind of lack. And your focus really is in ensuring that every learning experience has that type of support. Can you give me a little bit more of the background on why you feel that's important and how you feel like that's actually sustainable for a teacher? Because to be honest, hearing it first at the very beginning, I was like, yeah, but who has time for that?
So yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. One, I want to tell everybody, like, it is a journey. Like, I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Like, my goal is to make every time I'm in front of those students an impactful, meaningful moment with those kids. But on the other hand, I mean, I am human. Not every lesson goes perfect, right? You know, like sometimes you have a situation in which your lesson plan's lacking or whatever. But if you think about the fact that we're going to be educators for a long time, like, I just think about it making deposits in this like pedagogical bank, right? And as I do more and more deposits, you know, next year it's like, oh yeah, this is that great activity. I loved this activity, and so do the kids. Maybe you make some tweaks to that activity, but you go from having, you know, Dave Burgess talks about ticket lessons, you know, stuff that people would pay to like do in your class. And, you know, you start by trying to build 2-3 ticket lessons in that year. But then, you know, next year you have those 3. And if you challenge yourself to do 3-4, you know, now all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. And you get the idea, you all of a sudden, you know, a few years out, have 25-30 ticket lessons. That's more than one a week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to focus on the strategies for our segment, because I knew that we could talk shop about the idea of gaming, the idea of bringing engagement into your classroom on a consistent basis. We could dive into for the next half an hour, and I'm sure much longer, even the reason that's so important, the impact that makes. But I do want to make sure that even with the people here with us now, or even if they're watching this after the replay, that they actually have something that they can take away and say, I can take this into my classroom and slowly begin this process. I think your emphasis on it being a journey is so important. So how did you get started with this? I mean, if it really just takes one moment to get started in, what was yours?
So for mine, I started with a 1 unit, and I just decided I was going to sort of gamify my Grease unit. And I will say this too, for those of you that are like new to the topic of gamification or game design, we're not necessarily talking about playing a video game. None of this has to be tech. And then the other thing I want to sort of just qualify is that sometimes people think gamification is playing a game. So it might be like, oh, sorry, you're using like Monopoly in your class or something. It's not. It's what's motivational about those. It's really scientific. We're teasing out what is it that moves us, that inspires us, that makes us feel like we have agency over ourselves in a game. Well, can we tease those elements out and apply them to our course design? And when we start to do that, it's actually a really perfect fusion between what you know as an educator. You know your content, right? But maybe some of the things we didn't necessarily get in our teacher programs was how best to lay that out in terms of engagement. We were told how to like lay it out, you know, scope and sequence wise. You know, I'm a history teacher. They talked all about like the story arc of civilization, blah, blah, blah. I got that down pat. But like, they didn't necessarily tell me how to lay it out so that kids would want to progress through the unit, right? And that's such a missing part, because if you think about it in terms of our adult lives, if that's missing, like that's the thing you walk away from, right? That's the book you don't finish. That's the, you know, theme park you don't go back to, right? Like that sort of rollout and sort of welcoming and that agency is super important. And we can build that into our lessons easier than you think. But it does take a little shift in terms of how you lay something out. It takes a shift in you letting go of some control. I mean, agency means that the child, the student, is going to get to choose, not you. So, you know, you have to have a little more open design in your lessons, but the payback is just through the roof. I mean, this past year in a pandemic, I got to tell you, I moved the needle as well, like on myself as well as my students, right? You know, like I laid things out in a way that they still felt connected. They still felt part of a team. They still felt inspired to try more and do more and explore more, even under the circumstances and conditions. So I think seeing gamification and engagement strategies play out this year, it showed me that, like, oh my gosh, this needs, obviously I'm super biased, but this needs to be the topic, like, across the United States, across the world.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I have two questions in my head, and I don't know which one you want to start with. But one would be, what's your first step? What's your secret sauce? What's your approach when you know that this is what you want to work on? Where do you get started in that planning? And then the second question I want to ask you, which you might want to address first, is then what does it look like? Can you take me through that experience, whether it be this year in your classroom? I know it was a crazy year, or even last year, but a student walks in your room, let's say on a Wednesday morning, right? Happy Wednesday. What is the type of experience that they're getting? What does it feel like? What does it look like? What are their to-dos? So I don't know which one you prefer to start with, but I really want to set the scene for people who are interested in learning.
I like it. So one, I want to just tell everyone that's listening, or, now or later, that get it out of your head, like, that this is big. Like, stop thinking that, because it's more like a dial that you can turn up. Like, and if you click it up to like 1, that's not hard. And you're going to say, like, that's crazy. It's not going to be that impactful. So to answer part of Ray's question is, truly, some of it is just an intentionality with language. So I always tell teachers to start with, like, theme, team, and task. Those are my, like, 3 steps if I was to boil it down really quickly. So theme, choose something like, are you guys on an adventure, And okay, so, like, maybe the Earth has, like, gone haywire and we're on a spaceship trying to find a new place. That's your theme. Cool. Take it. It does not have to relate to your subject. Like, I teach world history. That would have nothing to do with world history, but I could choose that. But even right there, I can already feel you through the internet. I can feel you guys saying, "Ooh, this seems big." You don't even really have to do that. You can set a stage for, like, a one-day activity. So, for example, a lot of our activities on EMC2, when you come and you, like, download this and the students come in, it'll give you, like, a little flavor text for the day. Like, hey guys, we're adventurers doing this, and it's just for that one-day task. And I gotta tell you, that intentionality of language, that escape into theme, is really powerful. I mean, like, the research shows it. There was a study of math students who were all taking in this district the same math test. It was a 5th grade math test, and they had one group just take the test, another group, before taking the test, just visualize that they are superheroes. They scored better than the standard group. And then the third group, they actually let dress up as superheroes, and they scored even better. So this power of imagination is kind of unbelievable. So even just a little flavor text of, this is what we're doing today. We're ad agencies selling ad space. And really, at the end of the day, they end up writing and researching for you. But they have that flavor of, like, oh, our team's an ad agency. It changes everything. So again, don't think that it's super big and it's like, you can't do it. Yes, you can click this dial all the way up to 10, and then it starts to be like stuff I don't even do. I mean, there's people that gamify and have, like, room transformations and all this other stuff. I don't do that. Like, my room looks pretty standard.
It's a good looking room. I've seen it. It's a great looking room.
But it's pretty standard classroom. Got a couple posters or whatever, and some bulletin boards, and that's it. But I do other things, right? So, like, yes, I've taken the time to make a bunch of items that the kids can trade and power ups and do things, which may sound to you new gamifiers like, oh, that seems crazy and big. But again, remember, rein it in. You could start with that one-day activity and then go from there and start to, like, learn yourself how to build this stuff. And then you're like, well, I kind of want to add. I want to add that next thing, and I want to do that next thing. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you do have, like, a month-long game or maybe a whole year-long game.
Well, you gave us 3 T's. Can you give us those again? 3 T's?
Yeah. Theme. So, like I said, choose something. You're an ad agency, you're in space, whatever. Team. That's a huge game component. So you want them to feel part of something. So that could be your groups, or, like, I teach middle school. So each of my periods is like a team. So mine's highly collaborative, like, because everyone in this period is actually working together to kind of win. And then the last one is task. And that is what we're great at as teachers. Like, whatever you're doing in your regular flow, whatever your district scope and sequence is, you guys can still fit that into the gamified model because now you're just going to snap that in to your sort of theme in your teams, and you're just going to add the tasks that you're already good with. Maybe it has some game functions, but other than that.
No, and that's what I appreciate about you, Michael. That's why I was so excited to be with you on 12 Hour Live, because while I know you believe in this process and you've done so much work, year after year, not only in your own classroom, but supporting other educators, being able to actually have a strategy that people can take on at whatever level they want to slowly implement is how we create change, right? I think there's so many educators out there seeing these big, big, big ideas that they try and eat the whole elephant, right, all at once. And really it's the bite by bite that allows us to be more successful. Well, so between the 3 T's, and I loved your breakdown of kind of like the dial, right? Take it slow, however you're looking to do it. Your 3 connections between taking the test, envisioning you're a superhero, or dressing up like a superhero. Those really model like 3 different approaches, 3 different levels you could be on. How cool is that?
The reality is, I like to think of that everyone's listening here. You're not like, sometimes people come and they think for whatever PD, not just gamification and engagement, but sometimes people think it's like the dials on a lock, right? And it's not like you are completely away from unlocking this thing. I think many of you are literally like 1 digit away, and maybe a conversation like today gets that last click of the lock and unlocks it, right? It's just, you're not super far away. Maybe it's a song that'll do it. Maybe it's a movie that'll do it. Maybe it's PD that'll do it. Maybe it's a book that'll do it. Maybe it's just a walk and, and like you're thinking about it, and that 1 click unlocks it. So hang in there with any PD that you find valuable, because you by and large, the base layer of education is there and you understand it. Like I'm telling you, with gamification, I do plenty of things that are the same as you, but it's this 1 little step over that I think just pulls it all together, that has a high level of intentionality. But many of you, like I said, already have 4 of the locks dialed in, and it's just that last click you're looking for.
Oh, it's so cool. I know that we've been talking about all morning so far that we're doing giveaways a little bit different. I know so many of you have already gone to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, and you've already entered to hopefully win a number of different things. We actually have a giveaway we're going to do, Michael. So we're going to do that really quick right now as people are thinking through all the questions that they might have for you or the strategies you've suggested so far. I know we both know Dennis Sheeran. He's a part of the Teach Better Team Speakers Network. He's an incredible educator, and he's somebody that I would always suggest a math teacher to go connect with. I mean, Michael, you do so much work, and I think that there's so many educators that can connect with you regardless of the grade level. I'd actually really like to dive into that and just here in a moment. Dennis Sheeran is an incredible math educator who does a ton of coaching. He has a book called Hacking Mathematics, 10 Problems That Need Solving. And so he has signed a copy, and we are going to take the first to comment for this. And the answer that I'm looking for you to share is those 3 T's. What are the 3 T's that Michael suggested that you focus on for your engagement? First to comment with those 3 T's, we'll get a winner and announce that. Michael, I know that you work in middle school, which I think is why you and I are so I just love that age, right? Like,
it's perfect.
Smelly, sarcastic, funny. It's just so stinking fun. Tell me about why you like that age group. And then I'd love to hear more about how the work you do connects K-12, because I know that it's not just middle school social studies teachers that are connecting with you. There's a lot.
Yeah. So I love middle school. It is a wondrous age because they are like, I don't know, they have the desire to be independent of, say, like a college freshman, but like they're still somewhat this innocent kid, and they're like between those two. And I just love how you can tap into that sort of inspiration and desire to be better. So I, in my class, for example, always begin class, my bell ringer is quote of the day. So I put a quote up, they sort of journal about it, what it means to them. So they come in, they see the quote, they write it down, and then we have a little discussion about it, what it means. And they're all sort of aimed at sort of becoming that better version of themselves. And it's so cool to see the kids. I mean, they want it. They believe it. They believe they're going to be better. And like, I love that lack of jaded sense of self. At the same time, they're super jaded about everything else around them. Like, that's the conundrum of middle school. But I absolutely love that. And as a person who's developing PD for others, like through EMC2 Learning, it is a great space to be because, as we were talking about that dial, design-wise, I think it's easy to make sure I can hit like elementary pedagogy, but also easily like snap up to high school. So I have educators from all grade levels, from kindergarten to I've even helped gamify college courses. So
I'm sure.
you know, PK to PhD. How's that?
Oh, I've never heard that. PK to PhD. I like that. So cool. No, and that's it. That's what I think I've loved. Obviously, like talking shop with you, but both books and with the Hive Summit and with the website, like you really are offering support for all educators. And I just think, how incredible is it for not only us to choose to be better in this field, right? What an incredible mindset to carry. Something we hope that all the Teach Better family carries the mindset of a little bit better today than you were yesterday and a little bit better tomorrow than you were today. But Michael, you truly like give it all away. And I love that mentality that you do the work that you do because you want people to continue to grow and be better. And, you know, I love being able to connect educators that are doing good work. And holy cow, is there just a ton of consumable and usable resources that you can continue to share. Is it silly to ask you like which book is your favorite? Is that like picking a favorite child?
It is a little bit. I love them both.
Right?
I love them both. I am rather excited about the new one. But when I wrote the first one, Explore Like a Pirate, the thing that my publisher kept sort of pointing out to me is like, you want it to be evergreen. So in my book, I really tried to write it in a way that as long as we are still teaching kids, I mean, as long as you have a hand in the class, whether it's digital and or in person, the mechanics that are laid out in that first book, I really do believe will be timeless, because it's a good gamification is about understanding human sort of emotions and desires. And as we know the like whole child movement, as we understand the power of SEL, gamification encompasses all those, because like you're not designing in a vacuum. You are literally, I often say in my presentations that it is far better to design for someone as opposed to something. And I think a lot of educators that are new, you guys tend to like worry about the scope and sequence so much. You worry about the district curriculum and district policies. And I get that. I totally get that. But that is such a hard thing to eke out passion for, right? Because you're designing for something. That's like a machine. But if you can take your class and look at your class and think about designing for someone, all of a sudden the ideas flow, the inspiration's there, the passion's there, the enthusiasm's there from you, which means the enthusiasm's there for your kids.
And what's the release date on the new book?
Supposedly August 1st, but there's always like this question mark whether,
right.
You know, like
but
everything's in. Everything's in. It's just up to Amazon, like when.
I know the process. I know the process well. So, but for you, you're thinking like, okay, guys, you need to set an alarm for the last few days of July, the beginning few days of August, because the party's happening is what I'm hearing.
That's right. Party's definitely happening. For those of you that are definitely checking out EMC2, I will tell you this, Hive Summit and Hive Summit's August 1st. Our book drops August 1st. So we're going to have a bit of a sale on that. So if you are looking at EMC2, it is a wonderful platform filled with all sorts of engaging activities that you can use in your classroom. But I would wait. I mean, like I'm literally telling you, see, like teacher to teacher, like every dollar counts. So I'm just telling you, like, just wait. August 1st, pick it up, and it'll transform your school year.
But I love that stuff. I feel like constantly we're like, ooh, this new thing's out, but don't buy it all. There's a code out there somewhere.
Yeah, there is. Like I'm telling you, August 1st. But you could get on our mailing list, because then you'll be the first to know.
Oh, tell us how to get on the mailing list. I want to make sure they do that.
So if you go to emc2.com or emc2learning.com,
Cool.
And then there's sort of two levels. There's engagement engineer, and then there's Tinker Teacher. That's free to sign up, and you'll be on our mailing list, and we send you activities, but we'll definitely send you that promo code.
I love it. So don't do it yet. Get the promo code and then go consume all that you can, go interact with all that you can. I love it. I do want to give a shout out to Carrie Taft Boletto. We are so excited for you over on Facebook that you won the book by the one and only Dennis Sheeran, who is doing incredible things. Specifically, his book that you just won for Hacking Mathematics is so good. Definitely something I recommend, and really excited for you to get that. Carrie, please make sure you go email Katie at teachbetter.com to go claim your prize. I want to make sure you get that. Michael, I know that we are already out of time. We have just a few more minutes left.
That's crazy.
I know, isn't that crazy that it goes that quickly? But I do want to make sure that they not only know how to connect with you, but I would love to challenge you to share one more tip or strategy, kind of like your best piece of advice for an educator that was here for this half an hour, connected with you and said, oh my gosh, he inspired me. I feel like this is a goal that I can work towards. Any final words for them to take away?
So one of my favorite little things to do that anybody could build in, just to get a taste, just to get a flavor. And I'm telling you, you're going to be addicted once you get this little flavor. This is like a pedagogical amuse-bouche, if you know what that is.
Ooh, love it.
All right. So when you start school and you're back in class and you got kids, maybe you're doing some beginning of the year like activity, they're working in groups or something, I don't know. And up on your board, instead of putting a timer, or instead of saying you have 10 minutes to do this, I like to go to YouTube. And if you sort of search for time-lapse photography sunsets, they'll come up like hundreds of them. And you find one that's your length that you need. There's a 7-minute one, a 10-minute one. There's all sorts of them. And you put that up and you have that queued up so kids don't see the play bar. If it's already queued up, they won't see the play bar. And you just hit the play button. And then you say, you guys have till sundown to finish this. Now, this is like an interesting mechanic because they don't know, teaching middle schoolers tend to sort of throw away the first portion, maybe a quarter of the time. They're like, we got this, so we can goof around for a quarter of the time. Well, now they don't know. So they're just like, oh, how fast is that sun? I don't know. I gotta get going. I gotta get to work right now. And it's just a fun little playful mechanic.
I am such a fan. That's the little snippets, right? Guys, I love that we do 12-hour. I love talking about theory and engagement and inspiration. But Matera, that's good stuff right there. I'm such a fan.
It is fun stuff, and more on the website in terms of things you can take and use right away, from daily things to larger unit things. There's so much there. It's fun. It's the most fun I've ever had teaching, and I want to invite you all on the journey. So check out emc2learning.com.
You know that everyone's on YouTube right now Googling timer sunset.
Yeah, it's getting slammed. Google's slowing down right now from all the Teach Better teachers.
Because they're all sunset thing for timer Matera, something. I love it. Hey, really quick, I know that your Twitter handle is on there. Is that the best place for people to connect with you?
Yeah, definitely connect there. Like I said, I love to connect with educators for sure.
Love it. And congrats on the book. I am such a fan of you, such a fan of John. I just think that you guys are going to kill it. I can't wait for this book to drop. And obviously the team will be sharing out all those details to help celebrate you guys and the incredible work that you continue to do. Coming up next is a really, really fun crew that I know a lot of you are going to stick around for. We have Chad Ostrowski, Holly Stewart, and Amanda from the Teach Better team joining us. They're going to be talking through learning gaps, which I cannot wait, because this was a very, very controversial segment that we put into 12-hour. We were like, should we talk about learning gaps? How do we talk about learning gaps? What's the plan? It is sponsored. It's a full hour of strategies just like this to make sure that people continue to think through how they're starting off the year with the right energy, the right tips and tricks, and the right ability to reach our students. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. It was so fun to catch up with you. I'm so glad you're doing well. And I just can't wait for the team to continue to connect with the work that you're doing.
Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure. Everybody, thank you who's made the comments. I loved reading them all. I wish I can't type back on here, but it's great.
I know.
It's great to see you.
Afterward, you'll jump back on and you'll be able to interact with everybody. And I'm hoping that they all went and followed you on Twitter. So fingers crossed. That'll be good.
All right.
All right. See you guys later. Bye, guys.
Bye.
What is up, you guys? Man, this 12-hour live, these transitions like catch me off guard because they're just so quick and there's just so much awesomeness all the time. Amanda, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Holly, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for this hour.
Anytime I get to talk to either of you individually is fantastic, but the fact that I get to do it at the same time, even better. This is absolutely awesome. I do want to thank EduMatch Publishing for sponsoring like this whole amazing hour, because that's just absolutely fantastic. And Ray just kind of alluded to something that I think is important, and that's the title of this session is a little bit controversial, because if you've heard me talk, I don't like to focus on gaps, right? Like, I think there's like this negative connotation to, oh my gosh, these kids are so far behind. So during this hour, we are really going to be focused on Learning Gaps 101, right? Like, what is a gap? How are we addressing gaps? And what are ways we can overcome what we consider gaps, right? So I kind of have a first question that I want to kind of pose to the group for this session, and that is, what does a learning gap mean to you, right? Because I'm hearing this term, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page, and our audience is on the same page of like, what does that mean to you? Does that mean the whole year? Does that mean in a certain area? What does that mean for you as an educator? We'll start with Amanda. That way it doesn't get confusing.
I think for me, a learning gap is the difference between where a student is and where the world says they should be. Now, I say it that way because every kid is different. Every kid starts at a different place. And we have to realize that the gaps are not going to be the same for every student at any given time. So that's kind of what a learning gap is.
Okay. All right. Holly, what about you?
Well, mine's I guess a little bit different. I think that when I hear learning gap, I'm looking at the students in my classroom, and I'm looking at the range within the students in my classroom. So that can change from core 1 to core 3 to core 4. And, you come in and you say, okay, here's what we're going to be learning in this class. What do you guys know? Who's, at quote grade level, the expectation, like Amanda was saying, and then who is above that and ready for that extra challenge. And those are the, quote gaps that need to be addressed.
I absolutely love both of those definitions, right? Like, Holly, you're really focused on your students' needs inside your classroom. But I also like the concept of Amanda's definition of, hey, a learning gap is where the world thinks a student should be, not necessarily where they are, where they should be, where they actually are, but where the world thinks they should be versus where they actually are. Sorry if I butchered that, Amanda. That was just sort of my general takeaway of both of those definitions. One of the things that I've been preaching across schools and districts as we talk about learning loss due to COVID and just all of these things that have really been just, like, let's be honest, making it really difficult for educators and teachers and schools and districts across the country. One of the things I've been trying to preach is there's this idea of like only focusing on these gaps, right? And sometimes I feel like as educators, we get so worried about the gaps that we stop worrying about the kids themselves. Does that make sense? Like, we get so worried about closing the gap or rushing through the content that we can get so bogged down. So what if we perceived every student as being exactly where they are and that being okay, right? Like, what if we all just said, hey, it's not about you not being in the, as Amanda said, right, this certain point at this certain time that the world says. What if you are where you are? And then we just make it our job, right, to meet them there and then grow them from there. So to me, like, that's sort of my philosophy on learning gaps. They only exist if we perceive and allow them to exist, right? But if we're growing students, we're winning. Like, that's sort of my general philosophy. I think based on my conversations with both you would agree with that. However, using that general definition of a gap existing, let's talk about ways we can address let's talk about this. Let's talk about growing students, okay, as opposed to closing gaps. Let's talk about growing students. So what are some ways you can have those students that are not where the world perceives them to be, right? What are some ways you guys are identifying those needs? Because to me, there are components to this, right? There's identifying where your students are. That's step one. There's addressing the need. That's step two. And then there's continuing the growth afterwards, right? Like there's three phases. So how do you guys identify the need of your students, which is going to be really important for every educator watching come August, right?
Absolutely. I think for me, and this just goes back to relationships. I build relationships with my students first and foremost. Last year, at the beginning of the year, we were told, go slow to go fast. And that was the best piece of advice I received the entire year. And it was because I was given the permission to truly get to know my students and check on them as people first, and then see where those gaps lie. And if you get to know your students, you know what's going to fuel them. You know what's going to work for them. And it may be something totally different than works for Chad or for Holly. You know, you may have to personalize an experience for a specific child in order to help them grow. So I think my first step, the most important step, is getting to know my kids and what they need specifically from me.
I love that. Now you're even working some SEL, relationships, culture in there, all good stuff for sure. Holly, what about you?
So we, at our school, we do the first 2 weeks, our principal pretty much says, don't teach any content. It is just build the relationships, get to know your students really well. And he, very specific, I don't want to come into your classroom and see you starting on science in those first 2 weeks. He really wants it to be, just get to know everybody as a person. And I start off, I use the grid method in my classroom. And the first thing that I do is I use a relationship grid. So it is all about building relationships, and it shows my students how a grid works, but it does it in a very, it's not scary because it doesn't have all the science content in there.
Beautiful.
It's
yes.
Just, here's how I'm going to be teaching this year. But right now I'm going to use it to try and learn about you. And so that's really a great way to do it. And then, like you said, Amanda, is once I get to know my students, then I can figure out, okay, what are the different strategies that are going to work best for, this student over here versus this certain student over there. So
I love it. Absolutely. I actually love both of those things. Like I love the go slow to go fast thing. Like I'm going to steal that at some point. I hope. Let me know which of your administrators I need to quote or give credit to for that, Amanda. But the idea that like going slow is okay if you're achieving the right goals, I think is absolutely huge. And then Holly, the intro grid, we're literally about to start a webinar like this week on intro grids with Ray Hewitt. It's so critical, right? That you can get to know your students, but also be covering like logistical needs of your classroom at the same time, right? So it doesn't have to be this or that, right? Like we can build those relationships so that we can close those gaps. I'm going to keep doing it in quotes. So that we can close those gaps using good instructional practice. I want to go back to the go slow to go fast thing. I think this is a brilliant concept. I think a lot of teachers right now, and I would caution them on having this mindset, are going, oh my gosh, I missed so much last year. They didn't get to cover the last quarter of the content, or they kind of covered stuff during remote learning, but not really. So we're going to have to basically review everything. And I'm hearing some plans that are scaring me as a consultant and as a trainer and a coach to these educators, because they're going, well, we're going to take the first 3 weeks, and instead of, like Holly said, getting to know our kids and building those relationships, we're going to rush through the curriculum. We're going to rush through and review for like 3 straight weeks, and we're going to close those gaps real quick. And my question is always the same, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this. My question is always, hey, so if the problem was you were rushing and not instructing at the depth that you wanted to last year, why is that the solution now, right? Like, why is the solution the cause of the initial problem in the first place? Because the idea of rushing through the curriculum in a remote setting is the same as rushing through the curriculum to review the content so your kids close the gaps. Now we're talking about coverage over mastery, right? We're talking about if we cover all the stuff, we'll close those gaps. And that's when we're going to bring it back to, hey, if we just slow down and stop and go, listen, I'm going to figure out where my learners are. I'm going to get to know them on a human level. I'm going to find out what they need, and I'm going to grow them from that place. We all win. That's literally like the biggest point I can tell any teacher, school, district, administrator, superintendent, you name it, right? If we grow kids, we all win. Period. End of story. And it doesn't matter if you grow a kid in 3rd grade from a 1st grade to a 2nd grade reading level, you still win because you grew that kid, right? It doesn't matter if you grow a kid from a 4th grade understanding of scientific concepts to 6th grade scientific concepts in 7th grade, you still win. You grew that kid, right? And I think we need to stop looking at like these punitive measures of like, you didn't get to this point, so like you failed. Like we're going to just label this on you, like, instead of focusing on growth over gaps, right? And I think that needs to be the mindset we have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, growing. I mean, think about like a plant. Your goal is to eventually get it to where it's blooming and what it's supposed to be. But if you don't take care of it along the way, and you don't water it, and you don't make sure that it's in a good sunlight, and you don't make sure that it has all of this other stuff, it's never going to get there. And if you focus on those little steps of growing a student that way, it's all going to eventually come to where it needs to be. It may not be on your district's timeline or the state's timeline, but it's on the student's timeline. And that's the most important thing. You know, we do what we do for kids.
That's 100%. 100%.
Yeah. And I mean, Chad, you know, we've had conversations about how I really structured my class this past year. It was, I wanted them to focus on growth and where did they start, and look at how far you have come along. Don't worry about everybody else. Look at your growth, and that's amazing, and let's celebrate it. And I really think that that needs to be more of the norm, I guess, in classrooms, rather than focusing on, here's where I wanted you to be, you only got to here. You know, I just focus on those positives, and like you were saying, stop being punitive in our grading practices.
Grading, feedback, cultural practices, I think it goes so much deeper than like just like what goes in the grade book, because like much of what we do, if we say, like, here's the example I like to give. If a student does 10 problems but gets 5 of them wrong, you can do one of two things. You can focus on the 5 they got wrong, or you can focus on the 5 they got right. Right? So like those are two very different conversations. One is punitive based on what they do not know. One is supportive and growth focused based on what they do know and what we can build from that, right? So this is feeding into so many other aspects of instruction, but they're all, in my opinion, so vital. You also brought up sort of some mastery principles, right? And to me, I think that mindset is integral to closing gaps. Because if I think we revert to what we would consider traditional mindset in classrooms, we're going to draw a line in the sand and go, if you don't cross this line, you have failed. And that's like this arbitrary line that the state decided, or whoever decided. And it's all or none almost, right? You either passed the line or you didn't pass the line, and that's it. story over. And I think that's a really dangerous concept because it's literally negating the work, the effort, the growth, the learning, and the mastery students shown that's before the line, right? Because like, oh, if it happens before the line, we don't care. Like, Lita, I get to talk to Rick Mormelli later, and I'm actually thinking about like this conversation and getting a little excited. But like, it's like almost like we're devaluing all the learning until they reach the point we want them to. And we need to stop, just like Amanda says, and go, wait a second. It's okay if you didn't get to the line because you got to here. And we can celebrate that, and that doesn't happen because of a report card. That doesn't happen because of a school policy or a grade level policy. That happens because of what both of you have articulated with positive relationships, positive feedback, and a growth focused mindset, right? So yeah, sorry, I get super excited because this is just I'm getting all right. Let's do this. So what are some gaps? Both of you do use the grid method, but there may be people watching that don't use mastery learning or don't use the grid method, right? So when you're planning your instruction or in the middle of your instruction, let's talk about that first step again. How do we identify if a student's behind, on pace, quote unquote pace, or ahead? I think that's sort of the first step, because if you're not doing that, like, here's like the bar for me. You guys can let me know if you agree or disagree. There needs to be at least 3 tiers of delineation in your classroom at all times. Students who are behind where they're supposed to be, students who are at where they're supposed to be based on your current understanding, and students are ahead or already where they're supposed to be, right? Like, so ahead, at, or sort of behind. And to me, that is like a bare minimum, right? Like, because there are a bunch of subsets in those, segregations, but any classroom, grid method or not, if those 3 groups exist, right, that to me is at least a first step in the right direction in growing each of those groups. So what are some ways you can identify those needs for students on either a day-to-day basis or a week-to-week basis? Or what are some tricks that you guys use to accomplish that?
Well, I can go ahead and go first. With the grid method, whenever I start a new grid, I always give a pre-assessment. So that right away, I know.
Beautiful idea.
Do you know the basic levels? Are you, just kind of right there? Or are you just like, okay, I'm bored, I'm ready for more? And I have my tracker up on my whiteboard up in front. I put like tape up there, and I've got a grid that's actually up on the board, and I have magnets with each student's name on it. And they can see where they are, and I can see where they are. So the reason why I like doing that is, and not to stigmatize anybody, but to let them know that they have agency. If they see that they are stuck on box 1B, they can't figure out how to get past, that assessment, that activity, but they see that one of their friends has gotten to 1D, they can go and ask them. And how powerful is that they are learning to close their own gaps, not relying on me, but they're getting their friends, their peers to help them out. And then that's also helping their peers to reinforce what they've already learned, because now they have to teach it. And so being able to have that in the classroom is huge for me, because it takes a lot of the weight off of my shoulders. Because I can say, look, you see that, Johnny over there has already done this. Why don't you go ask them? So I can stay here and work with, Susie,
absolutely,
1A, whatever it may be.
Sure. So now you're also integrating social collaboration that's organic to student learning, which is awesome.
Yeah,
now,
and
I've been in your classroom, Amanda, so I can't wait to hear what you say.
I agree with Holly on everything she just said, literally everything. And I want to add in, I also, whether it's a grid method classroom or a different learning framework that you're using, conversations with your kids are so important, because what I've found is that students can be stuck in 2 different ways. They can either be stuck on the activity, or they can be stuck on the concept. And you aren't truly going to know what they're stuck on until you talk to them. And I mean, it seems so like in your face and, well, duh, But how many times, I mean, I know I did it before starting Grid. I know that I glossed over a lot of things that I thought were just, oh, you know, they're fine. They just don't, I didn't investigate. How can you as an educator not investigate and then expect growth to happen? So I think, you know, not only is it keeping track of students and having them collaborate with others and you know, kind of facilitate where they are and have them take ownership, it's having those conversations with those kids, because you truly don't know what they're stuck on until you talk to them. And if you want to be that teacher that's standing at the front of the room and you keep yourself separated, you know, I might get in some hot water here, but that's not being a true educator.
I got you.
You know,
it's okay.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, this is your whole thing that I'm doing, sir. So, you know, you better support me. You know, I'm just saying, you know, if that's the type of educator that you see yourself being, I think you need to look at what you're doing and think, am I truly doing what's best for my students? Or am I doing what's best for me in that moment? And honestly, the thing that's best for kids is most generally not necessarily what's the best thing for me in that moment. And you have to give up that thought process that you control everything, because you don't control anything. Whether you think you do or not, you control nothing.
Right.
You guide and facilitate. You don't control. So that's kind of
really
my
great
little
point.
2 cents to add on to Holly.
So
Well,
I
and
love
can
this.
I was going to say, can I
Go
jump
ahead.
in on what Amanda just said too about the whole conferences with your students? Because this also goes back to, you know, that whole issue of zeros. And are you really able to assess what the students know? Because if you have students, like I have plenty of them, that just don't hand in anything, you know, and you're just like, please just give me something. But if you have been able to conference with those students on a regular basis, you can say, okay, based on these conversations, even though they didn't turn it in, I know that they know X, Y, and Z. They may not know the rest of it, but they at least know these 3 parts of it based on that conversation. And, you know, that's, again, helping you to truly understand, are you at mastery or are you really at that 0? I don't know anything.
So I think Holly's hitting on, I'm going to circle back to an awesome metaphor that I thought of because of what Amanda said, but Holly's hitting on a fundamental thing with gap closure, that if you're not focused on mastery, you're focused on the wrong thing. We talked about how we view gaps, and none of us talked about how many assignments the students turned in. Right? Like, but there are teachers and educators that I talk to on a daily basis that are like, a student's really far behind. They haven't turned in 8 assignments. And my question is, well, to Holly's point, what do those 8 assignments cover? You know, I think Van Scott was the one who kind of brought up, or he kind of said, having a core group of standards or knowing where your students are going becomes critical. And here, this is to me where like it all connects, right? This is where like the nerdy, logistical, like nuts and bolts of planning and instruction, pedagogy and student growth all come together, right? So when you ask teachers, and I've done this, so I know, hey, could you break down your standards and identify the core instructional, the core mastery components of these things? They roll their eyes and go, man, that sounds like a lot of work, okay? But if you don't know those things, you can't have those conferences that both of these wonderful educators are talking about, right? If you don't know what the ask is, you're just arbitrarily signing tasks and assignments and pieces of paper and worksheets and work. I almost knocked over my lamp. That's how excited I am right now, okay? So it's one of those things of like, hey, what were you covering in those 8 assignments? Can we have a conversation and can you prove it in 2, right? Like, because now you're using mastery as a bridge as opposed to a barrier. Using mastery as a bridge. All of this to me focuses on one thing. We talked about plants and seeds and growing them earlier, right? So when a plant doesn't grow, you have 2 choices. You blame the seed/plant or you blame the environment, right? And if you blame the seed, there's nothing you can do, so you might as well stop. It's a bad seed. It's not going to grow. I didn't want that seed in the first place. That seed will never grow, I promise. Or we can go, what environmental, or in our case, instructional settings via conversation or conferencing or discussion can we have to modify the plant's environment, the amount of sunlight it gets, the amount of water we're giving it, the amount of soil or the kind of stuff we add to the soil, right? What can we do to help foster that seed's growth? So one thing I want every educator to do metaphorically is stop blaming the seed because the seed is where it is, what it is, how it is. What we can control, which is very little, is the environment and things we add to facilitate, motivate, and change around the seed to allow it to grow. So I just like connected those dots in my head and got really excited. And that is just fantastic. So absolutely pre-assessing, identifying where kids are at. Okay. But once you know where they're at, that to me demands, and I'm going to use that word because I think it's a strong word. It demands a minimal level of differentiated instruction to follow. Now, both of you use self-paced mastery framework like the grid method. So you're doing that organically and naturally every day in your classroom. It's designed to do just that. But a teacher who's not doing that, they need to think, what are they doing for those tiers or those groups or those levels of understanding? Because to me, doing one thing for all of those kids, if we know that they're in different spots, is educational malpractice. Because we know better, so we should do better. That's our responsibility, right?
Yeah, I think that teachers feel like, so often they feel like differentiation is an overwhelming, difficult concept. Sure. That is impossible. And so whenever their administration or whoever it is brings up the word differentiation, you know, Dave was talking earlier about buzzwords. Like differentiation has been around forever. And people are like, oh yeah, we've heard. And like he said, but are you doing it? You know, and I think teachers just think it's this difficult out there concept that is so hard that they just would rather stay the path and deliver the same thing to all children. What I've learned, you know, I've been teaching for 8 years, and 3 of those years I've been using the grid method. And what I've learned is that it's easier to differentiate now so that I don't have to worry about it later. If I teach to the students' needs up front, then later on, there won't be, you know, those learning gaps, as we call them, between students in my classroom, and I won't have to worry about it. Now, when you switch concepts, of course, you know, specifically in math, you know, there are different concepts completely. You know, teaching, you know, shapes is totally different than teaching, you know, arrays and multiplication. Absolutely. And you're going to have to go back and differentiate then. But if you start with those building blocks and you build along the way, those students who maybe didn't quite understand, you won't have to worry about later on because they will have gained the knowledge they need as a basis for the future learning. So, you know, I think the biggest thing I would tell anyone who isn't currently doing something like this in their classroom is it's as simple as a conversation with 1 or 2 students at your table to redirect them. It's as simple as 10 minutes of polling them and going over something with them. And if you do that consistently throughout your day, whether you're doing, you know, the grid method or using a mastery framework of some sort or not, that's going to make a difference for those students and ultimately your instruction.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I've only, as you know, I've only been using the grid method for really 1.5 years. And so you can kind of tell I started the grid method during the pandemic. So I'm really looking forward to a quote normal year, you know, starting with the grid and being able to actually see it to, you know, its completion. But I was in that spot, you know, before I started using it where I was like, I don't know what to do. I have such a range of abilities in this classroom. And I just didn't know how to be able to get everyone. So I tried the stay at the middle. And that didn't work because then I let two ends go. And, you know, a lot of times those ends, they make it really, really challenging for you. So then I lowered everything down. So I was like, all right, we're all going to come down here to the, you know, the bottom level. And we're going to make sure that everybody's doing all the same thing. It was miserable. And it wasn't until I learned that there were these other strategies out there, and I was, you know, introduced to the Teach Better team and the grid method, that I was like, okay. And it does take some upfront time to, you know, to think about how you want to differentiate, but it is time that is so well spent.
I absolutely love your transparency and your vulnerability there. Just being like, hey, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to do this. So I also love that you talked about teaching to the middle, because I think a lot of times when we get lost, we go, okay, if I teach to the middle, it's going to be all right because I'll get the most kids with the least amount of variation. It reminds me, if no one has seen this TED Talk, please go Google it right now. It's Todd Rose, and it's The Myth of Average. Okay. And essentially, okay, I'm gonna paraphrase, but please give all the credit to him. These are not my original ideas or thoughts. So Todd Rose says the Air Force, they wanted to design a new cockpit for pilots, right? And they started redesigning these chairs and trying to make them fit the most pilots they possibly could. And I'm kind of following him along as he's talking. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing this. Keep going. And he goes, but here's the thing. They took the average of every single Air Force pilot. They took the size metrics of every single Air Force pilot, and they made a cockpit to the average size of every pilot in the United States Air Force. And what they found out is that when they designed an average-sized cockpit, it fit nobody. Because the problem was they had what you call a jagged profile. So some people had longer arms, but shorter legs, but broader shoulders, but smaller waists, but shorter reaches, but longer leg. Like there were all these different metrics of some of them fit the average in some. So here's the takeaway from all of that. Students are the same way. They have what you call a jagged profile. And because they have a jagged profile, we cannot teach to an average student because when we teach to the middle or when we teach to the average, I'm going to say this and it might be controversial, we teach to no one. So by teaching to the average, we are teaching no one in our classroom because every single student is at a different spot. So to go, I'm going to go right down the middle, you've literally missed everybody.
And I did.
But I appreciate that you brought that up so much because it allows this conversation to happen. And it's a hard conversation to tell a teacher, hey, guess what? You were spending a lot of energy on not a whole lot of gain, right? Like you were working your tail off and you had the best intentions. And you're like, I don't understand why I'm not getting I don't understand why I'm not getting results that I need to see. So we have to stop teaching to the average. We have to, what I say is teach to the edge. I want you to think about the lowest student or the highest need student you have and the highest student that you have and go, what experience and culture and environment can I create in my classroom to meet the needs of both of these students? And if that instruction can meet those students, the middle takes care of itself, right? So let's go back to the analogy of the pilot, the cockpit. What the Air Force realized is that they need adjustable seats. So if you look at any car that anyone has ever gotten in, you have adjustable seats, right? You can move it forward, you can move it back, you can adjust the height, you can make it lower. All of that technology stemmed from this work with plane cockpits, all of it. So we know that when we make things fit the right way and they're adjustable, they get really comfortable and we can function better. Why aren't we doing the same thing for our classrooms? So we need to modify our instruction, make it adaptable and adjustable to meet the individual needs of our students. And that, in my opinion, is never possible, ever, if every kid's supposed to do the same thing at the same time. It's not, right? Like it just can't. No teacher in the world, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. You guys can let me know if I'm embarrassing myself right now. There is not any argument someone could make that they can have a single experience with 30 different kids for 45 minutes and reach every single one of them. That is not, in my opinion, possible without serious scaffolding, intervention, changes, and that experience being modified, right?
I mean, mic drop right there. Mic drop moment right
All
there.
right, let Katie, Jeff, and Ray know that we're done. Okay, we're done. Great. By the way, Amanda, congratulations on your recent marriage and just getting back from your honeymoon. I just, so everyone knows.
Thank you.
Now the world knows, by the way.
And it's fine. My name changed, so they probably figured that out, but I don't know.
That's not Amanda Boland. What are you talking about?
So we do have some other things to talk about, but while we're at this, I think, natural sort of transition, okay, I do want to talk about the giveaway for this hour, okay? So the giveaway is a fantastic book by Jeff Kubiak, who's one of my favorite people. Like seriously, one of the most humble, caring, just like awesome people. I got to meet him at Teach Better conference when we had it a couple years ago, and he's even cooler in person. Jeff Kubiak's fantastic. It's from EduMatch, and so Jeff Kubiak, it's called It's Me. And you can sign up for this by going to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to register for those prizes. All of this is made possible by our amazing sponsor, EduMatch Publishing. They have some amazing content, books, resources for teachers across the country. And It's Me is the giveaway for this hour. It's a great read about really accepting all people. So we were talking a lot about that in terms of closing those gaps, right? Like accept your students for who they are, for where they are, for where they're at, and what they need. A lot of times we talk in just taking that It's Me message, right? Like who are your students showing you that they are? And what are you doing to meet those needs? And if we deduce in education to that principle alone, right? Your responsibility is not to teach to some arbitrary line or standard or thing. Your responsibility is to teach kids, not the kids down the street, not the kids down the road, not the kids in the district that you always say you wish you worked at because it's easier and the median income's higher and everything else. It's to teach the kids we have. So I think that's a foundational concept to closing gaps, to growing kids, right? Is knowing them in the first place, but more importantly, accepting them with those gaps that we call them, accepting them for who they are. And instead of seeing them as gaps, just see it as them and the opportunity to grow them as an individual from there. Because that's the game we play as teachers. We grow kids, period, full stop, end of story. So that is absolutely awesome. Sarah Thomas, who's an amazing publisher and leader of EduMatch, is chiming in, saying how much Jeff rocks, which is awesome, which is fantastic. So let's talk about the other end of the spectrum. Because to me, we've talked a lot about those kids with a lot of need who are behind. But to me, gap closure is about closing the gap between where a kid is and where they have the potential to be, not an arbitrary number. So my question is, what are we doing for those kids, those students, those learners? What are we doing for those students on the other end of the spectrum that are bored because they already know? Because to me, that's just as important of a gap. Because if a student is not growing because they're stagnating, it's still our responsibility as educators to grow them too. So what are your thoughts on that end of the spectrum, right? Not just the middle or the behind, but the ahead. How are we growing those kids? Because that to me is just as important.
Holly, do you want to go first?
Well, I was just going to say, this was another conversation that I had with Chad about, I had a lot of students who they could technically do the work at the higher end of the grid, but they were like, oh, but it's just so much work. And I was like, but that's where the fun stuff, that's where the, the growth takes place. And they're like, yeah, but, and that's really my challenge too, is trying to find those ways to help to inspire them to, want to get up there where it's more creative. You're in control of what you choose to do, to show me what you've learned, what you already know. So that is something that I was kind of hoping that Amanda, you'd have some, some guidance for me on that.
And I just threw to the wolves. I'm sorry.
Taking notes. Just
well, I think the biggest thing that I've learned over the last 3 years, implementing grit in my classroom, is that what Chad said, those kids that are at that highest level, a lot of times teachers just go, oh, I'm not going to worry about them because they already know it. And I don't have to put any focus on them. Now, I'm not a parent. You think about that as a parent. Think about, going to your child's teacher and your child's teacher saying, oh yeah, they're fine, whatever, but your kid doesn't make any growth during that year. And you're thinking, what in the world did you do with my kid all year? And the answer is probably nothing. And that is so frustrating. As an educator, that should also be frustrating for you. If you have those kids that are at that higher level who already know the content or can already show you that they've mastered that, you should be upset if you're not helping to grow them as well. So the biggest thing that I tend to do is I make sure that no matter what unit, what concept, whatever it is, that I always know kind of what that next step is for those students. Because there's nothing that says that a second grader, which I teach second grade, there's nothing that says a second grader can't be working on a third grade concept if they've already mastered all of my second grade concepts. I mean, there's nothing that says that they can't go ahead and start working to the next level. At the same time, knowing my students and understanding what they enjoy, their strengths, the things that make them happy, I'm also willing to say, okay, you've now mastered all of these concepts. I want you to take a deeper dive into something that you're passionate about. Because if they're passionate about the concept, they're going to be more willing to do the work. Now, I'm not saying that I don't have kids in second grade who are like, oh, I don't want to do this. Mm-hmm. But if you start from day one, and Holly, I'm not 100% sure what your year looked like this past year and starting grid in the midst of a pandemic. But I think the biggest, luckily I got in before pandemic. So I started before that. But the biggest thing is fostering in your classroom that growth oriented learning, the growth mindset people talk about all the time. I think it's important to celebrate every single accomplishment of every single student, because every student wants praise as much as the other one. And if you say, okay, no matter who it is, no matter where they're at, if they're still on, a first grade concept as a second grader, or they're on a fourth grade concept as a second grader, we're going to celebrate that growth, and we're going to make it known that growth is the goal. I'm not saying 100% all students, but most students will respond to that. And for me, look at Chad's like, yep, right there. Most kids will respond to that. And so I don't know kind of what that was like for you, Holly. Did you start it with like virtual learning? Did you start it in person? How did that work for you?
So just to give you some context, I introduced my first grid in the middle of February of 2020. So, a month before everything shut down.
Which could be a saving grace, but potentially.
Yeah, so I had one grid under my belt, and then nobody came back to the school for the rest of that school year. And so
to be clear, it was not the grid that made everybody leave.
Right.
Just I want to just lay out. It wasn't like, oh, Holly's doing this crazy thing.
We gotta stop it now.
There were other factors.
Yes,
COVID,
there's one other
pandemic,
kind of thing happening.
Other things happened.
But yeah, so this year though, again, the challenge was at our school, we had, we started off and we were hybrid. Now I know everybody has a different definition of what hybrid was. We had A day, B day, C day. So I had half of my kids at any one time and the other half was at home. So it was kind of challenging because I mean, there were some days where, you know, you're talking about celebrating successes, but a lot of times that happens when you see like the group and, okay, look at what you're doing. This is great. But when you've got 4 kids at any one time in your classroom, because so many are, you know, isolated, quarantined, whatever, or they're on their opposite day, you know, it's a little more embarrassing sometimes when it's the smaller group to call somebody out on, wow, look at what you did. This was great. So I am really looking, like I said, I'm looking forward to doing this starting from, you know, the very beginning, having everyone in my classroom, you know, knock on wood, hopefully that'll actually happen this year. And being able to celebrate that progress as they work through their grids, celebrate getting to those higher levels. And, you know, also I'm still constantly, my grids are a work in progress, you know, so constantly
Always.
trying to figure out what are the things to put in there in that level 4, level 5 to really get them to be like, that is cool. That's what I want to do. So that's really what I'm working on.
So I think both of you are articulating really great points in terms of intrinsic student motivation can be fostered if you build the right environment, right?
Yeah.
Which goes a long way to grow students, right? Intrinsically motivated students, if we foster that in the classroom. So, you know, in terms of those higher level activities or going beyond what's like the minimum requirement, if a student's only focused on the grade that gets output, or if they're only focused on completing or checking the box, that devalues the learning and the mastery of the content. But both of you said you try to focus on celebrating student progress. And if there's a couple things that I know about education, K through 12, kids love their names. It's like their favorite word in the English language, and they love when they get attention for positive things. These are universal truths, no matter what grade level you teach, no matter where you teach. So when we praise growth on understanding, so instead of going, you got a B on this page, going, oh my gosh, I love how you articulated solving that problem. I really love how you diagrammed that process. I love that you understand this because you didn't know that last week. Like, we were having trouble with this and now you have it down. All of those types of comments are focused on mastery of content over completion of tasks. So we need to praise learning and mastery and knowledge gained as opposed to compliance of instruction, right? Now, I'm not saying you should never praise compliance for behavioral reasons, right? You should still celebrate if a student's doing what they're supposed to do, especially if they sometimes don't do that, right? But when you're having conversations about their growth and their progress, you can absolutely focus your feedback on their growth so that they intrinsically start to want that feedback, which will then accelerate their motivation intrinsically to do those higher level skills. Because if Holly goes, I love that you can compare and contrast things, but you think you could build a model of that? Like, would that be cool? Now they're like, maybe, I don't know. I think you can, right? Or you get that kid that's stuck in, I actually did this with a student one time in my classroom. I went to them and they were the exact students that Holly's talking about. They got to a point and they were like, nope, I don't want to do any more work. And I'm like, okay, so here's what we're going to agree. This is the best you will ever be at this science for the rest of your life. So you are telling me this is the best you can do. This is your very best. This is your maximum capacity. This is your full potential. You can go no further or your brain will explode. Is that true? And the kid was like, no. And he was starting to get like super nervous because I was getting real intense with him. I was like, so tell me, can you learn more? Can you do more? Can you be better? Tell me right now, because I need to know for the rest of the year, should I never expect more than this from you? Because I think I can. I need you to know that though. So I need you to tell me right now, is this the best I can expect from you? So I'm going to have to sit down with your parents. I'm going to have to sit down with the principal and all your other teachers. And I'm going to have to say, this is it. This is as much as we will ever get out of this student for the rest of the year. And in fact, he has told me this is as good as it's going to get for the rest of his life. He will never go past this point. He will never reach his potential. So before I go have all those awkward conversations, and I'm willing to have those because I want to help you and I want to support you, right? So I want to be your cheerleader. So if this is where we're at, hey man, I'll get you here every single unit. We're going to be good to go. But I'm going to ask you one more time after all this conversation happened. Is this the best you can do? And they were like, no, I can do more. I think I can do more. And I was like, that's all I needed you to say. That's all
I just need you in my classroom to do that with my kids.
I'll just zoom in and do it. Right?
Seriously,
Like, just
that'd
like actually, what you'll do, use my Calendly link, and that'll be like the refuse to work slip. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
There'll be a little make an appointment with Chad if you're at this.
Call Chad. Not I'm going to call your mom, but I'm going to call Chad.
Time for your daily dose, or just have a recorded video of me saying that, and they have to click the link.
Yeah, we can just take
Like
this
every time.
This one right here.
I got
and I'll
you.
just play it.
Well, we'll write a script. You can record the video of saying that same thing, and then that'll be the thing. You need to watch the video again? No, I don't need to watch the video.
No,
I can do
please,
more.
no.
I can do more. Now we're getting there. So I think that's the key in terms of the other end of that spectrum, though, right? Is not allowing them to settle, not allowing them, even in second grade in Amanda's classroom, right? Like a second grader knows they can do more, or you know what I mean? That's a conversation anyone can understand. So there's a difference between can you do more and do you want to do more, right? And I always told my students, listen, you don't have to like what you do, but it's my job to grow you to your capacity, to your potential, and to the best version of yourself. And because of that, I can't accept this as your best because I know there's more in there. So I think it's a really, really, really powerful conversation. We are winding down here. We got about 9 minutes left, I think. So what are some takeaways that you think any teacher that watched this or is catching the last few minutes? We talked about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
This was a loaded session, and I got really excited a couple of times, so I kind of blacked out there for a minute. But if you could have one takeaway message or some steps that teachers can take right now in the summer and carry with them into the first days, weeks, or months of next year, where are you at? Like, what would be your go-to tip?
Mine is, like I said at the beginning, go slow to go fast. I think, when my superintendent said that to us, it was a wake-up call. Because, we were so focused on, oh my gosh, because at that point we had shut down in March and we were out of school for the rest of the school year. And when we came back, we were lucky to be in person for literally all but 3 weeks of the year. And so that was a blessing. But I think, we were all kind of amped up on the, oh my gosh, they're behind. They've missed a quarter of a school year. Nobody knew what they were doing. I don't think they actually got anything. Oh my goodness, they're lost. And I don't know what I'm going to do. And so you want to jump in and you're like, oh my gosh, I've got to use every second of this entire school year to teach them and make sure they're learning something. But if you do that, you're going to lose them because they're going to get burnt out. You're going to get burnt out. They're going to get frustrated. You're going to get frustrated. And by the time December comes, you're going to be just so over it that what are they truly going to learn for the second half of that school year? What have they learned and what are they going to learn? So, as you go into this year, I know that a lot of people were online the whole year. There were hybrid situations. I mean, hybrid was like 17 different types of hybrid. Some people did get to be in person, like me. But no matter your situation, there are still going to be those things that students haven't gotten to. There are still things that they have not learned, whether it's because of their situation, maybe they were in a hybrid situation, but they could only log on once a week because they didn't have internet access, or they had a crazy thing going on at home and they were watching their younger siblings or whatever it is. So much has happened to kids and to teachers over the past, 16 months or so, that we need to really focus on building relationships and meeting students emotionally where they are, because they're never going to do anything for you unless they're connected with you on that level. They're not going to work for you if they don't care. If they think that you don't care about them, or that you don't, want to know about what's going on in their lives, they're not going to do a thing for you. And that's been the story, forever. It's just, it's more apparent now because we're so disconnected in the world that we've been going through. So go slow to go fast, get to know your students.
Wow. Well, I think we're good after that, right, Holly? I mean,
mic drop right there.
That was solid. That was fantastic. All right, Holly, what's one tip?
Wow. How do I follow that one up? I am definitely agreeing with Amanda on the relationships. You have to have an established relationship with your students. You have to get to know them, and you have to open yourself up enough so that they can trust you and know that you are truly there to help them learn, to help them grow, and to help them as a person. You don't care about them just for their scores. You really want to see them be the best version of themselves that they can be. And I think the other thing that really clicked with me was, and I think that this needs to be somehow put into the swag store or something, but that teach to the edges. I love that. Love that. I want a shirt with it.
Me too. I want one too.
Hey, Josh, Jeff.
Yeah, just
Ray,
if
let's
you
get
could,
on that.
That would
Awesome.
be great.
Wow. So I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up all that amazingness to close things out, but here's what I will say. The title of this session was How to Close Gaps, but here's the truth. That's just us doing our jobs. This year, the one we're about to go into is not a new scenario. This isn't something that we've never experienced before. Because guess what? Reaching kids, growing them from where they're at, that's what we do as educators. This isn't some newfangled thing that we can't figure out. And by the way, we are better armed and situated with more tools and resources and abilities than we ever have been before to do just that. There is no one that can make the argument that we are not ready to do this better than we have ever done before. And I can tell you right now, there's a deficit mindset, how you can look at this, and there's a growth mindset. If you want to focus on what kids don't know, didn't learn, didn't get to, that's always going to be true, COVID or not. All right? But if we do one simple thing, and I'm going to bring this all the way around, if we focus on growth instead of gaps, if we meet kids where they are and grow them, if we grow kids, we win, period. Okay? If every teacher can stop worrying about everything else and just do that, the burnout will go down, the stress will go down, the reactionary. If we just go, hey, hold my Starbucks. I'm a teacher. This is what I do. I reach kids and grow them, period. If we can do that, K through 12, every subject, every school, every district, we're going to be okay. The only way we're going to have a problem is if we choose not to do that, because we're so worried about this stuff that we can't control and rushing through curriculums, because we're going to make the problem worse. We're going to make the gaps bigger. We're going to make the stress higher. We're going to ruin learning for kids. So just like Brianna said, I need every single teacher to just say, hold my Starbucks. I got this. Because we're going to do this work. We're going to reach those kids. We're going to find out where they are. This sounds like more ominous than I want it to. We're going to figure out where they are in their learning. We're going to reach them where they're at in their learning. We're going to grow them from there. And when we come out the other side, we're going to be better for it. We can thrive. We will thrive. And I promise it's going to be okay. And we are out of time, though, for this session. So, I'm super sad that we didn't get to talk about this longer. But I'm going to start getting weird pings and messages if I keep talking, which they all know I can. So they're probably getting worried, like, oh no, he's going to go past the time. Like I see Ray right now. She looks super worried that I'm just going to keep on going. But I want to thank you guys, Amanda, Holly, you guys are fantastic. And I want to thank everybody for continuing to watch and participate. And of course, Sarah Thomas, EduMatch Publishing for sponsoring this segment, which was absolutely fantastic, helping us make it happen. So thank you guys so much. Katie, I'm going to let you do your thing because I'm not touching anything. And have a fantastic rest of the day, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Ray, I'm looking for my checkbook because I got to find more money because I think we just lost all the money on how many freaking mics they dropped during that last session. Like, I think I commented, like, how many mics y'all have up there? Like, it's going, Katie's giving me all those total dad joke. I haven't gotten one of those in yet necessarily today. So
That
anyway.
was the latest part. But to be fair, I was going to say a very similar thing where I was like, did you watch the last segment? Because they were awesome.
That was a good. Thank you, Bree. I know Bree appreciates the dad jokes.
Okay.
Wow.
Terrible dad jokes. Usually you save them for Teach Better Talk podcast.
That's what a dad joke is. It's a joke that's so terrible that you're like, huh, I'm gonna laugh at awkwardness.
Okay. Can I just say though? So
No.
I know we're recapping the morning. I know I'm not even on track. I don't even care. The last segment though specifically was the perfect blending of content because there was a lot of jokes. There were 3 people who enjoy each other's company who have been a part of the Teach Better family for a long time. There was varying levels of background knowledge, and they all just had like so much to share. And I'm so glad we saved that combo, that those 3 for discussing learning gaps, because that was such an important topic that you're hearing about all the time. Thank goodness. So good.
Just a great episode. In fact, if you enjoyed the last segment, please let's fill the comments up with some green hearts. I'm gonna pretend that they are for my dad joke, but you can do them for Chad and Amanda and Holly. So I also want to know, because I know Chad's still in here, Chad actually went about 6 seconds over time. So but I think it was the moment where he mentioned that we were worried about him. That's what did him in. So we're gonna let it slide. It's cool, Chad. It's okay. It's all good, buddy.
Can we discuss elephant in the room? There's a lot of technology in the background going on. And so I think Chad was like, I'm planning on not doing anything. Somebody else click the buttons. And
I kind of felt like he was like, I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching. I'm not going to break.
Which is awesome because truly, I mean, if you follow our Instagrams, especially, we've been showing a lot of behind the scenes. To be fair, there's a lot of buttons to click, but we have people that are assigned certain buttons. So, because teacher guys, we orchestrated this with a lot of good logistics. So I think we're good.
Yes.
Hey, how are you? By the way, we've been live for 3.5 hours.
I'm great. This has been. I wish that the text conversations between you and me and Katie were suitable for work and professionalism, that we could share them, because they've been a blast. I don't think I've ever had a text conversation that has so many GIFs in it. Like, our GIF game has been strong today in the text. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, if you guys want to know the way to my heart, it's through a good GIF conversation. Like, you shouldn't need to text back and forth. Just use GIFs. It's more visual. It's funnier. It's great.
It's been good. So Ray, we have an announcement that we're going to talk about. We want to recap the day a little bit. We also have another giveaway to do. Where do you want to? By the way, I love earlier, you're like, oh, I got off track, as if we have a track for this 30 minutes. Like, it literally on my paper, every segment has moderator and everything like that. And that's who's supposed to lead it. This segment has both our names, because Katie was like, I don't know.
Okay. I did see that though, because I was looking and I'm like, I don't think both of us can be in charge of that. I have a plan, if that helps. I have a plan.
That's fine. Adam, the first word of the GIF, the acronym, the first word is graphics. That's why I say GIF, because graphics, GIF. And when you say GIF, now I just want peanut butter. I know it's not spelled the same, but it makes me want peanut butter.
No, GIF is peanut butter.
Anyway, what is your plan? Sorry, I was just happy that Adam's here because we love Adam. So what's the plan? You got a plan? I am with you. I'm following your lead. You are the boss. I just work here.
Okay, so it's my understanding that we have, to recap, there's a giveaway and we have a massive announcement.
Yeah, I think that's correct. That might be the right. Is that the right order? Is that the order you want to do?
I don't know what order I said, so no. Go with no. The first one I want to do is the giveaway.
Okay.
Because the giveaway is going to lead us into like recapping a little bit, and we are going to save the announcement here for a few minutes. But you definitely don't want to miss it. It's a big one.
All right, so we're giving away a $20 gift card to the teachbetterswag.com swag store, $20 to take off whatever order you want to do. So that's $20. And the way to get that is, okay, now I see how it's leading in. I like what you did there. Not just a hat rack. Katie, stop rolling your eyes. Turn your camera off when you do that. I can see you, and it's making me self-conscious. So way we're going to do is first the comment with what has been your favorite either takeaway, quote, tip of the day so far? And there have been a lot. I've written down a bunch. What is that one? What is the favorite? The one favorite one you pulled away? The tip, the quote, whatever it is. Drop in the comments. Katie will pick the first one and let us know. Bree is talking about socks. I assume she's talking about Alex and all of his socks. So that's awesome.
They're talking about how you're giving away $20 to the swag store. That's
a lot of socks. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I have a pair of Teach Better socks right over here, actually. Alex probably has his on.
While people are jumping in, Jeff, do you have a favorite moment or one that you want to highlight as people are kind of throwing theirs in?
Yeah, I wrote it down, actually. Amanda in the last segment said they were talking about just like the timeline and what expectations and everything. She said, and I'm not sure if I wrote it down exactly word for it. It might not be on the school's timeline or the state's timeline, but it's on the student's timeline. It's just like, yes. And it's just that moment. We've talked about this a lot. Brad Hughes dropped one last year where he's like, there's no behind, it's just where they're at. And like, I just felt like she really captured that really well. Talk about these timelines, what it's supposed to be. So I really enjoyed that. So how about you? What's the one that's hitting you right now?
I'm not saying this is my favorite, but from that segment, I did write down that we have a swag assignment to teach to the edges. We're gonna make a swag.
We do have. Yeah, that is true. We do have that. So
I think of the morning. I think there was a bunch. I've really enjoyed all the segments so far. For you guys, just so you know, when we're not on screen, there's like a backstage that we're in, and obviously we're doing some communication, and it's been fun to be able to sit back and watch some of these segments because it's always fun to moderate, but it's really fun to sit back and experience all of these moments. Yeah. And for me, I think I'd go to what Megan shared as well in the comments, which was about Matera's. I really liked his suggestion of that timer. I know it's so silly. He suggested getting going on YouTube and looking up a timer that's a sunset. Yep. And the reason I like that is because while I really believe the Teach Better family is a place for a lot of things, right? Supportive, connected, inspiring family that continues to just be there for whatever you need, whenever you need it. One of the main things I love about our 12-hour is that there's a blending of really, really great big picture ideas and really, really strong, small little tips and tricks that you can hopefully just like put away in your toolbox. And I just love those moments. There's been a lot of them.
We have some really great ones coming in. So like theme team task, go slow to go fast. If we grow kids, we win. Stop blaming the seed. Just again and again. So awesome. Comment. Keep them coming there. We got the winner, chicken dinner. Because I do he'd appreciate that. Alex Valencic. Alex, make sure you email Katie at teachbetter.com to get that. You just won $20, which, if you know Alex, is perfect because Alex is going to expend at least $20 over there this month. So hopefully get some more socks. So congrats, Alex. You just won $20 to the swag store. Congrats, go. That'd be awesome. So I'm just looking at all the comments coming in. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I apologize.
Does he need to email Katie to claim his prize?
Yes. That's why I said to email Katie to claim his prize.
Okay, just checking.
He's got it. He knows what he's doing. He's probably already talking to Katie. He's probably already. Yeah, they're probably already texting or something. So.
Ooh, let's talk about this one. I liked this one too. Self-care
yes.
means different things for everyone. Nope, I can't. But let me tell you, I forget
What's
that.
that?
I had a moment. I couldn't all get all the
Did
words
you
out.
rewind? You sound like Katie earlier that we didn't capture. That was
My
awesome.
brain was working faster than my mouth, but I forget that. That is a statement that I not only think benefits lots of people, but every time it's shared with me, I'm like, I forgot that one. I need to remember that. So
Yeah.
important.
That is a big one. And I really appreciate Trey was being really leading us there this morning about like routines and stuff on that self-awareness and understand what works for you and stuff. So awesome. That's Holly's daughter. I thought that was. Courtney, it's so awesome when you jump in. And she's a lot of times she reps on YouTube, so I'm liking it.
Adam says, Ray's glitching. That is how it feels, yes. I do want to say that I know we're live right now. We're live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. This live segment is going to continue until about 3 o'clock Eastern, and then we start a new feed. So don't forget, but you can always go back and either rewatch both feeds. These are saved, recorded, here for you always. They're also going to be uploaded as a free course in the Teach Better Academy over at teachbetteracademy.com. So if you've missed a segment, if you want to rewatch something, if you are looking for a resource that was shared and you didn't quite get to catch it, we do like to curate all that and put it there for you. So don't worry. We promise we'll keep you up to date, and there's a lot of good things coming. I do like the giveaway system that we have right now. I
really do, and it seems like everyone likes it. It's another way to win. Yes, I love it. So
because you can either win like during a segment, or you can go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways and register to win other things too, which is super cool.
Katie, can you pop that up on screen real quick? I know it's in the comments, and we popped up a lot. But yeah, make sure you get over there, and you only have to do it once, right?
Oh yeah,
and just do it once, and you're done. You're in to win all of those. Now there are still the individual ones like we did just now that are only able to win when you're here with us. But if you're not, there's a whole bunch of other ones. There's a whole list. You can check all of them or check some of them, and potentially win a whole bunch of other stuff. So.
And they're all different. Like they're two separate categories of giveaways. Like you can win some giveaways live and some giveaways through that form, but they're different. So you're not missing anything by participating in both. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So we did the giveaway. We did the recap.
You ready?
Are we done? That's all we got, right? We got to do the announcement thing. Yeah. We have about 18 minutes. And in 18 minutes, Chad's coming back with Rick Wormley, and they're talking about grading with the experts. So do we think we need 18 minutes for this? Is it an 18-minute video clip?
No, it's not an 18-minute video clip. But no. But I want to share what's going on here.
I don't know why Chad popped in.
I don't know either. Chad's not invited. Chad, stay away for a while. I do want to make sure that we talk about this announcement because the video clip's going to introduce the idea, but then we have some details that we're going to share. So do we feel like can we get some green hearts if you're ready for the video clip? I just feel like maybe they're not ready. Like, are you seated? Do you need to go grab like a cup of water? Don't spill it because we talked about how Jeff has a spilling problem. Do you feel like you have to mentally get ready?
Alex, we don't even know how he popped up because no one clicked the button. I think StreamYard was like, we really want Chad in this. We're like, no. And we pushed him back down. I'm okay. I was going to say that I have a quota in my head for number of green hearts that I wasn't going to tell you, but I think we're there. So I think if you'd like we can.
All right.
Actually, let them keep. They're still coming. Ooh, there was a smiley face in there somewhere too. That's always an added bonus.
No, we're gonna pause these. There is absolutely no way this is a 24-hour event, Dave Schmitto. You go home.
It's so excited for a second there.
All right, we're pausing these comments. Video coming. We have 2 announcements today. This is one of them. Details to come. There you go. I guess that's a thing. It's officially announced. Jeff Gargas, did you catch the video? Did you not see it?
No, I just what did I miss? I didn't. Oh man, I do that every time. What was it? Did we talk about going 24 hours live? Is that what it was happening?
No, we are actually going like 48 hours live because we are all coming together for the Teach Better Conference Fall.
Yes,
22.
I'm so excited right now. I didn't miss it, Ray. I was just joking. I know I had you fooled with my acting. Brianna like just summed it up. She just said, like out of excitement, like, and someone else is freaking out, yelling so loud in my house. Who is that? Because it's on Facebook. It didn't show up. That's awesome. Oh yes. So Teach Better Conference coming back next year. Coming back. If you were with us in 2019, you know why we're so just freaking excited about this. And this has been we've known it for a while. We've talked about it quite a bit and stuff, but like it's been hard to keep it a secret. I won't lie. I don't think I've done a good job of keeping it a secret. I'm pretty sure everyone I saw in Chicago I told, if I'm being completely honest. But man, I am so pumped.
So I think people kind of assumed we were doing a conference.
I imagine,
We've gotten a lot of questions about like 2021, are we pulling off a conference? And here's what I wanted to make sure we shared here that is a little exclusive because we have been kind of alluding to this conference happening in the fall of 2022. But we want to give you like as much details as we can right now because for those of you that are watching here live with us or watching the recap, like we want to give you the inside scoop. So first and foremost, Teach Better Conference 2022. It's going to be in the fall. We're going to confirm dates with you within the next few months. We're really excited to give you the date and location. An element, though, that I love, Jeff, is like we do this 12-hour live. And this 12-hour live kind of came from the conference because we realized that we loved offering professional development opportunities because we do that, obviously, full-time. But we also love bringing people together. We love amplifying voices. We love just creating a space that's full of like positive solution seeking educators. And truly, neither one of us slept at the Teach Better Conference. Like that was 4 days of chaos.
Yeah, it was. It was awesome, but yeah, it was crazy. Just it was like this weird build up, like the nights before, like the anxiety, the stress, the nerves were just like unbearable, and then the like. After like the start, and for me, it was once we got past lunch the first day because I was so worried that we're going to run out of food for some reason, which we had way too much. And once I got past there, I was like, oh, like we're going, it's good. And then the rest of it was just like such a high I can't even explain.
But okay, so all that's true, but let's go through the timeline a little bit because some of this will be similar because people have been telling us that they liked this. And you guys know everything the team does is because you've told us you like it. And so we try and keep it, amplify it, and do it even better the next time. So one of my favorite things that we did, which I think makes the Teach Better Conference different as we continue to think through what conferences we want to spend time at, is I love that we did a networking event before the conference started. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so we did Thursday night networking. That was kind of like the start of it. Conference on Friday, networking Friday night, conference on Saturday. And this was actually my favorite part. We networked Saturday night and like everyone stayed. So I think so often like everything's done, you know, if you wrap up at 3 or 4 on the last day, like everyone leaves. No, like we packed the restaurant bar again on Saturday night because it was just someone said get the fam back together. Like it was just that, man, you didn't want to leave. And I'm so excited right now.
But if you're planning, if you're thinking like, okay, fall, I'm going to the Teach Better Conference, plan on like doing the whole experience because the conference is great. But we really think that the experience is more to do than just the time that you're at the conference center. Like we want you there at networking events, at goofy things in the morning, at lunch things. I mean, this is a full encompassing weekend and that's strategic. We love that is the mindset that everybody carries. It's so cool. The presenters, the people involved, the attendees, like it's a whirlwind. It's so fun.
Alex has to go because the kids are arriving. Alex, we're going to wait about 2 minutes, then we're going to spill all the actual details. Actually, so we're not going to release a ton of them now. Like, Ray, do you want to? I know you already kind of alluded like kind of the timeline that they can look now for the next few months when we start releasing some of the actual details. Like, so right now it's fall 2022. Someone asked, yes, it's planted. It's in Ohio, in Northeast Ohio. But that's about as far detail as we can go there. It's going to be Thursday evening, Friday, Saturday, right? What else? Where else? I'm like teetering on the edge of what we can and cannot say.
Yeah, carefully. It's going to be a different location. If you joined us in 2019, expect a different location there. In terms of the time that you should block off, depending on if you have to travel, we will be doing something Thursday night, Friday, and Saturday, including Saturday night. So my suggestion is like fly out Sunday or drive Sunday if that's your plan. Things that you can keep an eye out for within the next few weeks, within the next few months. We want to make sure that this conference has everything. We're looking for the most diverse proposals. We're looking for incredible people to join us. So you're going to get information on location and date so that you can block that off and have that saved. We know that's something that everybody's dying to have. We also are going to be opening up proposals because we know so many of you have things to share. We love offering a variety of sessions. So you guys are going to not only be able to share on a variety of topics, but also like topic lengths. Like maybe you're somebody who only wants to share for a quick amount of time. So you might choose a shorter session length than maybe something a little bit larger. So think through kind of what your message might be and how you think it will best be heard by your audience. We also will be launching and releasing our keynotes, our featured speakers, kind of all of those details as well. So you can expect these things within the next few months for sure. So keep an eye out. And obviously, if you're not on our email list, get on that because we send out emails with all those details. That will probably be the first place that we share out details. So if you're not a part of our email list, please email Jeff or Jeff at teachbetter.com or Ray at teachbetter.com. We'd love to get you added to our email list just to make sure you don't miss any of those updates. All we need is your email and your first name, like super easy.
Yep. And I want to know one of the things that you can expect is, I mean, in 2019, we sold out. Now we're going to a slightly bigger venue, but we're still going to have a cap. Like it's going to get, there's a really good chance. So like move quick is all I'm saying, because you do not want to miss hanging out with people like Adam and Bree and Nikki and Brianna and Alex and like you. You know what I mean? So
can we talk about that really quick though, for real?
Sure.
Because that's the only thing that makes me nervous about the conference. And I'm happy about this decision.
That's the only thing? Really?
Yeah, it's the only thing.
Okay. Good to know.
Because
I'm going to look to you for my calm then the entire ride.
I'm always calm. But we like as a collective family really believe that time to connect with people and is really important. It's a core value. So we intentionally keep the Teach Better conference small. And I don't want that to sound bad. I want everybody to know, because we really like it small, because our joke in 2019 is we loved that we were able to have a personal conversation at least once with every single person there. That's what we believe in. So if you're interested in this event, I just want you to know that like moving more quickly is beneficial, because we're a little nervous about selling out, but it's for good reason, I promise.
Not to mention, you got to try to be the first one, because apparently Adam was the first to register last time and is gunning for that position again. So you need to pay attention, because you might have an opportunity. So anyway, Ray, I'm so excited for this. And it's like, it's a ways away, obviously. I mean, we get to start planning it. We've been planning. We get to really go crazy. Holly's ready to sign up yet. So yeah, you won't be able to sign up yet. The website is not updated yet. So that, again, like we said, that we're going to start releasing that stuff. Trust me, you will know when it's time to register. We will give you plenty of notice before that even opens up and everything. So I was looking, I actually have the sign that I still haven't delivered to Don Epps, but that's the hashtag TeachBetter19 sign there that he was running around with. So go ahead.
Do have to say, Josh just commented, he said the Teach Better Conference 2019 was the best conference he ever attended. I had my most embarrassing moment with Joshua Stamper at that conference. I still think it's the most embarrassing moment of my life. So I'm so glad that Josh had such a good experience.
Do tell. We got time. Go ahead. Share the story.
I think I've shared it before, and I'm already, like, my chest just got tight, but you asked me to share this story. So Thursday, we set up the conference, right? And, like, we all were traveling into Ohio. Mm-hmm. We were in this venue, and the venue's, like, I mean, you guys know this, like, it's a blank venue, right? So everything needs to be put up, everything needs to be hung and organized, and there's still some logistics. And Jeff, you did so well orchestrating all of that last conference. Like, thank goodness you are just going to like duplicate it, make it so easy next conference too. But I had not met Joshua Stamper, but I I knew who he was. Like, I creepily stalked his social media. I listened to the podcast. Like I knew who Joshua Stamper was. And so I needed to be cool, calm, and collected for this conference because I knew there'd be a lot of people that you've seen on social media that you're meeting in person for the first time. So cool.
Sure.
So it's Thursday night. We've been setting up for, 2-3 hours at this point. And all of a sudden, in walks somebody from the outside into the building. And I'm, who knows who that is. And I start looking, and in my head, I was like, oh my gosh, that's Joshua Stamper. And out loud, I said his name really loud. I was like, Joshua Stamper. And to the point that I think he was like, whoa, like who is this really, really creepy human being? And I just like screamed. It happened. I think I blacked out. I don't know what happened. And then, I just feel like there was no coming back from that.
That was where I think that's where we got Josh. So Josh, that was the first time we met, and Josh did a whole bunch of. So we had podcasters there doing live, doing interviews with attendees and presenters and stuff, which will probably be again in 22. And so Josh had a bunch of bonus episodes then that he was releasing on his Aspire podcast, which then led him to want to do different bonuses ones. And later on, he reached out to me about doing the mailbag episode, which is what really led to then Josh eventually, through a random conversation that he and I had during one of those mailbag, him taking over and coming and joining the team and taking over the podcast network. So like the conference is literally responsible for that, which to me, I'm like, every day I actually thank the conference. I wake up and I say, Teach Better 19 conference. Thank you for Joshua Stamper. And that's how I start my day.
I do have to say though, Jeff, I am convinced, because I remember this moment like it was yesterday. I'm convinced that you must have saved that relationship, because trust me, he didn't join the team.
Because you ruined it.
I ruined it. Like, I'm thrilled that you guys like saved the day in terms of keeping him around in the Teach Better family. He's a good one.
Well, I do what I can. But yes, so details coming. We'll be releasing in the next few months. You'll get the date, the official date. You'll get the official location. You'll learn when registration will open, when proposals will open. Then we'll be announcing like our keynotes and all that good stuff. So lots of stuff coming. Super excited about it. We've got a pretty awesome. Oh, so go ahead. I was going into
I know we have another segment coming.
Yes,
but
we don't want to go there yet.
Can we talk through the rest of the day?
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
We can start with the next session.
So really quick, though, I want to remind people, this was one of 2 announcements. We have one more announcement happening at 4:30 Eastern, a big announcement coming. Yeah, Jeff, do you know what the next session is? Are you aware of what the next session is?
Yeah, the next session, we're bringing Chad Ostrowski back on with Rick Wormley, and they're going to be talking about grading with the expert. So, like, this is going to be, like we talked about earlier, I don't know if Chad was watching at the time, that, like, Chad, like, knows Rick's work really, really well. And you and I are both sitting here. There may or may not be bets going on. We don't know. That Rick is one of the only people in the world that might be able to get Chad to like fanboy out. Now he's not going to show it, but later when I talk to him, like I'll find out. Chad will be like, "Dude, I was so nervous," or something like that.
You don't think
there's
he's
a
gonna
chance?
show it?
I don't think he's going to show it. No, I think Rick's going to get him like going and get him excited. But no, I think he'll hide it. He's good at that. He knows how to do that.
No, I wanted Chad on screen, like nervously shaking, like sweating.
I don't think Chad does that. He's been in so many situations. Like I don't think he does, but we'll find out. We'll see. But we're excited about that. That's gonna be a really good conversation.
Wait, I'm not okay moving forward from this. I'm adamant. Chad's in the background. I think we need to agree upon a secret motion or word that Chad's going to incorporate if he finds himself like fangirling out.
I got it. So Chad, I know you're watching. If you find yourself like fangirling out over this, I want you to just stop for a second, look in the camera and go like that, or just like a second, just freak out, and then no one else notice, but we'll know what's going on then. Cool?
No, I think it's like he needs to like scratch the side of his face, and then everybody here will be like, "Ooh, he's freaking out," but he'll look cool, calm, and collected.
There it is. He's gonna do that. He's gonna do the beard thing. He just said it's gonna look like he's thinking, but he's really freaking out. Okay,
right.
Good.
That's so
nice
cool.
job, Chad. That's much better than mine. Just to state. All right. So after that, I get to come back on Brain Break. So, which is weird at 1 o'clock. Don't get me wrong. With Dave and Brittany and Michael and Andre, that's gonna be a good time. That's at 1. This is all Eastern. At 2 o'clock Eastern is you and Katie.
Yep.
Stepping into our classroom with student conferencing, which is awesome. Katie's back there like dancing back in the back there.
I cannot
and
wait
then
to dive into student conferencing for an hour. I'm so excited for that.
and then 3 o'clock. What's going on at 3 o'clock? It's What's Hot. You're back on. You're on there with Suzanne and Pav. Well, tell me about that one real quick.
So don't forget, like the student conferencing segment, I'm really excited about, but that also is the last segment of this current stream
That's
that you're
important,
watching.
yes.
We're streaming right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We're going to have then another stream start. So you'll have to hopefully go grab that stream. We'll all be sharing it. Hopefully you also are willing to share it. And we're going to start with a What's Hot segment. I'm excited for that because we're essentially doing like a book study, but we're doing it on 3 different blogs that are recently published at teachbetter.com. So actually my suggestion, especially for those insiders that are listening right now who will hopefully join that segment, pull up like teachbetter.com/blog to make sure, because we will be giving you the titles, we'll be giving you the information on those blogs. We'd love you to be looking through those with us. We're kind of going to dive into those topics. So it should be cool.
And then at 3:30, we're bringing Chad back. All right, can we just get some green hearts for having Chad on screen a lot today?
Woo!
Like I feel like he's on like a ton today. So he's back on at 3. Well, that's true. He's on at 3:30. And that's gonna be a Grid Method mailbag. Him and Dave Schmittou. So essentially, Dave's putting on like his podcasting hat, like he's getting ready to interview mode, and he's gonna throw questions that you, if you did, you have submitted. Not you, Ray, but like you people in our Teach Better family have submitted about the Grid Method. So Chad can answer all those questions. That's gonna be fun because you just mentioned that he's smart. And I talk about this a lot, but like Chad and I have worked together for so long and so close that like I forget how smart the guy is sometimes. And then he goes on these little tangents and I'm like, oh, yeah, he knows a couple things. So like I'm excited about the mailbag episodes because it's just me like put a quarter in, and let Chad go. So
I really don't mean to brag and make you jealous, Jeff. So if you want to grab a tissue really quick, like that's fine. But I got to spend Thursday, Friday, and Monday hanging out with Chad Ostrowski because he's the coolest. And I knew he was smart, and I don't forget. Just saying.
I hung out with him Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I mean,
but you didn't get Monday. You missed out on
about
Monday.
13 hours of driving in a car. So like,
Whatever.
and also like 2015, 16, 17 daily.
Hey, Chad, could you lose Jeff's number and only call me when you need something? For like only like 6 months.
Moving on. After that, at 4:30, you and I are back on. That's that second announcement. So super fun, super exciting, really important announcement. So 4:30, don't miss that. 5 o'clock.
How would you
How would I
describe
what?
that announcement?
I think I just did. Super fun, important, I think is what I would do. Excited.
Lame,
exhilarating, magical. I don't know what you're looking for here. I think excited.
Those are not. I don't think the announcement's magical. I want to confirm. There's no.
I think it's fun. It's going to be a fun announcement, exciting announcement, big announcement.
Do you think there's certain people that will be happy and certain people that will be upset about the announcement?
I think teachers will be happy, and administrators will be happy. Coaches, support team, they'll be happy. I don't know who'd be upset. I don't know anybody that would be upset.
I do.
Oh, who's going to be mad?
I think there was one specific group that will be upset.
Really?
Yes.
Who do you think's going to be upset?
Well, if I tell you, then it will give away the surprise.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. That's interesting. I'm confused and I'm perplexed. I'm excited as well.
I for sure feel confident that one group is going to hear the news and be like, "What?"
Really? Yeah. Well, that'll be fun. I'm excited for that. I love controversy. This is going to be great. Yeah. At 5 o'clock, we've got a cool from 5 to 6 session where we're going to be talking about tough discussions, how to have those tough conversations. And Dave Schmittou will be leading us talking both from a teacher standpoint and from an administrator standpoint. So that's going to be good looking at those 2 different viewpoints. And then at 6 o'clock, what?
I have a question.
What's your question?
Hold on. I'm trying to get all my notes together. What?
You're like a news anchor.
I feel like a news anchor.
But like a news anchor from like 15 years ago because they all do it on iPad
I'm like,
now. But
hold
whatever.
on, where's the pile? Because I feel like the tough discussion segment is one that I'm a little nervous about. Do you have no feelings about that?
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't have to be on screen. We'll let Dave worry about that.
So you're only nervous about segments where you are the one like leading it?
I have full trust in everybody else. Yeah, I just doubt myself most of the time.
That's really deep.
I
Do
know
you want to sit down and talk about that?
lots of issues there. We'll talk about it some other time. That's
Okay.
probably maybe a brain break conversation.
My point is that Tough Discussions is an hour segment that's broken up into 2 half-an hours because we're talking about 2 different perspectives on
Yes,
tough
2 different
discussions.
viewpoints. Yeah.
And I just think it's gonna be really cool. I'm excited.
I do too. I agree. At 6 o'clock, I get to hang out with Megan Deegan and Chris Madsen. We talk about favorite resources we need this fall. So some of the tools, things that maybe we discovered during the pandemic and this past year, or that we're looking for, that we need this fall, and discussing that. So that's gonna be a fun conversation. At 6:30, we're bringing Dave back on with Jeff Prickett and Trinise Brown Warrens to do a live administrator mastermind. So we're gonna. They're not just going to like show you what a mastermind looks like, but they're actually going to mastermind around a problem or a challenge, which is going to be a lot of fun. And then we're going to wrap it up at 7:30, bringing some of the team on with you and me and Chad and Josh and Katie to recap and celebrate the day. We're almost done, Ray, at this point.
And what's it called? What's that segment called?
Closing time.
What is it?
It's called closing time.
I'm sorry. How do you say that without singing it? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Sing it. Let me hear it.
You know, it's like closing time.
Teach Better Family, you're welcome for that right there. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Yeah, it's closing time. We should have probably like talked to somebody on that got permission and played that song during that session. I'll see what I can do.
Like I think we should like have a little bit of
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, Tim Cavey's here. Like,
hey guys, you should go listen
is
to
the
Teaching About
paparazzi
Fire
around? Because there's a celebrity in the house at this point. So, Tim, good to
We
see you,
love
brother.
you.
All right, so we'll get ready for the next session. With Chad and Rick. We are just waiting for Rick to jump in because Rick is coming because he's in high demand. This guy, right? So he's all over the place. So
Wait.
let's teach. What are we looking at? What are you looking at?
Wait. They said they were singing it with me. So see, I wasn't singing it alone.
Oh.
My orchestra.
Do
my-
we need
my
to bring
singer.
some other people on with you and some harmonies and stuff? Is that
So
what
we
we're
can
gonna
do
do?
some
here?
like. Yep. Okay.
So
Sorry.
Okay.
So let's talk about the next segment because I'm really excited for this one.
yeah, that's all I had. That's all I had.
It's all you had. We're about to talk grading with the guru of grading. Like I know that I don't read books very often. I own his books and they're right there and I have read them and they're probably the only ones with sticky notes and writing all over them. This is going to be it.
I know I don't read books. What? I don't know why I read books in quotes. I don't. What does that mean?
I
Why?
listen to books all the time.
Okay.
I don't
It's-
like.
I don't know.
Like-
I was just reminded of Joey not using the quotes right. I'm like, what do you mean by like read? Like, what did you?
What was the
Anyway.
line that Joey? Somebody in the comments. What's the line that Joey does this for? That's really funny. Do you know? Do you remember?
He was. I can't remember because the one of them when he goes, "I'm sorry," and Ross like still not using it right, and then he finally gets it right where he's like, "Just a friend," and he's like, "Hey, you did it right," and he's like, "Thanks." He doesn't get it. Anyway, I can't remember what the original one. Like there were several of them during that session there. So anyway, so do we want to flip it over to Chad? Do we want to? There's someone else hanging out back there. I don't know if that's our time here, or do we want to do that, or what do you want to do
From
here?
What I see in the background with what we're discussing, I think it's smarter that those two discuss grading than the
There
two
might
of
be two fanboy going out here. Just be honest, like,
Yeah.
based on what's going on.
us. You know, but
Sorry,
because-
I wish you guys could all see. Like, Chad was just doing what I told him to do earlier, right there. So,
all right.
oh, we're only 4 hours in, and I'm already like a little bit delusional. So this is awesome.
Guys,
So
we're
let's do it.
transitioning.
Let's flip.
We're transitioning to our next segment. I know we have a lot to discuss. If you missed the announcement, we are going to play that one more time to make sure you saw it, and then we're starting our new segment. Stick around with us. We have 12 hours of professional development going on today. Jeff and I will be back at some point, but enjoy the next goofballs joining us.
What is up? How's it going, Dave?
Well, I figured I'd throw on a quick Hawaiian shirt here and see if anybody noticed that I am actually not Rick. But, I will fanboy out right alongside of you. Rick is one of my favorite people on planet Earth. So I figured if he was going to be checking in and talking grading a little bit, I would jump in and see if I could add my 2 cents a little bit too. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you're a grading guru for me. So I think that works out okay, my friends. I also think both of us quote Rick so much that collectively maybe we could approach Warmily like content wise, maybe. But it's going to be better when the real thing shows up for sure. So I do think grading is a huge topic right now, right? It has been a very, very long year. And I actually think he is going to be able to join us here very shortly. Now that I think about it, I think someone could enter him in. That'd be great because I can't scroll down that far. So
I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
Can I? Because actually, no, I'm going to sit here and watch him do his happy dance for a minute because he is doing all the things in the background. I'm going to, Katie, don't push that button yet. Oh, I was going to make him just beg. Rick, I see you jumped in. I was trying to trick everybody. I threw on the Hawaiian shirt for you, and I was going to see if anybody thought I was you. So
I'm just another talking head.
Rick, how are you, my friend?
I've been tesseracting, trying to get into this room for like 5 minutes. No, 6 minutes.
Well, we're here now, and that's the important thing, right?
And thank you. Our time is up. Thank you for playing our game.
It's been great, everybody. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Rick, how's your day going, man? Appreciate you kind of being able to swing this real quick after your previous engagement.
Yeah, I was talking about motivation, cultivating tenacity and things with San Antonio Independent School District, and had a great time, but too short a time. It's a massive topic.
Absolutely. And speaking of massive topics, we sort of have a lot of play and wiggle room here, as this session is literally called Grading with the Expert. So I know there's a lot.
I'm so glad Dave is here.
And I was just going to say, and on that note, this is where I leave and I just sit back and listen and learn, man. Rick, do your thing. I'm going to sit back with my notebook and take feverish notes because my goal is to be you someday. So when I can start growing the thick, luscious locks again, I'm going to do what I can.
Let me just play you off. Okay, that's your
bye.
Bye. Where's Andy Richter when you need Andy Richter?
I think you're doing a great job filling in for him. That's fantastic, man. I appreciate you making it and speeding over here. That is absolutely fantastic. Happy to have you to share your knowledge and expertise with our network. How are you feeling after this year, man? It's been a long one, right?
Yeah, I apologies to California and Australia last year, but I feel like it's been a forest fire of a year for a lot of places.
Yeah.
But I grew up in California, and in Northern California. We used to hike through the Sierras and the Santa Cruz Mountains and all that stuff. And there were a lot of fires there. And when we would camp and hike, you'd walk through, you would see the new growth that otherwise couldn't grow until the bramble and brush and trees were cleared out through fire. So fire is a healthy thing because it allows clarity and allows exposure to sunlight, those things that previously were strangled and not allowed to flourish. The question is whether we're willing to take that opportunity and live up to that promise with that healthy succession to grading reform, to instructional design. There's a whole bunch of teachers who were like, okay, steep mountain to climb, big learning curve. How do I get all my lessons to fit through the camera lens when I do remote or hybrid and come out the other side and be effective? And what they realized is they were used to the trappings of the classroom. And they were going through a lot of muscle memory, a little bit complacent because they had all the materials of the classroom. And they weren't as focused on how the brain learns. They were focused on just the protocols of the classroom more as a way to teach. it became easier to blame kids when they didn't learn rather than, wait, what do I know about 13-year-old brains and how do they best learn?
Right.
Or 8-year-old or whatever it is. And so what they discovered is, oh, I need to go back to my original knowledge of pedagogy. And then how is it expressed in the modern era? You know, what do we know about cognitive science? And now let me do those things and try to create it through the camera lens. It's far more effective. That kind of disturbing unsettling of the silt and saying what flies out of that is so liberating, and it's so meaningful, and there's so much hope and not despair in that, even though we're dealing with despair in a lot of students' families and our loss of normalcy in lives. That's where I'm thinking and feeling right now as we start thinking about the fall.
I absolutely love it, man. I get to talk to teachers across the country, and I'm feeling a lot of that same opportunity, as well as that same fear, right? I kind of act on this premise of people don't know, or teachers don't know what they don't know until they know it. But when they know better, they can do better, right?
That's very Maya Angelou of you. and there's another one she says that I love. You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have.
Yeah.
And so a lot of teachers I have been thinking divergently and problem solving and being creative all year. I am spent. And say, no, you are fortified. You are now equipped. And this is going to be so much more inspirational in the year ahead for all of your hard creative work in the past few months.
Absolutely. And to your point, I think that teachers are better armed with tools, resources, skills, abilities, instructional tactics to differentiate and modify instruction and meet students' needs than they ever have before.
Yeah.
One thing I've been telling groups of teachers is, listen, it doesn't feel like it right now, but you're the best version of yourself as an educator that you have ever been. It might not feel smooth and cool and awesome because you just went through war, but right now, when we go back to what we consider normal, right? You are more armed to be successful than you have ever been before. And I think that opportunity that you're talking about, I also think that the last year, if we think about what teachers went through, fitting everything through that screen, I love how you kind of put that. I think it showed some truths that I think both of us know and preach all the time about grading and feedback and mastery that maybe weren't as obvious before, right? So what are some of the truths that you think this new dynamic of instruction, this sort of nuts and bolts version of instruction, showed educators that they can take and use as they kind of return to what we consider normal?
Well, I think before I even say what are some of the truths, just acknowledging the truth can be humbling and it can sting. I mean, you found like my ego thought I was being effective with that grading practice, but now, not so much.
Right.
And
absolutely.
If I'm somebody who champions equity and ethics and accuracy in grading, I claim my grades are accurate, and I find out, whoops, we've got to be in a position where we're willing to be candid with the one in the mirror and also with one another without being judged. We've got to have that safe place to do it.
Right.
So I just want to preface it with truth is scary and it's humbling. And it's kind of like Max Planck, the German physicist, his reminder that science advances one funeral at a time. And education is a social science. And I would suggest, this is something that I practiced every year since 1981, when I was starting, is what am I going to unlearn this year? That thing with which I grew complacent and never gave it close scrutiny that I just did because other people did, I'm knocking it out of here. And one of the things when it comes to grading, some of the salient truths that rise or bubble to the top is that we're out for evidence of learning, not compliance or you did something. So for example, teachers with whom I've been working have been saying, well, he doesn't show up, wherever it is, or he doesn't do the work. He got an F or a low grade because he didn't do the assignments. And I'm like, oh no, red flag, alarm bells. Who cares if they do the work? It's where they show evidence of learning. Now, what if my normal stock and trade that I do for assessments is not easily done through the camera, or because of emotional cycles and sleep cycles and functional and dysfunctional families being out of whack, the normal way I assess is not there? Could I then have a different lens and say, oh, assessment is about evidence of learning, not having done something. So I'm not about obedience and compliance. I'm about mastery, right? Learning. So are there other ways they could demonstrate evidence that are just as legit? They're not going soft. That might even be more demanding, but I'm chasing evidence not of mastery and not conflating, that you did something. So I'm not giving you points for taking a test or for doing the assignment. I'm giving you points for the evidence represented via the vehicle of that test. And that sort of thing. That's a new mini epiphany for a lot of teachers. Like, I can't do it normally this way. I've got to realize, and the larger screen or angle on that, am I going to be principled first, doable second, actionable second? And the principle is my grades will be accurate and they'll be based on what I claim to be reporting. So now I have to look at it and go, am I really being accurate, or is this format getting in the way of an accurate portrayal of that student's knowledge? Oh, then do I have a moral and pedagogical professional responsibility, imperative, to change the format so it creates an accurate report? That kind of thing is, we start looking at principles and you go, that's what it's about. Oh, formative versus summative, whole new currency now. The idea that formative is high feedback but low stakes. And then, because more and more of the students are shouldering the burden of their own interaction, their own engagement, because teachers aren't physically with them, or sometimes they are, but minds are everywhere. Way more truth coming out about students self-monitoring. And then that creates efficacy. So like in descriptive feedback, the students do the majority of the analysis of their work against an exemplar or evaluative criteria, and then they help inform the next steps for their growth. So now the teacher is facilitating, okay, here's like the rubric and the progression of proficiency. Let's help you figure out where you are in that and what you would like to do to own it, move forward, and minimize your over-dependence on the need for external validation. You are 1,000 times more than your grade, but the growing mental illness is like, I only have value in relation to my grade.
Well, and that's a huge barrier for a lot of teachers. I've had teachers in trainings go, but if I'm not grading everything, what's motivating them? And I go, if that's your concern, what's the core issue there? Right? Like where's the value of the instructional experience, the learning and the growth and the mastery versus this arbitrary currency that we call grades?
But think about that too. There are a lot of teachers who have no background in how do I help kids instill a sense of self-discipline and motivation and self-tenacity, and they overly rely on the grade book to do it. I will put my whole reputation on this. There is absolutely no research that says, if you want kids to be motivated, to mature, to respect the deadline, start the project in the week it's assigned, not 5 weeks later before it's due, that kind of thing, and not yield to distraction, impulsivity, and to really be mature. None of it says use grades. In fact, it says that makes it worse. You exacerbate the problem. So now if we take something away from teachers they're used to using for coercion, then we have to replace it with something of equal or greater practicality. Otherwise, they won't find it credible.
Absolutely.
And I would love it if people then studied the motivation world, not relied on grading to do that for them, because it really helps them step up to the plate, if that makes sense.
100%. Absolutely. Because that's sort of that next step, right? If we're not motivating with this external force, we have to build intrinsic motivation into the learner, right? Yeah. We can only do that if we fully understand that dynamic. But that also goes into, are we creating learning experiences that are motivating, engaging, and meeting their needs, right? Yeah. Because if I'm outside of a student's the zone of proximal development in the where I'm at with them, their ability to engage decreases. Therefore, their motivation also decreases. So to me, it's like all comes together, right? Into cohesive, aligned, differentiated, personalized instruction.
Yeah, I mean, the brain is out for self-preservation. If I teach the way you best learn, I own you. We can go to the moon together. But if I don't teach the way you best learn, you'll find every excuse in the world to avoid and escape. So the teacher then has to broaden the repertoire of scaffolding, tiering, differentiation, responsive teaching, equity measures, so that the child sees himself, herself, themselves has a seat at learning's table and a role to play in that learning. But if they don't see that, they beg off. But one of the things that we do, we've got to create a gentle insubordination against the master schedule design, because timing is another grading true issue. Like, who cares if it takes 3 extra months or 2 days or they finish early? The goal is they learned it, not that you learned it by one uniform calendar date arbitrarily imposed on the next generation by the current generation in power. You were hired to teach so they learn. So the whole year is the grade book, not just this 9 weeks or this 12 weeks or something. And that bothers me, that people think, no, I've got to do it in the exact same timeline, which is an insult to every single teacher who brings professional expertise and is then told, no, you must follow the pacing mandate.
Well, yeah. But it's also an insult to the individual needs of the students.
Yeah.
Right? To like, I've literally been in these situations where someone goes, well, on day 7, this classroom and this classroom across the hall should be on the same page, on the same thing at the same time. And I go,
I know. But
like,
wait,
where?
I've asked superintendents, why do you do that? And they said, well, we have a lot of students moving from one school to the other. We want to be able to pick up. So it's convenient for the teacher. You're going to diminish instructional effectiveness? Never sacrifice that. Oh my gosh. And then, do I bring nothing to the equation? I happen to have knowledge and wisdom. What's up with that? So I really encourage teachers, don't put children in jeopardy, but occasionally gentle insubordination and ask for forgiveness later. In other words, what can I do in the microcosm of my class and translate it to the school district's language so I can keep my job and then volunteer to be on the committee for grading reform?
Absolutely. Man, you're just like, I'm just so glad that you're saying some of these things, because in my head, I'm like, I hope Rick Romelli would agree with what I'm saying right now about grading and this thing. And so it's like
Chad, I've seen the stuff you post online. We're in alignment.
Oh man. So one thing I love about this conversation, to me, I think a lot of people connect you directly with sort of grading work and reporting and feedback, just because that's sort of what's known. But what I hear from you is that good grading is a result of best practice, right? Like, so to me, I always feel like there's dynamic. Sometimes people will look at grading and go, okay, instruction happens over here, feedback and grading happens over here, so we're going to put a line right in the middle. But to me, they feed each other, right? Because if you have high quality, standards aligned, mastery based instruction happening, the grading and feedback you provide will also be standards aligned, mastery based, and more focused on student growth and equitable, right? So like, to me, it's a back and forth. Because if you approach a district and they go, hey, we just bought a new standards based grade book, but our instruction's not standards based, you've bought a shiny new ruler to measure the same pile of dung. Okay, you've literally just
I like that phrase.
You've literally purchased and spent lots of dollars on how to use a brand new shiny metric ruler, but you're measuring the same pile. Okay, and that's like, that becomes an issue for me, because now you say that I'm standards based or we're mastery referenced or something like that, but the instruction is not. So you're literally measuring something that doesn't exist, yet claiming that you're being innovative in the same breath. And it's something that always irks me.
Well, there's another thought. And so like the corollary to that, well, we want to get our teachers doing standards-based instruction, and then we'll change our assessment and grading. And that usually is one of the nails of death in the coffin, of doing it, because what gets reported usually gets done. And so if you want me to do this brilliant work in the classroom, everything, but I have to translate it to an antiquated reporting mechanism, that is so hard. Why would you make it so cumbersome? So I'm a big believer in simultaneously shifting things, because one would reinforce the other. But I do remember in 1982, Carol Ann Tomlinson was somebody I had just discovered. She's using differentiation. And she said, assessment is inseparable from instructional design. You can't have one without the other. And then I'm struck by assessment and feedback are never an indictment. They're never an evaluation or a judgment. Assessment is literally gathering data so you can inform next steps and help the child self-monitor and all that stuff. But it's not, this is the sole judgment of you, finite, there is no more. Right. So one of the premises in the world of assessment grading is everything is formative until it's not. And that summative literally means post-learning and it's final judgment. So no grades, percentages, rubric numbers for anything that's formative. Group projects, quizzes, classwork, homework. If you're living up to the promise, but lots of feedback, and they know exactly how they're progressing. So it's not like, oh, surprise, I didn't know what grade I was going to get.
Yeah.
Those things, they go together. You're exactly right.
I love that. I love the idea. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Chad. There's a lot to talk about.
No, hold on. I got to get a new page.
Thank you. There are a lot of teachers, though, who do this assessment and then go right in and do what they were going to do anyway, teaching blind to the students they serve.
And so they're not using the data they're collecting.
Yeah. So that's the next thing. And then the other part is, if you are really into this and you're not a hypocrite, and I hope teachers try to aspire to minimize hypocrisy, as we do this, then you have to have cultural shift. So yeah, grading and instructional design is great, but a part of that is shifting the culture of the community to live up to that promise, what this really means. And that is a huge part that sometimes people forget. They say, just do it.
The social aspects of change. The sociological shift and the cultural norms of a community or a region, right? Which is huge, right? You talk to a group of high school educators that have existed in a community that's close-knit and closed off from instructional innovation, and they go, what about valedictorian? What about eligibility? What about these societal structures? And my question is always, well, are we here to talk about instruction, or are we here to talk about these things that we've created in our society, right? One thing I love. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say those elements you just listed are all about sorting and selecting kids as opposed to cultivating and developing them, as Tom Guskey discerns. And I would just say, you've got to take a philosophical stance. And then through that doorway, all these other opportunities open up that you didn't have before, or you can be, limited, truncated in your effectiveness by holding on to, no, it's a sorting mechanism. I need to tell everybody listening, and I'm sure you already know, Chad, valedictorian is falling out of favor. The Latin system of magna cum laude, summa cum laude, and so on is much more preferable. Honor roll, especially in middle school, get rid of it. And it serves no purpose other than parents' esteem. There's no instructional value. It actually does more harm. And even honor roll in high school, if I had my druthers, I'd get rid of it. There are other ways to realize that grades are very fragile premises in which to base so much function and dysfunction. And teachers constantly distort what a grade means, right? I give you an A, but the same kind of learning is only a B or C to somebody else in the same building. And yet we have the nerve to claim to parents, oh yeah, you can trust the grades to make a high stakes decision. No, you can't, because they're not exact. They don't have integrity because we never calibrated evidence with each other.
Correct.
So what they're saying is, don't summarily reject everyone else of the exact same high academic caliber. Find another way to honor all those who are there. But the difference between an 89 and a 90, difference of life of dreams fulfilled or life of dreams deferred, Langston, is one stupid percentage point, which is within the statistical margin of error. And you can't discern the difference between like an 84 and an 87 when it comes to dividing fractions. Yet we do that so we can sort children, not for instruction. So going back to the purpose, is it about instruction like you were saying, Chad, or is it about gotcha and sorting?
Right. One thing I love that you said that I think can be a driving principle as teachers reflect on their practice as they watch this now or later, I think is that every assessment or interaction is formative until it's not. Right? Like I absolutely love that idea. One metaphor I often use is that if you view every piece of feedback or in a traditional system, every grade is sort of like a snapshot, right? So if we took a snapshot of you or me like 20 years ago, and we said, this is what this person looks like. This is all their beliefs, all of their knowledge, all of what they know right now in this moment. And then we held on to that picture, and then we waited 20 years and we saw you or me again. And I'm mad because you're not the exact same person in this picture, right? Like, that to me is what we do when we expect students not to grow and change because we're arbitrarily adding and going, nope, learning was done.
Oh yeah,
learning's done. This is the thing we slapped on it because we made it summative, right? When if we look at it as the organic process, we know that people develop, change, and grow over time. It's a universal understanding. but when we apply the same lens to students, somehow it's different, right? Somehow we
So-
go,
That's a really good point. And one of the salient truths that's come out of COVID and everything else that's gone on is that grades are temporary positions along a continuum. And
correct.
given subsequent evidence, they can go higher or lower. So no grade is safely in the bank. And it means that the most recent evidence is actually a more accurate indicator. So
Correct.
a big part of a testimony for a grade is what they carry forward and could do independent of all assistance, not what they once could do or not do. And then we average that in. So we are not an average of our earlier incompetence woven in with our current competence.
Right.
So we're always keeping it open, because why were we hired? To teach so the students learn, not simply to document how you fall short by one particular calendar date. I love that sentiment. That's a great idea of looking at ourselves later. And then are you mad that we're the same person or that we're a different person? No, we're going to change in our journey.
Yeah, it's just like this weird concept that teachers have, like, well, you didn't know, you knew this much on Tuesday, and whether
Yeah,
you know
right.
more on Friday is irrelevant, right? It does not matter.
Right.
I don't care anymore. Or we view grades as sort of autopsies as opposed to
Doug
like you
Reeves
said.
analogy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
that.
like
That's
right?
superb. Yes, you're exactly right. And
and
where's your health status regarding this element, this element? We disaggregate. We don't put it in one lump aggregate central tendency
Right.
either. Yeah, less curriculum per symbol makes it more accurate. So that's what we want to do.
right, like we said, well, you died on this day. The cause and everything else why is irrelevant.
Right. You know what you're doing, Chad, and you do it so well, is you're the lexicon. You're giving us vocabulary to use. And a lot of teachers have a huge amount of power they don't realize just by using
Sure.
lexicon. Like, are you constantly saying grades are earned, which is a financial bartering relationship we don't want? It's a communication of learning as of one date. But the idea of, are you moving towards basic or towards proficient or towards exemplary or mastery? Not, well, if you got 4 more problems right, you could have a 90, because that's chasing points and not chasing the learning. The
Compliance
simple
over competence.
changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the changes about this is for learning, not of learning, really will help shift a lot of that culture. And if students are doing student-led conferences or
Sure.
taught descriptive feedback techniques, they own it. They can articulate how they're doing to mom and dad quite nicely. They take more responsibility. They're more invested in their learning. But I think that common lexicon, that's a constructive lexicon that you've been using, and the analogies is spot on as a way for anybody to get started and continue.
It's about creating those on-ramps, right? But I also think
on-ramps. I
that,
love that.
so like different teachers have different varying understandings of these concepts, right? Based on when they went to college, what their content was, what they've learned, and the PD if they've had Rick Romelli visit their school or not, right? So,
That's right. I mean, it's true. But there are a lot of teachers who do that too, But
Absolutely.
you're right. Parents and people outside of school think they know how to grade because they are once students.
Right. There's an inherent
because I watched,
bias. Yeah.
West Wing doesn't mean I'm capable of being the president. And I don't assume that I have a lawyer proficiency because I watched a law show. So it's cool.
So I like that you've mentioned equity a few times, and I think this past year, I often reference you when I talk about this in my training, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm really excited to hear your thoughts live.
Oh no.
So I hope you say what I want you to. Otherwise, I've been saying something wrong. So no, I think the idea of punitive grading, like zeros and things like that, have really had the opportunity to be reevaluated over the course of COVID. And I've heard, from teachers and administrators across the country, as I'm sure you have, is they'll say things like, well, because of the difficult situation, we got rid of zeros, so we're going to start the scale at 50 to 100 or things like that. Now, I have plenty of thoughts on this. I'm pretty sure I agree with you based on everything I understand, but I think that's a huge opportunity right now. I've always viewed that change as a Band-Aid to try to fix a broken system, to make it more accurate and more equitable, right? I don't see that as a perfect solution, but a solution to try to fix something that's broken in the best way we can with what we have. That's kind of how I've always seen that as a fix. But I'd like to get your thoughts on, like, what is your case for or against that, the ideology of sort of adjusting the scale or to be more accurate, removing zeros and things like that? Because I've heard that come up a lot through the course of COVID, even though it's been a discussion for some time.
Well, I've written a whole article on this, so you're release the Kraken.
I knew what I was doing when I asked this question. I was fully prepared for it.
Okay, good.
I got my notes. Okay, I got my. Let's.
All right, here's the deal. The biggest issue with that is the 100-point scale averaging and the idea that grades are compensation. For example, people say, I'm not going to give someone $50 if they don't do their job. And I say, you're exactly right. I wouldn't do that either. By the way, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What? It also speaks to the ignorance teachers have on interval science. The idea that a 90 to 100 is an A, 80 to 89, B, and so on. Well, the F has a 60-point influence. If you're going to average on a 100-point scale, 1-0, it requires 6 or 7 perfect hundreds in a row to average up just to a D. Why bother? There's no hope for me. So what you're talking about is, hey, zeros are fine. I mean, I'm serious when I say this. Zeros are absolutely fine on a 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 scale because the equal interval accurate when you're still forced to average. So don't get hung up on no zeros, no zeros. How about this? Put a symbol there that indicates recoverability. So zeros are fine as long as they're recoverable in full. So what's another word for that? Oh yeah, incomplete, not yet, no evidence presented yet, in progress. Correct. Put those symbols because that's far more accurate. And by the way, while you're doing this, realize, as Doug Reeves says, how much a D is a coward's F. The kid failed, you just don't have guts to tell him. So the idea is most schools who get into this go 4, 3, 2, F, or incomplete. A, B, C, F. You don't need gradations or degrees of F-titude. Well, you're a big scumbag failure. You're just a little bit of failure. You're going to have the same reaction either way. Investigate and take corrective action, whether they're a little bit of failure or didn't turn the thing in at all. But you're not going to sit there and hide behind the 100-point scale that was never meant to report human progress against standards. Right. So just a reminder, the smaller the scale, the higher the inter-rater reliability. So we're more consistent teacher to teacher to teacher about what we put as grades on looking at the same student work. But we're also realizing this, and this is from Tom Guskey, Susan Brookhart, and other researchers. The more levels you have in a scale, like 100 has 100 down to 0, that's 101 levels, right? As you go down, the more subjective it is, and the more students are misclassified and don't get an effective instructional response. So if you want objectivity, you will go to a smaller scale with 3 or 4 levels that each level has been very carefully defined through an evidence descriptor. We've calibrated it with each other. We agree on it. We do exemplars for all the levels. So we're very clear in the lines of demarcation, how to go from a 2 to a 3 and a 3 to a 4. That's more objective, more consistent. We have more integrity with the larger community than a 100-point scale. Well, it's all about points. And you can chase it. So in that 80 to 89 range, think about that. Can you tell the difference between an 84 and an 86? Probably not, maybe 88. So what a lot of schools do is they move to a smaller scale, but if they still have to report with percentages for some reason, they just choose the highest number in every one of the ranges. So the percentage grades are now 100, 89, 79, 69, 59. That's it. There's no grade called 86.
But it's so funny you just said that because they've created a 5-point scale at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done that.
Right? So it's the same. It's the same.
Those things have to rally around the evidence. And a 100-point scale, you can't write out a description of evidence for 100, then 99, then 98, then 97. Correct. You would lose the number of words that mean subtly different degrees of each other. There's just not that many words out there. They wouldn't exist
in the language that you're using.
Right. So I agree. I will put it to you this way. It is unethical, unprofessional to not have a minimum F of 50 or 60 or 70. To allow the grades to be averaged and allow something to be so distorting as the 100-point scale. On a 4.0 scale, averaging is not the coolest thing. Here's another thing to think about. If you used a 50-point scale, the whole point is moot because the 40s are A's, the 30s are B's, the 20s are C's, the teens are D's, and the single digits are F's. And if you still had to average, they would have equal influence. So there's nothing sacred about the 100-point scale. We do it because it was done to us, not because it was educationally sound. So now the question is, to what degree do we allow people who are untrained to tell us what to do? And that's an uncomfortable question.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That made me so happy right there. Just getting to just
well, I hope it was parallel to what you do, Chad.
Yes. No, you're good. I think actually, no, I'm covered. I think I'm safe. So that's good.
Well, I gotta tell you, students get that before the adults in their lives understand it. They realize they're not getting something for having done nothing, but the adults worry that that's what's going to be taught. And so
we've created the system that we.
Yeah. Could you use another mode of central tendency? Really like mode. Seriously, like a prevalence of pattern of evidence over time rather than an average. Because students will do this. Well, there are only 5 tests. I just have to get 100 on one. The rest I could skip and I could still pass with a D because you set it up like that. How about this? We're going to use mode, like median, mean, mode, so on. And the most predominant performance is F. So your grade is an F. What will be really cool is you never do a central tendency. And you just do this. No evidence of that, no evidence of that, no evidence of that, no evidence of that, lots of evidence of that, and stop. So your grade in the report card is a profile of the categories, not one lump sum aggregate.
And ideally we'd have mastery statements or I can statements of some sort that articulate individual skills or abilities of the student within a given content, right? And then you have a measurable metric that goes, this is what the student's good at in social studies, in science, these skills within the content, which would be great, right? Like a pamphlet, like that opens up.
That would be awesome. Or, on the screen digitally with graphics.
Which is more likely in the 21st century.
But think about special ed kids. There's so much more hope in that because you're giving me credit for the gold inside me that was masked by all these other incompetencies. So when you divide it out, I think every teacher should put all the standards that the test is testing or the quiz is on the test, right? So now you give me 4.0, 4.0, 4.0. These 5, I'm lame. I'm terrible at it. But there's hope I'll stay involved. But again, if I'm only as good as a composite report of my weakest areas, why bother? Because you're not seeing the truth of my real competencies there that I can do. And we want to make sure we come from an assessment and grading from a place of hope, not despair. But there are a lot of teachers' policies who make the kid want to throw it on the ball and go home. And we've got to, change that.
Which are more magnified in terms of inequity, depending on the subgroup of student you're looking at, right? Yeah. So when we create inequitable systems of feedback, growth, and grading, we're harming certain subsets more than others because they're less able to play the game based on various situations. So I love all this, and I'm really sad because we only have 12 more minutes. So I'm trying to think. So I love the idea. Thank you for articulating sort of the zeros thing and the idea that, because to me it really comes to accuracy, right? So is it something I often tell teachers is you may not be able to change your grade book or what the district policy is on something, but if the grade represents actual mastery of learning happening in your classroom, and you can defend that level of mastery based on evidence and data that's provided by the learner, it's a good grade. But math feels safe. It's more objective and assured. Sure.
And so we got to get teachers to stop hiding behind the math and be able to do this. Analyze the student's work in light of the evaluative criteria, show where it matches and doesn't.
Absolutely.
And it's got proof of this descriptive level. But check this out. In one of my former districts, the parent handbook said this: parents, grades are first and foremost determined by a teacher's professional opinion of your child's performance against standards, not mathematical calculation. And teachers have been trained how to analyze student products against those standards, and we'd be glad to explain their decision at a mutually agreeable time. When you hear that, that could scare you to death because now you have to justify the grade. Or no, the math adds up. My hands are tied. The math, it just comes out, and that's hiding in a way.
Yeah, but another great aspect of what you're describing is teachers will say, a parent comes in, they go, "Why does my kid have a B or a C or a whatever?" and you go, well, they forgot 3 homework assignments 3 months ago, right?
Oh my God, yes.
And I go, guess what a parent can never argue with? What the student knows and does not know, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes if the student's with the parent, you can go, hey, can you do double-digit addition? No, that's why they have a C right now. Like that's it. Period. End of story, right? Like it's like it becomes a really simple conversation when you have those clear delineated what you can't do and what articulates that in our feedback in our grades, right? Because it overcomes that math that we're hiding behind. I like how you said that.
Well, a colleague of mine way early in my career said this, and it always stuck with me, that all these things you're talking about, these images of schools and the mindsets, are images of control, not learning. And yet we claim to be places of learning. So will your students graduate seeing the experience as a place of learning or a place about management and control? And the idea that you did the homework assignment with someone, you are emphasizing the way wrong thing. Now, it doesn't mean you're not teaching, maturity, respect for deadlines, personal responsibility, get your act together. But what we're saying is there are far more effective ways, long lasting, other than through your grades. And it's a false assumption that you are teaching grading by denying redos or by doing an antiquated system of the 100-point scale or by continuing to average. And that's the thing it's really hard to kind of get across.
So you totally just reminded me that we have not talked about retakes yet, and I am so mad at myself for not bringing that up earlier.
I have a new article out that just came out on practical tips for redos. So we could just like type that into the chat box or just say it out loud if you want.
Yeah,
and then people can like, here's what Rick thinks about it. It's just relearning and reassessing practical tips. So it's not redos and retakes. I don't think that's really what we want to do. It's relearning and reassessing, and then colon practical tips. And then if you want to add Rick Warmly to it, and then you get it. It'll come right up. I guarantee it.
I love it. So please check out that article from Rick. His content is fantastic. I reference it all the time. So I highly recommend it. I do want to talk about our giveaway for this hour as we kind of close things up. And then I'm going to let you kind of take the last say, so to speak, as we close things out with a little bit of a closing message. But the giveaway for this hour is a free 60-minute coaching session with Dave Schmidow. So he is another amazing mind on assessment, grading, and everything under those, everything under the sun. You also get 1 year free to the Teach Better Academy with this hour. So if you want to dig into other grading topics and you've checked out Rick's resources, and you're like, I want to learn more, I want to dig deeper, you could win some sessions with Dave Schmidow to talk about those things and those things. So if you want to win those, just go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So I'm really sad that we only have 7 minutes, Rick. I got to tell you, because I could do this, for a lot longer, or like we'll just do this every week. That'd be amazing. But that's okay. I won't hold you to that. But
there are worse things that could happen.
I'm sure.
It's fine.
So going into next year, we've been through a lot, and that's kind of where we started the discussion. But what are some real easy first steps? If I'm a teacher going, I've been taking points in a 100-point scale. I have a traditional A through F grade book. I take points on homework. I take points on formative assessments and exit slips, and just like I'm just playing the game as it was played with me, so to speak, right? What are 3 or 4 things that those teachers can do to start moving towards more equitable practice, more high quality practices in terms of grading, feedback, and assessment?
I will answer that, but I do want to make one correction. I'm seeing in the Teach Better team boxes comments, they have an article I wrote in 2011 posted there, redos and retakes done right. That's a great article. I grab it, run with it. But the updated article that just came out in 21 is literally called Relearning and Reassessment Practical Tips. So
Gotcha.
You've got redos and retakes. So if we could correct that and maybe find it,
sure.
Teach Better team, that would be great. You've got a lot of the done right. That's an ASCD Education Leadership article, November 2011. So it's 10 years old. However, relearning and reassessing practical tips.
I think we got it. I think.
Okay, good. Here's the deal. I think the first thing is you realize when you read a book on grading, you look at a YouTube video, you do a training, that it's not a bunch of recipes for your grading cookbook. A lot of people are like, give me the logistics. You must, like Simon Sinek says, begin with why, a sense of purpose. And so you want to look at the principles behind it. So what are the principles of grading? If you have the principles and the why, you summon stamina to see it through logistics and mechanics that might elude you. Because I get a lot of people go, I'd be overwhelmed doing redos. There's no way I'm going to do redos. You can't do that with my students in my coursework. And I'm calling buffalo bagels on it, which is my polite Virginia term right now. But yes, you can. You're in a myopic little echo chamber. And so you need to, achieve escape velocity, baby. Woo! Go out of orbit, go intergalactic, but you can do it. Urban, rural, suburban, affluent, impoverished. Yes, you can do that. So identify your principles for which you will fight. You will find the capacity to figure out the logistics after that. But first steps, are you evidentiary? Prove to me you're evidence driven. So to give you a standard, what do you teach? Good. What's your know, understand, and do? As a result of that, break that down. However you're going to do that, get evidentiary. For example, I don't really care if they do a book report. I'm really testing on whether or not you can understand plot of a novel. Yes, they used a color printer, but do they really understand how to interpret the data of the graph? Really decide what is the evidence. Sometimes it says they can analyze rhetoric and political speech, but it doesn't say when reading silently on grade level text, the student is able to. So if it's read aloud, they can totally do it. And you denied them competency in the standard because you were falsely assuming something inherent that wasn't there. So prove to me your evidentiary, take one unit and really become evidentiary. There are books on it and advice. Second, separate formative from summative and make formative a safe, fun place. This means anything that is a teacher technique is now off the books. You can put it in your grade book, but it doesn't count in the grade. It's a part of formative, giving lots of feedback. So, I don't know, nice, neat notebook. Brought your supplies in a timely manner. Practice personal hygiene successfully. The next time, less acts. Whatever it might be, homework, classwork, all that stuff. Group projects, all formative. It's not a part of the standards. So separate that and then separate character, work habits, virtues from the academics. And it turns out when it gets its own radar, they care about it and mature faster in those very things. But when you weave it in, here's what you know about the 5 protections under the First Amendment, plus all the days you were quiet and collaborative with others, you're knowingly fudging the grade higher or lower. When you know the grade is not a report of the actual evidence you claim to be reporting, this is called lying. And none of us have any moral authority to lie to parents, students, other stakeholders. So see it for what it really is. And legally, there are court cases where schools have been found lacking. They are paying fines. They're putting themselves in jeopardy because they did make grades really speak to the evidence. Separating those out, trying it on, and then try one redo. Following the ideas from the article between now and December, you're doing a little bit at a time and then finessing afterwards. And starting with conversation, with everybody else, and instead of hiding and hoping nobody finds out how you grade. No, open it to the close scrutiny of esteemed colleagues and grow as a result.
Wow. So the rest of the team that I can see down here, I'm not sure if you can see them too, but it is well known that it's hard to get me to stop talking, right? But I'm pretty sure.
I've got about 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Right. You may have succeeded because I don't know how much else I can add to that, except for I'd like to reiterate that bad grading is lying. That is my new favorite statement.
Oh, yeah. And, equity, ethics, lying. Accuracy. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. There's so many, like I get emails every other day about we've got a 57% increase in Fs. We got students dropping out, all these woes, and then inequity things. And when I investigate and work with them, it almost always comes down to assessment and grading practices that that didn't serve before, but now have been exacerbated and revealed for what they were. And so it calls for reform in that because grading imbues almost every other element. It brings out your true teacher colors and it affects almost everything else you do in the classroom. It is that big of a thing, and it should be more overtly taught in schools of teacher ed.
Absolutely.
It's not currently there.
I truly appreciate you taking the time to share your amazing wisdom
Thank you for letting me.
with us in our network. I look forward to hopefully more conversations in the future. So thank you so much. And have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chad. It was an honor.
Wow. Welcome back. We are still live, Dave. Still live.
I'm mad right now.
Why are you mad?
When I agreed to do this segment, nobody told me it was going to be after that segment. This is not even fair.
Okay,
man.
well let me make it here.
I took me. Thank God for that promo music. 'Cause I was like pulling my jaw back up, so it was connected to my face. That was just. I'm
gonna make you feel better, Dave, because here's the thing. And Brittany and Andre and Mike, we're gonna get to you guys real quick, but like just so you know where the bar is. This is Brain Break, Dave. Our bar is way down here, so it's okay. Like it's expected no matter what. So we're good. It's okay. In fact, earlier, so the three of you are aware of what you're stepping into. Dave and I were texting like, "Hey, got any ideas for what we're gonna do during Brain Break?" I don't know. That's about it. I put a koozie on my beer. That's about as far as I got. So. Because Instagram yesterday told me I needed to go classic with beer instead of classy with wine, so I went with that. But so you're good. Just breathe. It's all good. What do you got there?
I've got the world's largest rum and coke because I've got like a half hour break between this and the next segment, so I'm sure it'll all be good to go by then.
I love it. Well, welcome back. 12-hour lives. We are still going. We are now. I'm trying to do math. 5 hours into this thing, with whatever that different 7 hours left. Like this is getting crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to read Brittany's face. She's like, "Oh my God, you're mad, Dave. I'm mad. I agreed to do this. Like what?"
Brittany's only going like, "They told me I was going to be on with Rick. I don't know why I'm here. What they lied to me. Like this isn't what's." Brittany, how are you?
Good. Well, now I'm like, I should have grabbed a hard seltzer. Like I have this job.
Well, listen. If you need to step away and grab something, like we're okay. But this is Brain Break. So this is normally, Dave. This is at 5:00 Eastern time on Wednesdays. So it's kind of weird. It's 1:00 Eastern time here. Dave, it's literally noon for you.
So I moved, so I've lost track of time zones. I just thought it's okay to drink now. I'm talking to Jeff Vargas. I must drink. So
that's really what Brain Break. It's not necessarily about we joke about that, but like Brain Break really is just this is the hour where you're allowed to turn it all off. Just turn the brains off. We're gonna have some fun. Sometimes we get into some deep conversations. I won't lie. But sometimes, a lot of other times, we just get into nothing. So this is like the chill time. But we've got some friends on screen. So, Dave, I want to go around the horn and make sure everyone introduces themselves. So, Brittany, since we already like talked about how you probably don't want to be here anymore and you might want to leave, let's do me a favor. Do a quick introduction of yourself. What do you do? What's your role in education? And then I'd love to hear, because you're all connected to the team, how are you connected to the team as well?
Yeah, so I'm Brittany Rincon. I'm a fourth grade teacher in New Jersey, as well as a curriculum coordinator. And I'm connected to Teach Better because I am one of the podcast hosts in the network. So I host, the Teacher Leader podcast. And my goal every day this summer is to drink a gallon of water. So I have this like enormous bottle of water next to me.
I've got to drink a gallon a day goal too. That is awesome.
I think a little bit different purpose behind that. What's the purpose behind the gallon of a day? Like, what is that? I mean, a health thing, I'm assuming.
Yeah, honestly, it's the summer, so I can go to the bathroom whenever I want. So I'm just drinking water.
I'm using the same logic.
So you're trying to get all the water you can, and now since you don't have a chance to ever go to the restroom during the school year, that makes every teacher watching it now is like, yeah, that makes complete sense, Brittany.
I'm trying to make it a habit, before I can.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. So let's go down to Mike, Mr. Earnshaw. Same question to you.
Do I have to tell you a goal too? I was still
No,
thinking
that
about,
was just Brittany going above and beyond because
I-
that's what she does.
Because I was
so-
still thinking about Rick, and I was thinking the same thing backstage. I was like, Jesus Christ, I got to follow this guy up. But all right. So, yeah, I'm Mike Earnshaw. I'm connected to Teach Better. Well, I'm co-host of the Punk Rock Classrooms podcast. So we were on the podcast network. I blogged for Teach Better. You guys work with EduMatch. I got a book coming out with them within the next 30 to 60 days about school culture. So, yeah, that's it. I guess a goal for mine, I'm training for my 6th marathon. So I am not drinking right now. I will drink later after my long run this weekend. So
wow, I
There
love
we
how
go.
now how Brittany just set the bar. Now we're doing goals. I like it. This is already Brittany. You've already raised the bar way too high for Brain Break at this point. So Andre, we're going to you, my friend. Same question to you. Who are you? What do you do in education? How you connected? And apparently, give us a goal as well.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Andre Dowdy here, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 20 years in education. I know I don't look like I've been in the game 20, but I've been in the game 20. I am a part of the Teach Better as well. I am a co-host with my lovely wife, Danielle, and we have a podcast called See What Had Happened, where we talk about the stories from the good, the bad, and everything in between in education.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch that, Andre. Can you say that again?
Oh, absolutely. It goes like this. See what had happened. Because see what had happened was anytime you hear the word see what had happened, that's when you know the story is about to get real good.
That's exactly how I hear it every time I read the title, too, by the way.
So see what had happened was, and then they tell the story. And so my co-host, my wife, Danielle, she's out and about in them streets. It's summertime. So we're both educators, and we just like to share the stories. The goal's real simple. I'm trying to still get Beachbody ready. I've lost a lot of weight. I've gained a lot of muscle. I had personal best in the gym the other day, but I'm sore from it. So yeah, the goals are right there with you all as well.
I like it. Dave, do you have any goals that you're working on right now?
No, because now I feel like an epic failure. Like, I'm so glad that Rick was just on talking about the fact that we can redo things and we can relearn and we can continue to grow and improve, because I showed up feeling all heavy and large and lazy, got my rum and Coke, and you're talking about drinking gallons of water, going for long runs, writing and publishing. And I'm like, oh, Lord. Is that why I'm on the screen right now? Just so you guys can all feel better about yourselves? Because at least
we wanted to celebrate Andre's progress so far, so we wanted to really, so you could really see. Yeah.
Oh, man.
No, Dave, you do have a goal though. I think, aren't you training for another marathon this October? Aren't you doing that?
Yeah, I am,
Right?
but apparently I need to change my plan because apparently you're supposed to wait and drink after the long run, Mike. So thanks for that guidance.
Well, if it helps, I'm running. I have 18 days until my next half marathon, and I'm still having drinks.
Awesome.
And that half marathon, if I do well there, then that's showing me that my knees healed well enough where I'm going to run with you in October. So
fair enough.
Not quite Earnshaw level, but I'm working on it.
You know, I do want to tell Ray, because I know she's listening in the background. Ray, you went for a run with me this morning. I purposely waited to do my run when I knew that you and Jeff were doing the coffee and setup, and I had you guys in my headphones, and I was running right along with you. So you are covered for today, Ray. I took you along for the run, so I feel like I kind of earned it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Speaking of Ray, I actually got my bear koozie. The only reason I put the koozie on because I wanted to share this with Ray. My bear koozie says, "Hold my drink. I got to pet this dog." Just want to. We have like 10 of these. If you don't know Pup Active, I think it's pupactive.com. Like they're two women down in Florida that have an awesome line of like clothing and all kinds of stuff, and it's all about dogs. So anyway, my wife has bought literally. I reached out to him for her birthday back in February. I'm like, can you look through all my wife's orders? And I want to buy whatever she hasn't gotten. They're like, she's literally bought one of everything we sell. So they made her a special thing. So good people. Anyway, but that's where I'm at. My goal is petting dogs.
Quick question. When we're talking about running these marathons, are we really running the entire time?
Well, Andre, run is a relative term.
Oh, okay. I was going
Like,
to have to
compared to
all of y'all. Woo!
My question back is compared to what? Are we running them compared to what? Like compared to walking? Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Compared to a cheetah? No.
No, not really. No. Like
Yeah.
Earnshaw, what do you run? I mean, like how
Is it like
do you
you run a
are you
mile?
like running during?
Like,
are you running
Earnshaw's
marathons?
legit.
Or they-
Yeah,
he's
so
like,
Earnshaw's a
he's on
runner.
6.
So this is my sixth marathon.
Now, Mike, do you do a lot of like halves and 10Ks and stuff like that in between the 6, or
Not anymore. I used to.
Okay.
Like I used to do more halves, and lately I have not. But it's showed in my marathon times the years I haven't done races in between. But anyway, like Andre, yeah. So like, I mean, I've run 60 miles straight. And I've got it mastered where I know how to grab that little plastic weird wax cup and like still run as I'm drinking the water through the race. But usually kind of after that, like I've learned, my body, what it can handle. And like, sometimes I'll like walk through the water station, the aid stations. I mean, yeah, like I have yet to run 26.2 miles completely straight. Like there's some walk breaks in there, but it's always about moving forward. I can get real deep now, and it's always about moving forward and progressing. But, yeah.
Careful with the deep stuff. Careful with the deep stuff.
What shoes? I know we're not sponsored by any of the shoe companies, but what shoes?
Not yet. Feel free. This could be the. This could be
Here,
the
like I'm
serious because
I run all my runs in my slippers, just right here.
What shoes takes your feet that many miles?
Nothing.
Yeah, no matter what shoe your feet are always going to hurt. I mean, I've got black toenails. It's disgusting, and calluses, and
I know
no shoes.
If it's okay, I'm gonna be kind of weird and gross here because I know that right now there are probably some people making lunch and maybe sitting around the table eating. But Andre, what you need to recognize is when you're running marathons, it's honestly, this is gonna be so weird, but it's not your feet that you have to worry about hurting.
Really?
There is some chafing that takes place.
The chafing
for another day. Like it is. That struggle is real for a couple of weeks afterwards. So I
actually didn't have. I had like no chafing during my first marathon. Like I was really good there. Like I felt it afterwards, but I didn't. I was like so worried about it, and it didn't happen. But I'm telling you, the hardest struggle is up here, right? It's because your body, if you train properly, right, your body's able to do that. It shouldn't be able to, but it is. But like the mental game of like, okay, I'm going to run for like 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like, that's a long time.
That's what Brittany's thinking right now is what kind of training should I have done to endure the next 45 minutes of this? Like she's thinking, Shafe, are your feet hurting? About surviving the next 45 minutes.
Brittany, do you run or anything?
No, that's why
Good for you.
God, no.
It's like, no, I drink water.
She's the smart one in the room.
I get bored. Like if I go on
that's the hardest part. I was talking to
how I felt this morning.
Yeah, I was talking to Jay Billy. If you know Jay Billy, he runs stuff too, but he was telling me like his biggest struggle. He's like, I just get bored. He goes, I have to like, so he does like the Tough Mudder challenges and those types of run because he's just like, I can't run that long. He actually told me when he ran his first marathon, he sprinted the last like way too many miles of it because he was just like bored. He's like, I gotta get this thing done. I'm like, I totally get it. Now, I don't know. For me, once I get into it, you're just kind of cruising. I started my marathon off by pausing my run for about 1.5 miles because I was talking to Dave on the phone because he called me to motivate me, and then I realized that I lost a little bit, so I ended up running like an extra mile. So I ran like 27 over thanks to Dave. So
you're welcome.
Oh, so I just learned something new. You're allowed to like be on your Bluetooth and have conversations during the marathon, or
sure. Yeah, I ran mine I ran mine virtually like by myself. So because I registered, well, we had registered, but then it got canceled because of COVID. So we were able to run it virtually. So I did it that way. Had my family like me, everyone, my wife got my neighbors and stuff all out like at our driveway for me to finish, and they had the medal and stuff. But yeah, Dave called. I talked to Dave for a few minutes. My buddy Alex Orris, who's an ambassador, he called to see how I was doing. He called about like mile 14, 15. And just give me a little. He ran 2 miles with me in my ears because he was going for a run. So yeah, heck yeah, bring your friends along.
I don't know. I don't like talking to people when I run. Like I feel like honestly after leading in elementary school for however many hours a day, I literally live 5 minutes from here. So I go home and then my kids and the dog are like in my face. So when I go run, like even if I go with my wife on the weekends, she's like, "Do you want to talk?" I'm like, No, I'm going to put my headphones in and I don't even know what I'm listening to. Like I have a playlist with 500 songs. And after the first half mile, it's zoned out and I'm just in my element. Like that's where I have some of my best. I can't listen to an audiobook or people talking to me. Like it throws me off because they like inflect their voice at an exciting chapter. And I think someone's yelling at me and I kind of jump and freak out. So I just put music on. Some of my best thoughts come when I'm by myself.
I am so with you on that one, Mike.
Your self-care almost then.
What's that?
Yeah. That's almost like a way that you use self-care then.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
So I'm gonna take that, Andre. I'm gonna take that transition. I'm gonna flip over to Brittany because what do you do, Brittany? Like self-care. What is your self-care? Like what's your escape, your getaway from all the craziness of life?
Something that does not involve sweating. So, not
That's pretty broad, but I'm good with it. That's good. So currently, right now, is this is self-care for you right now? This is
no.
That awkward pause.
that was an.
I love that.
Oh man!
Like, no, this is doing nothing for me.
Like, no, this is not. This is worse.
What
do you do though? Like, do you have a go-to, or is it literally just anything that doesn't involve sweating?
I like work. I like working. Like if it's something that
Me
I can
too.
get in the zone, then I do enjoy it. Like something
Like
where-
your podcast and the coaching stuff you do, is that like you look at that like as your self-care? It's not a side hustle; it's a self-care thing, honestly, which makes it an awesome side hustle, by the way.
Yeah, it like gives me an excuse to like come to the garage and like close the door.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody followed. It was a while back. I don't know how long it was, but like your husband built you like an office, didn't he?
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
I was.
Awesome.
Which
So
is-
it's in the
yeah.
garage. Like right outside here, there's like our like gym part of our garage. So like they'll be working out in the garage and I'm in the office. So
So you just park the cars outside then because you're like, nah, we got a gym and an office in here now.
yeah,
I
basically.
like it. I love it. I love it.
Now here's a question for you. Is this no one can come inside of my office but me?
So that's what the intention was. Like the office was built for me, but I'll come back here and the door's locked, and I'm like, "Who's in here?" And I knock on the door. It's like my teenager in here. Like he's like, "Oh, I'm on a call." I'm like, "What do you mean you're on a call? It's my office."
I'm on a call. Doesn't have a room.
He does, and a desk, and for some reason he likes working in here. My husband likes working back here too. So we were fighting over it.
So you're gonna need to build more offices, is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Or make this one bigger. But
Maybe.
Change the lock and just keep the key yourself.
Why? We're gonna need like a sign-up sheet. Like
You got to reserve the room. A shared office space. Interesting.
Hey,
Ah.
hey, Jeff.
Yes, Dave.
Do you mind?
You have sticky notes? What do you have? Do you have?
Kind of do.
Do you have questions?
I kind of do, yeah. So I love getting to know the three of you a little bit more. Truly, I am so grateful that there are other people here kind of playing a buffer between me and Jeff right now. And I'm sure there are other people that are watching Brain Break right now saying this is already one of the best Brain Breaks ever, with the exception of last week when Ray and Caitlin took over. They're just so happy that there are other people on the screen. When we do Brain Break, sometimes we play games and trivia, whatever. I've got some cards here. I'd love to be able to like ask you guys some questions. They're not trivia questions. You don't have to like know what year the War of 1812 was fought or anything like that. Just some questions to try to get to know you a little bit better. And for those of you that are watching right now and you want to participate in the comments, let us know your answers to these as well. Or if you're sitting around the lunch table right now and you've got your kids with you, feel free to ask these questions to your kids too and get to know them a little bit better. Are you cool if we do that?
Dave, am I involved in this, or do you want me to like
no,
leave?
I don't really care what you have to say about this, Jeff.
Okay, cool. I'm good.
Yeah.
Just over here.
Just click the buttons or what? I don't know what you do.
I'm not clicking the buttons. I got nothing to do. I'm just drinking my beer. Just
No, you can play along if you want to, Jeff. Is that but I'm going to start with them because I really care more about what they have to say.
Understandable.
All right, but just so you're aware, Jeff and I have a rule on 12 Hour Live that we try our best to avoid a lot of the deep educational stuff as much as possible.
You mean
And
on
we
Brain
just weigh
Break?
in.
Not on 12 Hour Live, on Brain Break.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah,
I feel like the
Just
last
for this
segment really ruined that.
That's true. So these aren't necessarily questions like, tell me your favorite pedagogical trick to use to inspire the reluctant learners. If you want to share that stuff and weave it in somehow, feel free. But these are really just questions. You'll see. So are we good?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So this is
to say, with all that detail, we're great.
Okay. These are really questions that I got so that I could have conversations with my kids around the dinner table. And we weren't just sitting there in awkward silence or me just yelling at them to eat their veggies. It was allowing us to have some conversation. So question number 1, aliens, real or not?
Ooh.
I know. Told you. We're going deep here.
Who's going first, or is it free for all?
Let's just, whoever's got the answer to this one, because I've got a driving passion for this one, but I want somebody else to answer.
Can we define alien?
Ooh, great clarifying question. Maybe a little too intelligent for brain break, but sure, let's go there.
Life from another planet that still exists and thinks in some capacity.
Okay, so it has to think in some capacity because there's like
I
light,
don't want you to tell me yes. There's a microbe that they're going to find on a planet that's like the size of an.
It's a living organism, but yeah. I'm talking like ET.
So
Dave is sort of like has the potential to attack us someday. Is that sort of the bar, or
they could be nice? I don't know.
But nice people would have the potential to attack you, though. So like
that's true.
Okay,
yeah.
So
I say yes. There are aliens. I've always thought so, especially growing up in the '80s and the early '90s. You remember there was always those crops and people were getting abducted all the time, and then all of a sudden, like 2000 hit. And no one's abducted anymore.
Right.
I think the aliens realize like these people here are a waste of our time because they're so advanced above us. They're like, let's go. And that's why there's
I actually have a different theory there, Mike. I think it's because social media started coming around. They're like, everyone's going to find out. We won't be able to sneak in now. We got to stop. They're starting to spread stuff too fast. That's
true. That's true.
Facebook halted it, and that's why we won't see it coming. Thanks, Mark Zuckerberg.
My theory, very similar, a little bit of both. I do believe that, this universe is far too big. So we haven't explored, we're just still in our black little hole. So I do believe that there's probably some aliens out there. As far as all the crop circles and things like that, I believe a lot of that was man-made. But with the invention of the technology to record it, you would get found out a lot faster. So
that's probably a much more logical explanation for that. All right, Brittany, where are you at on this?
I feel like there has to be life out in the universe. I don't know what it looks like, but definitely something. I agree. There's like even stuff that has been recorded that can't be explained. Like, come on. I'm just going to chuck it into the alien category and move on.
I don't know. A bunch of Navy ships and stuff have been recording all these little weird flying. I'm pretty sure they're just drones, but they haven't like come out and said, hey, they're a drone because they can't prove it. And it's moving in ways. I'm like, something's going on here. Still think it's a 12-year-old with a drone, but that's not nearly as fun to think about.
I want you to think.
There you go. Maybe that's what they want us to think.
Yeah.
See, was there anybody in the comments who did not believe in aliens?
If they are, they're probably the aliens. So
Adam did then go on to say that's why this conversation will be deleted by Facebook.
So I'm see, this is when I go back and forth. Mike, you brought up the child of the 80s thing. So I was born in the 70s, lived like my formative years in the 80s when we were every night we'd go outside looking for aliens or we'd go in the woods looking for Bigfoot. Like that was what childhood was like in the 80s. And your formative years kind of develop you into who you are today. So I am still a firm believer in aliens. But Jeff, you brought up the whole, like talking about the year 2000 and all of that kind of stuff too. Y2K, have we forgotten about Y2K and how supposedly nothing happened on Y2K? I think everything happened on Y2K. I don't think it was the invention of social media. I think Y2K came and somehow they erased all of our memories and they said, stop looking for us. Like, I think Y2K was the invention of the aliens. So I'm just saying.
So that's actually what happened?
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Like, we were all worried about computers breaking down, but what actually happened is that the aliens erased our memories.
So think about this. Independence Day came out in like 96, right? And that's when everybody was all about this is going to happen. 4 years later, Y2K happens, and now nobody's talking aliens anymore. Like, it's just, I'm just saying, coincidence? I think not. I think they saw, Men in Black style. Exactly. Tommy Lee Jones was sitting up in outer space somewhere at midnight on Y2K, zapped us all, and we forgot about our.
How can we remember other things like Independence Day 4 years earlier?
Because they have crazy cool technology, and
that only erases memories of aliens.
It erases memories from everybody except for me, because I think my Chevy Cavalier I was driving back in the time must have protected me from this, because I still remember this. And
Chevy Cavalier, that's funny.
You making fun of my Chevy Cavalier?
I had a Chevy Cavalier.
I had a Chevy Cavalier as well.
I think every group of people at that time had at least 4 friends with a Chevy Cavalier and a Ford Escort. And then somebody had a Grand Prix, and that was the
my buddy Doug had the Grand Prix. That was the cool fast car. Yep, absolutely. Okay, next question, I guess.
Are you sure? All right, so this one. This one's a little bit deeper. So we're not talking aliens, Bigfoot, Loch
I
Ness
get
Monster,
pretty-
although I didn't even bring the Loch Ness Monster into this. But
we're not going to talk about Nessie right now. She's peacefully
next week.
We don't
next
need
week, people. All right, so this one is kind of deeper. Art. What makes something art?
Wow.
Some people right now, like, is this art?
Yeah.
Is what we're doing right now, crafting a masterpiece. Is this art?
Well, masterpiece is probably not the right word.
Well, it's subjective, right? I mean,
I think if you call it art, no one can say it's not.
Ooh.
That's
Yeah.
yeah. I think she's right. If it's something that you create or do as an expression of yourself, yeah, and it's hard to debunk that for the reason that Brittany just said is that if you say that it's art and that you're doing it to express yourself, it becomes that.
So I want to just make this clear again.
Now, there's a difference between art and good art.
So, well, Ray is lurking in the background here. So, Ray, according to that definition, Brittany just said, "I am an artist."
You
just
are
throwing that out there.
I said you think you're an artist.
No.
That's a good point. She
no.
did say that.
Oh, come on, Brittany. I thought we were gonna be friends, and okay.
I just
Any
can't
other-
say it's not.
And art is always subjective. Like I read a story a while back that somebody sold their invisible art piece for millions of dollars. So, and that's subjective. Now, to me, that's a little, just a little different. But art is subjective.
But if you think there's a story of Jackson Pollock when one of his paintings that had the two little red dots, and all these critics like analyzed it as being like this, and everything. It was all black with two little red dots, and like this. This was the world and the craziness and the chaos and the depression and all this stuff, and the two little dots are him just shining together. And his response when they asked him was like, "Oh, I must have splashed it while I was painting this one."
Yeah,
like it literally wasn't a piece of art, and it sold for millions.
Absolutely,
because it is. It's 100% subjective. So like. I think it might actually be the other way around, Brittany. I think it's like if someone else perceives it as art, then it's art. Like
That's what I was going to say. It's how anyone perceives it. Like, I mean, I could look at something and think it's art, and you guys can all say, "Yeah, definitely not." You know?
But it's also a matter of like it can be art, and we could still think it's ugly, stupid, silly, meaningless, whatever, right? So it could still be art. Yeah. What's the someone like Google art?
Alex
What's the actual definition? He's with kids, so someone else gonna have to pick up the slack for Alex. What's the actual definition of art? Like, what is that? What does Google say? Let's see.
So,
what Google
Alex, when you're watching the replay of this, remember you only have one job in life, and it is to be our thesaurus and our dictionary during brain break. You help us make sense of these things that we talk about.
And currently, you're failing, but
right.
Whatever.
You had one job today, Alex. So I'm kind of with you guys, and I use the example of the Mona Lisa all the time. People look at the Mona Lisa and they think that is amazing art. And I would agree that it's art, but I'll be honest with you, I don't get it. When I look at the Mona Lisa, I see like this hideously ugly lady that her eyes are following me everywhere. And I can't tell if she's smiling or smirking. Like, same thing. It's completely subjective. And are people actually putting the definition of art?
I think we got the. I think Toria did that. Yes. So, expression or application of human creative skill and an imagination, typically in a visual form such as painting or sculpture. Some works to be so like that says typically in a.
Put the next comment on too.
Yeah,
it's even more
so
important.
yes, this could be art.
So
okay,
boom.
When my kid splashes paint and everyone else calls it art, obviously his intention was not to be a creative expression.
Well, yeah. So the question, but is he expressing something? He could be. He could be expressing anger, expressing the need for attention. Like that's still an expression, even if he didn't mean it to be a piece of art, right?
I think he just went crazy with what was in front of him.
Well, he's expressing his craziness at that point. But like, so that definition says, I know typically, which opens it up, like painting or sculpture. But like, you know, when I think of art, I think of like, you know, I think of music so often as an art, right? And so I don't know. Is this art? Are we actually? I mean, we're here, we're expressing, but I don't know.
I think it has to. It has to like make you feel something in order for it to be art.
Well, this is making people feel something.
They're feeling some disdain and disappointment right now. Yeah, and Ray, I apologize for asking the question.
All right, next question. We're getting a little bit too far here. Let's go.
Okay. Kind of going old school. This is a question you've probably been asked 1,000 times in your life. So a genie comes before you. You get 3 wishes. what are the wishes? However, the same caveat that every dad ever gives when they ask their kid this question, you cannot say more wishes. So you only get to ask for 3 things, okay? World peace can't be an option here either because that's the safe answer. I want real. You get 3 wishes. What do you wish for?
Oh, that's easy. Absolutely.
Oh, Andre, go on.
Yeah. I wish that my family had 3 wishes.
Oh, come on.
Ball game.
Look at this guy.
That is so easy. And then on their last wish, as you can see, I've had this question in my brain forever. And on their last wish, then they'll gift their wish 3 more wishes to somebody else. And then everybody has wishes. That's too easy for me.
All right, so everybody else, now that Andre's ruined the game for us, there are only 3 wishes to be had by the entire world and universe and aliens and all the things that exist. Only 3 wishes, and you just happen to have the secret sauce to get those 3 wishes. What do you wish for?
That was basically the plot line and one.
That sounds like the plot line of Wish Dragon as well.
It was, yeah. Brittany, where would you? I'm making Brittany go first on this now, or next. Another office that only you can enter.
With only 1 key.
I have no idea. Yeah, I would want the whole garage to be my office, and that would be more of a wish on letting my husband no longer want claims over it.
You know what I like is that she didn't say like that she'd want like her own office building and a big fan. She's like, I just want my garage, like the whole thing to be my office. I love it.
It's a big garage.
Gotcha.
Now, Brittany, I got to ask us, it's kind of a follow-up question. What part of New Jersey are you in?
North Jersey. I'm in Clare area.
Okay. So it gets cold there, right? Yeah. Is your office a warm space in the wintertime?
Yeah, it has a heater.
Okay. So when you take over that whole space, where's everybody else going to be going to work out and do their stuff? Or does that not even enter into this equation whatsoever? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Go ahead then. Carry on.
Let them work outside.
So basically you just wished that everybody in your house worked out outside. Got it. Carry on.
They can go somewhere else. I mean,
nice, Adam.
I want a personal chef. I don't want to cook ever or go grocery shopping ever.
Nice.
Yeah.
So personal chef and a personal shopper, it sounds like.
Yes.
That's a good segue to the chef in the group here. Chef Earnshaw.
Yeah, so obviously, like what Adam said, number 1, health and happiness for not just my family, but my extended family, loved ones, friends, all that. I think my second wish would be that I wouldn't need to sleep. Like I wouldn't need to get tired. I wouldn't need to recharge and waste 6 to 8 hours where I could be doing more things, working towards my goals. Like I don't want to just wish for my goals to happen. Like I want to work towards them because that's part of the process. Then my third wish, I don't know, that I had a beer in front of me right now. That I'm not just
Jeff Vargas will live vicariously through you right now.
I love it. That's good.
And yes, Ray, we are completely ignoring you right now. So go. Jeff,
I enjoyed Ray's wishes. So I think similar. I'd want my first wish would be to eliminate all disease and illness from the world, so that people could be healthy and happy will be up to them, but at least healthy. And probably some sort of ridiculous amount of money so that I could fix a lot of stuff by donating money to a whole lot of places, and also obviously, not have to worry about that ever again. And what's the third? Man, I don't know. Ability to fly? I think that'd be pretty sweet. Like, is that a thing? Or maybe like my own magic carpet, like Aladdin, like that'd be neat too. Like that's got its own personality and stuff. Like not just one I can get on and fly, but one that's like literally like legit like personality, which may or may not be how the aliens appear when they come. Just throwing that out there.
True.
That's all I got, Dave.
Yeah, you guys kind of make me look super shallow here because
Dave wants big muscles, fast cars.
I was thinking like a pet koala and a bigger TV and free Netflix and stuff like that. I mean,
Could buy that all with all the money I got. I can buy it.
Okay. Okay, but mind you, I want my koala to be tame because I have heard horror stories like koalas are like kangaroos. They look cute from a distance, but you get in there and you mess with them and you poke them the wrong way and they will tear you up. So,
do you know why they're not bears? Why they're not called bears?
Ooh, do tell.
Because they don't have the qualifications.
But yes, I love it. Well done. Well done.
Thank you, everyone, for not ruining that.
Oh, I am in 24 minutes. You guys are
Someone's always like, oh, because of marsupials.
I love
it.
a corny joke. That was a good one.
You're welcome. You're welcome, world. Can I tell one more
Oh,
joke?
that was
Can I tell my favorite joke that I tell my kids that got them? And that is, if you guys can answer this for me, why do you never see pigs hiding in trees? Because they're really good at it.
Oh, come on, people.
You're welcome.
Come on. If that is not the segment,
Catch up to me if you have a second.
Right there. Oh,
Come on.
I like the first one better, but
that is what this is. Now we're back to brain break. Go ahead, Dave. Next question, buddy.
I thought you were going to say 'cause pigs don't fly.
What's that?
I thought you were going to say because pigs don't fly.
No, because they're really good at it, so you don't see them because they're hiding. Like,
so ironically, Jeff, I almost feel like this is scripted. I don't know if you can read the card or not, but
no,
honestly, this question is what is your best joke? Appropriate
done.
joke.
Done.
Oh, right now.
I've filled that. That's all I got.
So I'll give you guys a second to pause on that one and to think about it. Your best joke. And best is subjective. Like jokes are art, right? So you might think it's amazing. Everybody else might just collectively roll their eyes.
By the way, that clip of me telling the joke right there, that's going to be an NFT and be sold for millions one day. Just art.
I'm going on a dinner date with my wife tonight. We actually got a sitter, so I'm definitely going to entertain her with your jokes tonight, Jeff. I'm sure she's gonna love that. Our final time alone is me telling these jokes. So
your final time alone. I'm glad you identified that this will be the final time alone.
Because after I tell these jokes, there might not be another date. So.
Mike, I have a couple more you can take with you. We'll talk later.
Text me later, but
just to really for sure ruin the whole thing. So that'd be good.
You know. I don't know if I have a best joke. Everyone says that I'm extremely funny, and when I've spoken at conferences and I've got people cracking up in the audience, and I'm not trying to be funny at all. Like I'm trying to get through my presentation and explain. So I don't know. Like I guess people just naturally laugh at me, and maybe that's why I was asked to come do the brain break following Rick Ormelli. Like Arnold's got nothing. But if I had to pick one joke. I actually learned this from my wife, so she may appreciate your jokes, and I'm sure everyone's heard it. You know, how do you get a Kleenex to dance? You put a little boogie in it.
Yeah.
So that was hers. So she may enjoy the koalas and the pigs in the trees. So we'll see. I'll let everyone know tomorrow.
That's always a good one.
Always.
Bathroom humor still makes me laugh. I'm sorry.
If anybody else in the comments has a good joke for us too, let us know because I'm always
the one that I posted online the other day. I love a good corny joke. The cornier the better. And this one was, what is Brad's favorite number? Give you a moment to ponder. What is Brad's favorite number? The answer, 11. Lemon bread.
Yeah.
So bad. It's good. It makes you laugh. It's so bad.
All right, Brittany, you're up. Good luck.
I know. I'm like, I don't have any jokes. Why was 6 afraid of 7?
I know this one. It's one of my favorites.
8, 9. And that my son just learned that one. He learned that one like 2 days ago, and he thought it was the best. So,
Mike,
I give him that one.
one of my kids' favorite ones. Do you know the interrupting cow joke?
No.
All right, Mike, knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow.
Moo. And you interrupt him with the moo. Come on, man! Really?
Doing it over. I know. Yeah.
No. Just when they go to say interrupting cow, you interrupt them with a moo.
Okay.
My kids just lose it. Like they think that's the funniest thing in the world because they get to yell moo, I think. But anyway, all right, moving on. Let's do something different now, Dave. We brought the bar back down, so successful there.
I appreciate it, Doug. So I'm going to try that one later on. Yeah.
Dave? We're a little way. So you want to do the giveaway real quick?
Well, real quick, I'm going to just do one joke just for Adam because he's joining.
Okay.
Us. And so Adam, this is one that he will appreciate.
I guessed that right, Adam.
I like it, Adam. That was good.
So Adam, I've got a question for you specifically. Okay, you're a golfer, Adam. Why should golfers always take an extra pair of socks with them when they're going golfing?
Oh, I know this answer.
In case they get a hole in one.
I can't believe I didn't see that coming.
Get that one too. I'm 2 for 2 right now.
Oh, hey, let's mention our giveaway here because he's on screen. So Mike and Josh we've got is it the Feeney Fiend? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's one of our T-shirts for
Tell us about that shirt.
Yeah, so we took Boy Meets World, one of the greatest shows ever made.
Yes.
Mr. Feeney, he was like the number one looping teacher. Oh yeah, it's Topanga, but but Mr. Feeney, we took Mr. Feeney at the chalkboard. There's that iconic picture of him there, and we're Punk Rock Classrooms podcast. So we threw a mohawk on him, some spikes, leather jacket. We gave him a little punk rock look. So we're gonna give that shirt away.
So we got one of those, and then we also have a one ticket at a time shirt coming from Brittany Wolf. If you don't know Brittany, she's on the Speakers Network. She was at the Teach Better 19 conference. She's phenomenal. So 2 shirts there. Go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. If you've already submitted, you're already in. It's cool. Just make sure you check that. If you haven't already, you can go over there at any time throughout the day to enter to win. Now, we are still doing through certain segments of the day. You have to be live in order to win, but you can go over there and do that all day long to get a chance to win a whole bunch of really good stuff there. So, Mike, really appreciate you and Josh giving us that shirt to give away as well. And Brittany Wolf, appreciate you as well. So, all right, Dave.
Jeff, I'm sorry. I'm going back to one more joke. It's in the comments because it got me. It had me looking all around my house trying to figure out what was going on here. So,
nice.
Brittany Hodges wrote, 6:30 is the best time on the clock, hands down. And at first I was like, is she just is it 6:30 where she is? Like, what's going on here? No, it's the joke because the hands are both down.
Oh, that's good stuff.
That's so good. Sorry. I thought that was awesome. I had to throw that out there.
Good stuff.
Can I circle back real quick? I'm curious if these three heard the big epic announcement that was made earlier today. Do they know what's going on?
No. What happened?
So I know you didn't hear it either, Jeff, because you were busy doing other things. But Ray played a video, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. It was pretty spectacular. Literally fireworks were going off in this video. It was pretty cool, and there was an announcement made about something happening in fall 22.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You heard about it already? People
heard about it. Yeah, already good. Thanks.
Conference. The next Teach Better conference, officially a thing. It's going to be happening fall 22. So my question for the other three, Jeff, again, excuse yourself. When we meet in person for the first time, are you a fist bump, a high five, or a hug person? So if I get to see you at the Teach Better conference, is it a fist bump, high five, hug, or there's a fourth option. Do you turn and walk away before I notice you?
Do you hide behind a sign? Oh, okay.
I think COVID has made me an elbow bumper.
You got to put the elbow bump in, yeah.
I was just at NAESP last week, and
I'm pretty sure we hugged, Mike.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I used to be a fist bumper, and then with COVID and everything was nothing. I'm a full on hugger now. If I can tell, body language wise, you don't want to. Like if I see Brittany, I'll give her the elbow bump. But if I see you, be ready. I'm gonna come in for that hug. So.
And are you talking like a bro hug, a one arm, or are you going to be a 2-arm or like?
No, dude, we hug.
It's 2 arms, patting on the back. Yeah.
Okay. And Brittany, for your question, the elbow, I haven't quite learned the protocol yet. Like when you shake hands, whether you're right hand or left hand, you're supposed to shake with the right. Is it the same protocol with elbows?
That's right.
Is it always right? Okay.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know. I might feel differently by then. I might not be so weary of hugging, but right now,
She may just run away.
So mind you, hold on. The question wasn't anybody else. The question was me. So I guarantee you'll be feeling differently by then. It will be run the other way. I got that.
Andre?
I would probably do a firm handshake.
Okay.
Ooh,
a
variety here.
handshake guy.
Yeah. First time meeting people in person versus virtually. It would probably be a firm handshake, but I'm also right there with Brittany, where my wife is a germaphobe and her ideas of what germs look like have now sprinkled on me post-COVID. So afterwards, I would just pull out my hand sanitizer and I'd be like, squeeze. That's just, yeah. But I would do an official firm handshake.
You know what's funny when sometimes people go for the handshake and I go in for the hug or whatever, you can kind of pull it off. Like if they were going for the handshake and it just turns into a hug. I'm not sure you can do that with an elbow because then it turns into like a black eye, right? So if somebody is and you're going in, it just seems like that's dangerous. So maybe it's safe to just walk up to people like this and kind of see how they approach it. And
someone has to make the first move. Like someone has to like start moving the elbow and then you kind of like meet them.
Okay.
I think Dave, what I'm taking.
Jeff, you should put that on everyone's name tag at the conference.
What's that?
Preference of a greeting.
That's
I'm
actually not, based on the
handshaker.
world we live in, that's not a bad idea. Like we could do, like a hug. So we could actually.
Will the fourth option be on there? Dave, stay away, or
so you can color them. So I don't know if
Stay away is a good option. Absolutely.
You can get colors of dog leashes or ribbons on dog leashes that tell other dog owners whether your dog is comfortable with humans, comfortable with both, or needs room. We'll do the same thing. I mean, your color of like your lanyard will be I'm a hugger, I'm a handshake, or I'm an elbow. Or we'll figure out a color like that's like Dave, stay away too, like whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
That's not that we could do that. I think what I'm gathering from this, the most important part of this conversation that I'm gathering is that the three of you are coming. So like that's all that really matters. And Dave, I like how you got them into that. That was good. That was good.
And this is being recorded, right? So
it's recorded. Oh, they're stuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we were totally cool.
Well, and they don't know it. It was really, really, really small print. But in the contracts that they signed, the agreements to be on the podcast network, it said that they have to come to the conference. And hang out.
We were supposed to be there for the last year.
I know, Mike. They were already going. Yeah.
My co-host is in Mesa, Arizona. We have never met face to face. We've been doing this podcast for almost 3 years. And last year we were going to be on Podcast Network together.
2020, yep.
It was going to be the first time we met. It was going to be epic, hugs everywhere. And then COVID happened. So
yeah, well, so we don't, not to spoil detail, there probably will be like a podcasters row. Like that'll probably be a thing. So, hopefully we will see everybody there. So, but that's exciting. We're super pumped. Details to come. So, all right, Dave, what do you got next, man?
You want another question?
We got. I am a little bit worried, but at this point, I don't think it matters. So, yeah.
Okay. So you're going to the movies to watch a movie, and there are two options of things to watch: Willy Wonka or The Wizard of Oz. What do you choose? And I don't care which Willy Wonka. It could be like the 1971 or the Johnny Depp one. I don't care. But Willy Wonka or The Wizard of Oz. This is tough.
no, it's not tough at all. Wizard of Oz, hands down. Willy Wonka always creeped me out. I never understood it. It's just weird. It's bizarre. Like, no. Wizard of Oz. I love the Tin Man and his story.
Flying monkeys didn't freak you out?
No.
The witch? The witch didn't freak you out? Like,
you are hardcore.
The legs curling up underneath the house?
No.
Like,
hands down, Wizard of Oz.
Wow.
I only watched movies that freak me out once. I'll never rewatch it. So
which one?
Any movie that freaks me out, or freaked me out as a kid, I've only seen once, and I've never seen it again.
So have both of these freaked you out?
Yeah.
She'd go to a different theater. Like that's what she would do.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know what it is. There's a lot of movies I've only ever seen once.
Interesting. Andre, what do you think?
Yeah. So at first I was thinking Willy Wonka for the soundtrack. I mean, that's one of the greatest movie soundtracks, very underrated. But at the same time, then when you said you don't care which version, so then I thought of my favorite version of The Wizard of Oz, The Wiz. I would definitely go see The Wiz before I would go see.
That's a good point.
The Wiz I would go there. Yeah,
that's a good call. Yeah. That is an unsung hero in this debate. So well played there, sir. I went on a field trip to see The Wiz back when I was in elementary school, and it was probably the best field trip I ever went on. It was amazing. So well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
I've never seen it. I'm gonna have to watch it.
Really good soundtrack. It will freak you out because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the Wizard of Oz. So you'll only get to watch it once. So it's
It's like a weird childhood trauma. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to.
Interesting. Dave, what would yours be?
So I feel like I was just swayed in this. I'm glad I didn't go first because my opinion completely changed. But I heard earlier today it's okay to change your mind. That changing your mind is a natural process. Right. So I feel comfortable saying this. But I walked in thinking this is a slam dunk. The original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka was epic. Yeah, it's a little freaky, but that's what made it amazing. And as a kid, you kind of felt like a renegade. You're supposed to be watching this candy movie, but it's filled with all these weird twists and subtleties. So I was gonna say that, but having the Wiz thrown into the conversation, I don't know. It might be the Wiz. So well played, sir. All right, this is really the last question I've got here. So it's gonna be an interesting one and it might cause some debate knowing who's on the screen here. What makes something good music?
This comes back to the art discussion. I mean,
what is your opinion of good music?
I've always looked at music as an outlet, right? Like it's always been, my self-care, my therapy ever since I was a kid, and a lot of people, it's funny. I was just on Ryan Scott's Big Idea podcast. We were talking about music, and a lot of people think I only listen to punk rock and hardcore and aggressive music, which is not true at all. Like I love all types of music. I mean,
Tim
honestly,
McGraw? You listen to Tim McGraw?
Country is my least favorite. Like if I had to rank music, I'm not gonna lie. Country's at the bottom. Now there are some country tracks and there are some Tim McGraw tracks that I do like, but country is gonna be at the bottom. Like that's the one genre not preset on my radio stations. But I feel good music. It's comes down to the listener. Like if it helps you escape from whatever you're dealing with, I read a quote from one of my favorite bands, a punk rock band, Rancid, and they said like if your foot starts tapping, that means it's good music, regardless of what genre style it is. Like if you can get into it, it's good. Why not?
I think
so. Foot tapping, not necessarily head nodding, right?
Right. As long as you got your foot going.
Okay. Brittany, sorry.
No, I think my answer has changed as I gotten older. Like now, good music is music that brings back memories. Really, for me, I don't really find myself listening to the radio anymore. Like now, I'll listen to old music from when I was a kid, or that my parents listened to because it reminds me of hanging out with them. And it's a lot of Spotify playlists going on. And I mean, at this point, I've got young kids, so there's a lot of Baby Shark in my car when I'm driving, which is not good music. So.
Yeah, I love that. I love that response because I had this epiphany the other day when I was talking to one of my kids who is listening to Juice WRLD and DaBaby and stuff like that. And I was like, I can't get into this kind of music. I'm glad you would enjoy it. And he said, you just listen to old music. And I said, no, it's not old music. We got into this conversation about how old the music is that I listen to. And it the year 2000, right? I'll just take us back there. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, those types of people. Back when I was a kid, that'd be the equivalent of listening to the Beach Boys and the Monkees with my parents. And I felt like that was the oldies back then. So you're spot on. No, yeah, it's
well. Wait a minute.
Oldies. So out of all that, that's what brings Ray to the front of the conversation.
This is where you have to jump in.
Okay.
I have no words. I just really wanted to make fun of Dave being old. What are you talking about? Old music. Really, old music's fine. It's country that's terrible. I'm so glad.
Oh my goodness.
Country,
Katie, click her off the screen. You got control. Katie, thank you.
I love her reaction when I pull her off the screen. It is hilarious. She's so mad.
It just seems unfair. I know Andre has to leave because he has some cool event he's in a minute, but I want to know his answer to the music because I'm dying.
We gotta let Andre move. He's got to go run a workshop, I think.
Yeah. So I am a musician and I play lots of instruments, and to me, it's about the composition. If it appears as if the artist took their time and really thought about what they were doing, then I really enjoy that music. Tennessee Whiskey, love it because you can actually feel and hear the thought in the song of Tennessee Whiskey. What's going on? Marvin Gaye, you can feel the thought in the rhythm and the sounds and the composition. Mozart, you can feel the composition. Some of today's artists, they're pushing a button and that composition is missing. The arrangement is missing. So that's the difference for me of what is good music versus what isn't.
So my only pushback against that is you have some people that are prodigies that it doesn't take effort to have incredible composition, and they might not actually put any love or care or anything into it. They're just good, versus an artist who actually has struggled to learn their craft and has dedicated everything they have, but it comes out subpar in composition style. So for me, it's the passion, the movement. For me, it's if it moves you, it's good music. I don't care what anybody else says. If it moves you and gives you emotion, it's good music. But as far as the composition, my only thing with that is that you got someone who's just really good. It could come off as like really intricate, really, you know what I mean? Versus someone who's actually really putting like it's their world, but they just don't have the skill. I think and unfortunately, some of those things you just will never know, right? Which is why it's so subjective, right? But Andre, I am with you too. Like when I hear someone, I'm like, man, like they like. There's like some like, especially in the lyrics. For me, it's really the lyrics that they really put some deep thought. And there's a meaning in there, and it's not what you originally think. Like that just hits me as like that's some good. Like it's art. I mean,
yeah, but you can still feel like you know Michael Jordan was the greatest, and it didn't take much for him to be as great. But you still respect the others who have to be in the gym and shoot all the time. So both of them, I mean, you still appreciate the art that they did because they weren't with you in the gym and they put up 10,000 shots. Yeah. But then at the same time, Jordan didn't have to put up 10,000 shots. He could still hit. So you still appreciate both. And I think it's the same.
This was a horrible topic to get on if Andre has to go.
Continue to connect with him, though. Yeah.
Andre, we appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Andre.
Thanks a lot.
Make sure you connect with Andre. Check out the podcast. The podcast is great. It's funny, but it's also insanely valuable. So make sure you connect with him.
So my answer to that question, and I'm not even going to defend country music, although we all know Tim McGraw and Kenny Chesney are the greatest of all time. No. Instead, even Brittany's shaking her head now. Okay, how about old Tim McGraw and Kenny Chesney? Is that better? No. Okay.
No.
But see, here's
Baby Shark. Okay.
All right. Time out. Here's my thing, though, Dave. And this is with me. My thing with music is like for you, that is great music because Tim McGraw speaks to you.
That's exactly what
my thing. And we had a brain break where I talked about this before. Like if Justin Bieber speaks to you and gives you that outlet and gives you that passion and gives you that feel and answers when you have pain, then that is good music for you in that moment. So
no, but you can have good music that doesn't do that. Like there are
oh yeah, I listen to plenty of stuff that don't have any deep.
Well, so the question is, what's good? Like what is good? But it is. It's giving you a feeling, a certain feeling that you need. Yeah. Depends on what you need. Exactly.
For me, what makes it good is when somebody can speak my truth better than I can. So like when somebody can do or say the things that I wish I could do or say. You know, prime example. It's one of the reasons that the last segment I adore Rick Wormeli. Because I believe everything he says, but he says it so much better than I ever could. It's one of the reasons I'm super excited for the next segment. You like the segue here? Because Ray and Katie teach way better than I ever taught. And I feel like that is art. And for me, that's what art and music, it's kind of the same thing. People that can articulate the stuff I'm feeling and thinking and wish I could say in a way that I could have never thought it or said it. So like
and
when I'm running and listening to music, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking right now.
I think Brittany and Mike both kind of said it. Like, so it depends on the mood, right? Because sometimes what you need and what you're trying to say is just having a good time, maybe being goofy, whatever. Well, they're doing that. If it moves you in whatever way you need, then it's good music right then. I don't know. Ray, what about you? Do you listen to music, Ray? Do you know what music is?
I'm a huge music listener, but I will just tell you that I want to really thank Mike and Brittany because they allowed you to have a good brain break. The two of you are terrible at running brain break, and I don't know how. You really should never do this alone without them because
it's
helped.
We've been going for over a year now, and I don't understand how or why at this point. But here we are.
Chad and I have had numerous conversations around how we are really hoping to get rid of that for.
Well, you know.
I don't know. I feel like you still would have been talking about running.
Yeah.
Thankfully Brittany was here to get us off that, because we've gone down that before, Brittany, where we don't like that's all it is, because we just kept going, and having Mike with us, we were going to keep going that way.
Yeah.
And Andre was asking questions. Luckily, Brittany was like, no, we're not talking about sweat and stuff. Like, let's.
So gross.
Brittany, and I got to give you mad props, Brittany, because you said so much at the beginning without saying a thing. So well done. You got that mom look down. So well played.
Very expressive.
We do have an awesome sponsor coming up that I'm super excited to highlight. And gentlemen, ladies, I think that you've mastered Brain Break. You're all going to get a trophy in the mail. And
yes.
Congratulations.
Stick around for
at noon. Good job.
For Ray and Katie. This is the segment I've been excited about. I'm excited about all of them. Really excited about this next one. So don't blow it, Ray.
The pressure's on them to follow us up now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Something that
Good luck, ladies. This is the last segment on this link too, right? The one coming up. So stay on this link. Stay on this link. Yep.
One more hour, and then we're going to switch segments. So yeah, coming up next, we are going to do student conferencing with Katie and I. We're so excited to dive into the nitty gritty of student conferencing, and then we're starting a new feed, and we're kicking out the last half of this whole 12-hour segment. You guys ready? All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Are you ready for this?
I am so ready for this.
I don't feel ready for this. I feel like this was the segment that has the most to most to lose. Like, we could totally stink talking about our favorite topic.
I mean, but we've got some really great faces that are going to join us soon. So they're going to make us look really good, I'm sure.
That's true. I have a feeling that 12-hour, everyone's like, oh, 12-hour live, it's so much fun. But I was really excited to dive into student conferencing. Obviously, we talk about student conferencing a ton on the team, but now I feel like we really want to dive into the nitty gritty, which I'm really excited about. But it's a little, I don't know, this will be cool. I don't know. We'll see.
I know. I feel like we talk about it enough that it's just like, we're just doing it in front of people.
Yeah, no big deal with all these people watching from the Teach Better family, whatever. I do want to give a shout out to Whitebook, is our sponsor for the segment, which literally is the most perfect sponsor for what we're talking about. Katie, have you used Whitebook before?
I haven't. I've just explored it a little bit, seeing what it is, and it looks so cool.
All of us, I'm totally going to say a blanket statement that may not be true, but all of us love whiteboards. I love giving my students the ability to interact with their learning, to write their learning. You and I are both math teachers, so we have a bunch of opportunities for students to do that all the time. And whiteboards are great, but they're expensive. They're not always easy to carry around. There's just a lot of hurdles that we all choose to overcome because it's such a good resource. Whitebook literally turns anything into a whiteboard surface. And they're really thin. Some of the options that they have are paper. They have everything from the sticky notes that you can hang. You know what I'm talking about, sticky notes, the big ones you can hang. But they're whiteboard sticky notes, which are awesome. Small little notebooks, everything like that. But I love this group. They've sent me a few different products to try out. And I think it's so perfect that we're using it for conferencing, because a lot of our conversations around conferencing have to deal with writing something down, discussing it, manipulating it. And that's hard to do on paper.
Yeah, it's nice that they make the option of being able to, collaborate and, show one student's work, and then, someone else can go up and kind of manipulate it and change it, which is what we'll see a little bit today. So yeah, it's a cool feature.
Yeah, super good. So shout out to them. I know that they just posted, Teach Better team just posted the link. Go check them out. They're good people. I think that's we always say that, but I really mean that the people that are involved in Teach Better, the people that we choose to promote to our network, are people that we have vetted, not only in their product, but also just in the people that are involved. And we really like those people. So super fun. I love that Becky says she has a giant in her classroom. So stinking cool. Okay, Katie, I want to kind of set up what in the world we're doing.
Well, this is a 12-hour event, Ray. I'm not sure if you noticed.
Okay, that wasn't the direction I was going, but let's talk about that. So you have been in charge of designing the 12-hour live, and we're almost, what are we, halfway through? More than halfway through? I don't know math. Anyway, so how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think it's going really well. I feel like it's been constant mic dropping. Jeff's gonna have to invest in a lot of mics. But yeah, I like, honestly, I feel like my notes are turning into just like, there's just things everywhere. You know, it's like, there's so much good stuff.
Well, I feel like I was doing that before where I was like, I have all these papers, but they're not in order anymore. I don't know. I have been seeing a lot of posts. Thank you to those of you who are sharing this feed. By the way, this is the last segment of this feed, and then we're starting a new one to finish out our 12-hour. But I don't know if you've been seeing, Katie, on like Instagram and Twitter, people have been sharing videos or photos of them like watching the 12-hour live. And sometimes it's on their phone, they're taking a screenshot. I've seen a lot of televisions, like they're pulling up YouTube on their televisions. And I feel like our faces look a little large on there personally.
I honestly would like to think that makes us kind of like celebrities because, you know, like we're on TV. So
I don't think that's how that works.
Dang it, man.
Yeah, no. But yeah, 12 hours has been cool. And we haven't, like, I need everybody, if you, this would be a good like student thing I would totally do. I'd be like, hold up one of your hands. You need to make a fist. We're about to knock on wood. Find something to knock on. There hasn't been a lot of tech issues.
Why would you say that?
I just knock on wood. Do this with me. If you're watching right now and you're not knocking on wood, shame on you. Go knock on wood.
Like, I don't even, why? Why would you say that? So when it crashes this afternoon, I just want everyone to go back to this segment and say, well, Ray's to blame for that.
Okay. But don't you feel like it just adds a little bit of like interesting element to this?
Interesting? Interesting is the word you want to use? Okay, we'll call it interesting.
All right, let's talk about what we're supposed to be talking about. And it's, see, Jackie says, y'all are on my big screen. That's intimidating. How do my pores look? What do you think? Like the makeup today? Looking good? Hair curled? Okay. Oh, you're so sweet. I love that Megan's here. It just wouldn't be the same without her. So here's the deal. Katie and I were discussing 12-hour live segments. One of our favorite topics to talk about, you and I, is student conferencing. And we've had many of experiences throughout COVID when we were teaching together in the same building, where we go into each other's classes and we would be usually teaching in a hybrid environment. And there would be conferencing going on, and we would get into a deep discussion around how we do it, why we do it that way, choices you make, choices I make, why some suggestions fit with both of us and some we choose to do separately. I just really love that dialogue. I feel like I've learned a lot watching you conduct conferencing, and I'm thrilled that we put it into a segment for 12-hour.
Yeah, I am glad that the conversations we had, like just the two of us, have now like just gone to a bigger audience, because then they get to experience the things that we did on the day-to-day.
So fun. And I know Dave Schmitto and I have a course in the Academy that we kind of dive into student conferencing, but we've never actually been able to model it before. So we had a few different logistical things that we were trying to figure out. In a perfect world, we'd really like for this hour to be an open dialogue. So if you are watching us, we'd love for you to get a device of some sort that you can be commenting and interacting with us. We'd love to take your questions. We'd love to get your thoughts and feedback. We'd love to hear what strategies you guys do. This is purely discussion focused. But originally, Katie and I wanted to invite students onto our 12-hour live to model truly what conferences looked like. And as we looked at the logistics, we found a few different hurdles. It made more sense for us to record a student conferencing experience, and then we're going to do a deep dive into it. So we're going to play a little clip for you here in a second. During this clip, I want to set up what you're going to see so you know what to look for. And then obviously, after this 12-hour live segment ends, you can go rewatch that video however much you want. But what I'd like to do afterwards, Katie, if it's okay with you, is I kind of want to dissect like every piece of the video. Like, what are students doing? What kind of questions do we ask? What does body language show? How do we conduct those conferences? Why do we do certain things? And to be honest, Katie, we just literally filmed this like the last week of school. So there are plenty of things that we could have done differently to make it a better conference. And there's also plenty of things that we did that are going to be interesting to dive into, I hope. So.
Well, I feel like that's the benefit of every conference. It's like, you can improve in every time gets a little bit better. So yeah, I'm super excited to see them.
Should be cool. So we have not shared this video before. This is the first time we're sharing it. We have 4 incredible students that are joining us. I had them in 6th grade, and then they moved to 7th grade and had Katie as a teacher. Katie, will you tell us a little bit about these 4 incredible students?
Okay, so I have to brag on these students a little bit. They are like, you'll totally get, you know, the feel for how awesome they are in the video. But they, when we were, you know, in and out of COVID and, you know, hybrid and all the things, they kind of sat in this back row. And, you know, we were like, I felt like everybody was so far apart from me. You know, I was away at the front. And there would be times I'd see these 4 girls talking and I would call them out. And I know I've told some of you the story, but I'd call them out and be like, hey, you guys were like, we're doing a mini lesson up here. Can you just stay with me? I just need like 3 minutes. They're like, oh, sorry, we're already moved on. We're doing the next section. We did that already. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. You don't need me. Awesome. Just let me know how I can help. Like, they were always rock stars, always willing to help. And it was so fun to like have this little moment with them and to do this conference because they're such great kids. And they really honestly made my job easier. And I'm sure, Ray, you could say the same.
Well, and I want to give a little shout out. I know that we have a lot of viewers right now. And by the way, guys, we really hope for this to be as helpful for teachers as possible. So if you could right now, share this feed one more time, no matter where you're watching from. Even make a note when you share it, like, hey, we're talking about student conferencing. That might pull people in who are looking to learn on this topic. Yeah. But a little like snippet for people who are at the Teach Better Conference 2019, which I know feels like ages ago. We just announced that we'll be doing one in the fall of 2022. But if you were there in 2019, like 3 of the 4 girls in this video were also in the video on my keynote. If you remember, in 2019, I did a little video with my kiddos that like taught you how to sit. And 3 of the 4 of them are actually in our now student conference video. So they loved being involved. They loved showing off their skills. And a huge shout out to the work that they did. We really appreciate them. So yeah. Should we be really honest? Let's set the stage. We literally pulled them into our room without prepping them. And said we were recording them and had them work on math problems. So what we'd like you to focus on in this video is not just what the students are doing, but the types of questions being asked, the different modalities in which they're interacting, not only with the problem, but with each other. We'd like to talk about body language and everything in between. It's a little bit longer of a video. It's not like a commercial. It's going to be a little bit of a chunk of time. But we hope you enjoy it. Feel free to take notes. Feel free to be collecting questions throughout this time. And we'd love to answer anything and everything. So Katie, are you feeling ready to officially play this video? We've been nervous about this video.
I know. Yeah, go ahead. If you like, as you think of questions, just drop them in the comments so that we can address them when we come back together.
All right, here we go, guys. We are watching a quick clip of students in a few different ways interacting with conferencing, and then we're going to do a deep dive after on what we saw, why we made the choices we made, and any questions you guys have. So let's do this.
Is there a step we could have done at the same time?
Yeah, you could have done those.
Yep. Okay, what property did we use to get rid of our parentheses from here to here? No? Just say it again?
Distributive property.
Distributive property got us rid of our parentheses. Now, what's our next step going to be? What are we going to be? Combining the terms. Very good. Keep going.
Well, then you could do -5 minus 10. Which would be -15.
now what's our next goal with this next step?
The negative
on
is
the same side.
X on the same side, very good.
You do plus.
What kind of equation is this?
One solution.
And what operation do we see?
Addition.
No.
I mean, division.
What do we see?
Oh. We see negative numbers on this.
Nope. What operation do we see here?
Oh, multiplication.
So then we have to do what?
Division.
Very good.
And you box your answer.
Okay, so what's our final answer?
Negative 5 equals x.
Perfect. So this is what type of solution?
One solution.
One solution. Nice job. Okay, someone other than Kendall, tell me, what does the distributive property mean? What are we actually doing in this step?
We multiply the outside to the inside numbers.
Perfect. So there's two. What kind of problem is this? How many step equation? Two-step equation. So what two operations do we see? You just told me. Repeat them. So what are we going to do to undo them?
Division and addition.
Yep. So we're going to divide and add. Which one are we doing first?
Add.
We're going to add. Yep. Final answer?
Yep. X equals 4.
What kind of solution is this?
One solution.
When we see x equals 4, what does that tell us? What can we do with x? Or excuse me, what can we do with 4 to check if we were right? If we were to check
You
it.
could go back and replace x 4 in all of these places
And
and
then
then multiply it by the number that it's.
Yep. And then once we solve this whole side of the equal sign, what's our goal? What are we hoping to get it to equal?
43.
And if we got it to equal 43, what does that tell us?
X equals 4.
Perfect. Nice job.
All right. All the feels getting to see our kiddos. I love them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I miss them.
I know I miss them too. It's always fun to see the work that they're doing. And just like, I don't know, I feel like I want to be aware of the fact that because we know that we've worked with these students, we have had those opportunities to see what they know. That actually goes into all the questioning, all the redirects that we did and everything like that. So I want to do our best, Katie, if we can, to like try and share as much of that as possible, because a lot of the decisions that you modeled in that video were because of the year of work that you had done with them beforehand. So tell me a little bit about like when you conference, tell me about why. I'm just going to throw a lot of questions at you. Like, why did we start with a whiteboard? Why was there a problem on the whiteboard? What's the mindset around that?
So I want to create a common space. You know, I want them to kind of come together, and I want them to have one space that's not someone's paper. I want it to be big. I want it to be quickly. They can manipulate it. They can erase it and rewrite it. I want it to be kind of where they're like, it's a different environment than them working at their desk or their table or, you know, whatever their personal space is. Mm-hmm. So I like the whiteboard just because it gets them kind of up out of their seat. I've done windows before. I've done, you know, where we're limited in space depending where we're at. Like for COVID, especially if I had multiple groups, I'd have to spread them out. And so it was like anything that could be erased. I did it on a floor one time and used it was like a dry erase marker, and it worked. So just kind of anything that is easy to manipulate, but it gets them away from their seat.
Well, and I like that how you answered that question. That's really the goal of our entire dialogue that we're going to have for the next 40 minutes is we want to give all of you that are listening, not only to answer your questions, and thank you for all the comments so far, but also we want to give you like the strategy that you can actually take and go implement. Like we won't necessarily be talking about this theory of how student conferencing is so important, but like if you're doing it, how do you do it better? And one of the main points I just took away in your answer was creating a common space, even away from their typical learning environment, so that they can focus on what you want them to focus on in a way that's easy to read, easy to manipulate, and is a safe space for learning. So tell me a little bit about like the norms you set up, because I have a lot of little pieces I want to nitpick, but the first thing that we all saw in that video was students kind of standing in a semicircle staring at a whiteboard with a problem on it. So how do you get to that point? Like what's the understanding of the students to get them physically at the board looking at that problem?
So I use the grid, and so I embed a conferencing step somewhere in the grid. And so I usually kind of place it, and I don't know if this is totally answer your question, but I put it in a spot where I want to know where they're at. Maybe it's a common misconception spot, you know, where sometimes kids can kind of go down the wrong track. Or I put it in a spot like kind of close to an assessment where I want to make sure they've got it. I want to be able to like quickly help them. I want their peers to help them before they jump in. So they just kind of signal that they're ready. I know, you use different methods within the grid. I use different methods. So they kind of signal, I'm ready for a conference. And my favorite is like when I have that teacher moment where there's like 15 kids that all need a conference on the same day. You're like, oh yeah, why did I not think that part? But I just kind of group them, and I try to have maybe, I don't necessarily focus as much on their learning ability as I do about their own personality. So what I don't want is some really overpowering students to be placed with some really quiet students, because I want them to feel like they can interject. And, I want every student to feel like they have a true voice. So I just kind of say, okay, did you want to add something?
I just feel like you've mentioned like 6 things I want to dive into, and I couldn't tell if I was going to interrupt you or let you go. So I'm so sorry.
Do you want me to pause?
Can I pause your train of thought? But I want to hear the rest, but I have like 13 other questions first related to what you shared.
Great. Pause is happening now. Go.
Pause. Okay. So you said that students need to advocate for some sort of conference.
Yes.
2 things with that first. One is if you ever have an instance where you have a ton of students needing a conference, that's a good reflection moment as a teacher to say, first off, how am I going to manage all these students? But will I do that again in my like instructional management? Like you said, you use the grid method. Is the conference in the right spot for me to be able to slowly get to students? So that's like a really great, if you use the grid method, you know what I'm talking about, finding that balance of when you need your students to physically interact with you versus checking their understanding in a different way is an art. I feel like that comes with the grid method. But when it comes to them advocating to come up to you, I've seen a blending in your room. One of the things I know they do is they like advocate through like a tracking page where they turn their tracking page orange and they're like, hey, I'm ready for a teacher conference. And then you as the teacher kind of look at that living, breathing document and evaluate who you want to call up to conference with. And on the flip side, I've also seen you just have students like read the room, see what's going on, have the directions clearly stated in front of them that they're allowed to do this, and they just stand up and join a conference. So that management in of itself is really important.
And I think you have to know your class. And so some classes, I can just kind of say, okay, today it looks like a lot of you have to conference. Let's all kind of dive in. If you're not quite ready, that's okay. And other classes, I had to be much more structured. I'd have to say, I'm only doing, 1 or 2 conferences today. To kind of answer someone's question, yes, I have them move ahead if I'm not so there's been days that I'm gone and it comes up as a common conference day, or it's just not going to work with the logistics of our room. And so, yeah, I'll say, let's pause. I'll see you tomorrow. Go ahead, go to the next one, depending on what it is.
So, yeah. So the way that I operate that is my students have to turn their tracking page orange when they need a teacher conference. And my rule, plain and simple, is you can't have 2 oranges on your tracking page. So that gives me a lot of buffer room that if I can't conference with them that day, I'm not worried because I know that the next orange is still 2 or 3 boxes away. So I buy myself some time, and they're not going to get too far ahead where I'm not going to be able to catch them if they really, truly didn't understand that information. So having a way so that they know they can do something to further their learning without you losing control of ensuring that they're understanding the content is important. That was just a really easy rule that we used to do.
Yeah. And it's something similar. I think we have the same kind of mindset of just what's the plan for if a conference isn't available, but I don't need to stop. How can I just kind of put that aside and come back to it? So
do you have a number that you stick to in terms of okay, you need to do conferencing? I'll mention I do conferencing at the whiteboard. I also have a standing table. It's not always necessarily in front of a board. We've both taught different subjects before. Even depending on the subject, you might change your location, or depending on what essential questions you need the students to be able to answer in that conference, you might change your location. But do you have a sweet spot number, a range that you usually don't like to call up too many or call up not enough?
So it's kind of funny because I have one end of the spectrum and then I have another. So I like to keep it to about 2 groups, about 3 to 4 in a group, depending on the complexity of the problem. With us teaching math, if it's not going to require a lot of steps and I don't feel I have something for every student to say, if they can't participate, then maybe I keep the group a little smaller. But I like to have either kind of 2 groups where I can put them, one in the front of the room, one in the back. Or I like to just say, okay, we're all doing this and let's go. We relocate. Our building is amazing. It has tons of windows. So a lot of times I just kind of put groups in front of the windows and then I just walk back and forth. And it's nice to, it's a good, okay, this is what we're all doing, or this is just a little piece.
Well, and if you're in a building that doesn't have windows, truly the building that Katie and I worked in together, this is dramatic, but it's 60% windows. I mean, it's massive windows. So you could do that by everybody grabbing a sheet of paper and you lining them down the hallway in their groups, and you can accomplish the same thing. I really find myself struggling in a big group that's bigger than 6 because I have the problem that you're discussing where there's not enough. They're not the whole point of the conference is I'm asking questions for the students to give me data. And once I feel like I've gotten enough data to say, what you're doing, not the whole group, but you specifically as a learner, then I can dismiss you. So if I'm in a group of 6 or more, it's hard to get enough of that data. So I really like the 1 to 4 range is kind of what I like for that conference. That's true. Lauren was in a room that was literally all windows. Yeah. So the students have come up to you. You have your set number of students. In the example that you watched in the video, they were on a whiteboard. I know I've seen you do this at a desk or a standing table as well. What norms do you set literally at the conference? Before you even begin, what's the understanding that they come with? And the reason I ask that is because I saw you doing it in the video. So if you're unsure what I'm asking, I can elaborate further.
I think I know what you're asking. So we kind of talk when the first conference we do at the beginning of the year, the first time it's considered new to them. We kind of set some expectations, and I'm very type A. I like a lot of control. I know, shocking. It's really shocking. But I try really hard to kind of just be here are the things that I expect, but I keep it really in their hands. And I try not to interject as much as possible. So we do a lot of, we talk, to answer someone's question, we do a lot of everyone is going to have a strength and everyone's going to have a weakness. And so we have to leverage that in here. So they know when they're walking to a conference, they're working together. And so that means you can't speak again until everyone in the group has spoken. And so it's always interesting because you can tell some kids who are like, they participate a lot and they're great, but they struggle because they're like, well, this person needs to speak and I really want to answer this next part. It's like gets them to be uncomfortable. So it's nice to like see them work together, but that's also why I try, a little strategically to place the personalities so that I know that it's a warm, welcoming environment. And then go ahead. This is the
please, go ahead.
But then again, it's just they work together, and then I really just watch and I tell them I'm listening for buzzwords. I'm listening for, key vocabulary. I'm listening for you to explain things that we've talked about in class. If I don't get that out of you, that's when I'll interject. So did that answer your question?
It does. I just want to expand on that. I think a lot of people, a lot of teachers that we've been able to work with, that I've, been able to coach in this specific area, see it all happening, but aren't always privy to the expectations that go into setting up a conference. Because as a lot of you, I'm sure, are reflecting, it really is like a free-for-all where you're asking your students to prove their understanding. There's a lot of ways to do it. You're open to all those ways, but you're looking for very, very specific things. So in my mind, the first thing that you need to do as a teacher is know what you're looking for. In every conference, you're looking for something different. So whether you're using the grid method or anything else, knowing that essential question, what types of questions, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, what questions do your students need to be able to prove to you that they understand and can answer for you to be able to dismiss them? Because I want to talk about how you then dismiss students next. That's next. But in the conference, you having that rule of everyone needs to speak before you can speak again is so tricky, but is a really easy norm to set up, because that allows the students to know that they're in a collaborative environment, that their voice is valued, all those things. I have a little bit of a tweak to that. Like for me, it wasn't so much that everybody needed to speak, but I usually use like, okay, how do I describe this? That sound like a goof, like video terms. Like I can pause you, I can mute you, I can go to the next video. That type of language is what I use, because sometimes if I have a student who came to the conference and then very quickly realized they weren't ready for the conference, I still want them to stay and hear the conference. I just may not be moving them on to the next section. And so them and we kind of know that, but I want them to stay and kind of like consume all the information. So rather than forcing them to share, which they might be uncomfortable with, a lot of it is like, if I have a student that's really chatty, I can mute them. And then the joke is like, they have to stand there and like really wish they can speak and like all stuff like that. If I have a student that speaks, they can't speak again until one other person interacts with the material. So little rules like that, setting that up for your students. And Katie, clearly you are a pro at this already, but for those of you listening, like setting up those norms so that they know how to work in a collaborative environment is really important, because that doesn't come naturally. We all learn how to do that. So
and I think too, depending on your group, like I sometimes in some of my classes, I've had to say, you can't do this until I've conferenced with you. Yeah. And I do that so that they don't get too far ahead and too disconnected. In math, if they're misunderstanding something, it's a long road down that misunderstanding, kind of route. And so I try to kind of say it like, if I feel like that's been an issue where maybe they're hesitant to conference or maybe they're not into the group piece, then it's kind of like, you got a conference with me, but it can look a lot of different ways, but I need to connect with you at some point. And I think that, that's helped too. I think it also helps some kids who don't want to be identified that they don't understand. They're like, oh, I have to figure this out so that I can meet with them. I think it's good to kind of hold them accountable a little bit.
Yeah. Liv just commented, you could also have students rewind. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, and they know that language. So yes, you're setting up norms, but you're not setting up new vocabulary. They know when I say rewind that again, they know exactly what you're saying. And it comes across as easygoing. It's, easy to do. And I think that your focus on wanting to make sure that they understand the material before moving forward to more challenging content doesn't mean they can't move forward in learning, but only to a certain extent, because it's really important that you check that understanding.
Right. And I think that's where you strategically place where you want the conferencing in your unit or, wherever you're at, figuring out where do you need that so that you can kind of help guide the students.
I do have to say, and I'm terrified to bring this up because I don't want to focus on this, but I will say, I just want to like conferencing is really hard in a classroom where all your students are working on the same thing at the same time, because the best part of conferencing is that ebb and flow of students coming up to conference and then leaving after their conference. And that is more challenging to create when you're giving the same assignment, the same activity to all students at the same time, because you're going to end up with like that line, you know, that line of students that are like standing and waiting for your attention. So if you're deciding to do student conferencing, which I know isn't really the focus, but if that's something you're thinking of, implementing something along the lines of a self-paced something, like whether it's the grid or not, finding a way to get students the information only when they're ready for it will really allow you to stagger conferencing in a more of an organic nature, which is kind of the beauty, Katie, of why I love like popping into your classroom. It's fun to like walk into a classroom that is seemingly buzzing of, you know, with different students doing different things, but they all know what they're doing. And that is like a very cool environment. Like it's an organic environment. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think it bridges the gap if you have students who maybe don't necessarily want to work together. You know, maybe you have a class that's a little resistant to that. It kind of bridges the gap of like, okay, like we're doing this all the time. It's not a big deal. You know, like seek out somebody if you have a question. It's just like a mini conference in a sense. Like I think it kind of takes some of that pressure off them too.
So I have a question that I have an opinion on, and we've never discussed this before, but I'm hoping that you feel the same way, or maybe you'll disagree and you can change my opinion.
Oh boy.
You're in a student conference, right?
Okay.
They're all doing well. Like in the video, let's pretend those 4 girls were conferencing with you. Do you dismiss them all at the same time or at different times?
It depends on what they're going over. So if it is like the problem you saw there, those 4, I probably would have dismissed all at the same time. I might have, if I was unsure where some of them are at, you know, if I maybe didn't hear a lot or one person seemed a little like hesitant to respond, I might ask some follow-up questions. But if it's, you know, in math, it is kind of like you start the problem and you finish the problem. So oftentimes, yes. However, there have been times where I have gotten so much information in class, you know, with participation and things I've seen that I know a student walking up to the conference totally gets it. And so it's like, I just need a couple quick questions for, you know, I just need to be able to like hear a few things from you, but I know you're good. So then I dismiss them. And then I kind of pull some things out from students who maybe are a little quieter. But
so that was the perfect answer.
Okay.
I love you. You're the best, because that's what I want to make sure teachers felt like they had permission for, is that you are constantly collecting information from your students. It's not just during a conference in this isolated instance.
Right.
So as you have 4 students walk up or whatever, however many students, you might know some information about some that you don't know about others. And it is okay. You have permission to like get rid of the students that you don't need to meet with. Like we joke a lot in the classroom about students taking ownership over their learning. A part of that ownership is also respecting their time. And if they don't need to be there, get rid of them, kick them out, and have a more authentic group where you are truly trying to get them to collaborate and collect that data, because you want to ensure that they're going to be successful. And so I think it's interesting as I work with different teachers, that permission to dismiss 1 or 2 and not dismiss the whole group at once is almost relaxing, because now you're relying on the teacher's knowledge of the students and they have the autonomy to make decisions of what they think is best.
And sometimes, you know, if it's that, I feel like there's been very few moments where I feel like, oh, the student, I want to connect to them. I feel like they know it. So I haven't connected with them a ton during this unit. You know, you have those students that like, they don't need you. They understand it. So maybe they haven't participated a ton with you. And so sometimes I'll say, hey, I saw that group is struggling. Can you go guide them so that when I come do their conference, they're ready to go? And it kind of gives them a little bit of like, oh, okay, I can further this. And so it helps them feel connected versus being like,
well, and that actually goes to Sandra's question. Sandra's asking about, okay, so I want to conduct student conferencing, but students also need help. And how do I overcome that? I think there's a lot of layers to that, Katie. I'm going to break them down a little, and then I'm going to have you kind of give me the actual answers to all these pieces. But the first thing is the students you're conferencing with, how much time that should actually take. I want to talk about that. The other thing is when students have questions, being able to triage those questions allows you to be really effective. So is this a question that they have like can I go to the bathroom and it can wait a few minutes? Or is it a question like, hey, I can't actually keep learning until this questions get answered. So it's a high priority. What I like about what you just shared is that if I'm dismissing a student, regardless of the other procedures I have set aside, if I dismiss a student because they know what they're doing and they're ready to move forward, I can assign that student the task of going and supporting the students that have questions.
Correct. Yeah.
I do think, though, some of this is really the culture of the classroom. Like in my classroom, when a student has a question that has stopped their learning, they're not actually waiting for me. Like, I'm not the solution for them getting that answer. When somebody has a question, we all have a responsibility. Every student, every teacher, everybody has a responsibility to help them. We actually had a joke, and I know you've heard this from your students a bunch. We had a joke that, like, if I came over to you because you had a question but I couldn't answer it, I now have to stick with you until you get your answer. So it's like my responsibility. It's like creates a train. And I've totally had students where it's like they have 2 or 3 people, little minions, following them around to find the answer because they didn't have it either. But it creates a sense of like community where I don't know what the answer is, but I'm here to help you figure it out because we both don't know the answer. And so I think that community element is a huge piece of that. Do you have anything to add in terms of that element?
No, I would totally agree that it shouldn't just be you. You know, it's everyone's kind of in it together, and everyone should be able to help. And if not, then you have to reflect as a teacher. You know, like what did I miss in this setup?
Or like, why do they need me? What needs to be adjusted, right? Maybe their question that stopped them is something that's going to stop every student that you just need to change the activity or change the directions. It could be something whereas at the time when you were designing the lesson, you really thought this needed to be in there. And the more you reflected on it, you're like, wait, this doesn't actually help me in any way, so I can get rid of it. The other thing is student conferencing timing, which I'm glad that Sandra kind of like brought up in this dialogue. How long are you conferencing with students? Like one group of students, like those 4 girls.
2 minutes?
Yeah, me too. But that's a common misconception because in student conferencing, I walk into classrooms all the time where the teacher's in the back at the kidney table. There's 6 kids around them and they're there for 40 minutes. So how, Katie, how?
So I guess it goes back to your question. What is the purpose of your conference? Is your purpose of a conference to teach? Because that to me isn't a conference. So, you know, like that might be small group, or, you know, if you do, you know, some different strategies in your classroom, or you work with small groups of students. But for me, a conference is literally a check-in. I'm checking in to show you I know it, and then I'm moving on. And I don't need more than 2 minutes. And if I do, then I need to do something else. Like I need to either pair you up with a master student. I need to kind of seek you out a different time. Maybe you just need to review. So I feel like it can be, you know, a few minutes, but for what's the purpose?
Yeah, I think that kind of brings up like the role of the teacher in the classroom, right? I think there are 3, but as I start talking, maybe there's more, 3 different roles, Katie, that you and I have like within our 45-minute period, right? I'm either facilitating a conference, I'm facilitating reteaching, I'm walking around the room and just answering questions. Or that's it? Like, I don't know. Do I have more?
Well, I feel like one is more of I don't know that I would say like answering questions, but you know, like you're the adult in the room. So like there's certain things that like you have to just resume the role of the adult, you know?
Right. Like if you worked in the food industry, it's like you're taking a lap, right? Heather on the Teach Better team, always I'd be standing at the server station. She'd be like, hey, go take a lap. Like you're taking a pulse of the room, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, you're just there, but yeah, I feel like it's, if you want to be able to reteach or you want to be able to go through every little piece, then maybe reevaluating what do you want to get out of your conference? Because that to me feels a little different and looks different.
I want to clarify, Lauren, in your comment, Lauren, you're not the adult in the room. Let's just, like, we know that's supposed to be, but we know you're not. It's fine.
Some years I get lucky and I have a co-teacher and I'm like, good, you can be there.
Heather's watching. Heather, you taught me take a lap. I like this. That's so fun. So fun.
We all need a Heather in our life.
We do, and that's why she's on the Teach Better team, because we all need a Heather. That's awesome. So when you're looking at your time, I know you do like a little bit of like group work at the beginning in terms of your class structure. Then they do the grid. That's where all your conferencing's happening, some sort of goal setting and reflection. We've talked about how students come up to the conference, how students are at the conference in terms of what management you might be like giving them expectations for, how you dismiss them. Can I ask you about the like different, so 2 examples, different colors you used in the conference, like they kept switching markers. And then also, I think a lot of people at the very beginning were asking questions about the moving of the whiteboards in the circle, which I think we should get to too.
Okay, so the colors are really not complicated at all. I just want to see that different students did different things. So as you know, it's not like we're going to be able to stand there. I would love to be able to give every group the exact 2 minutes of my complete focused attention, but that's just not how classrooms run. You know, you have someone that had to go to the bathroom, or you had someone like sneeze obnoxiously, or, you know, like you had things that, so I like to be able to, right, I don't know. I like to be able to look and see, okay, here's where each of them were at. And, you know, be able to just see like who was red. Okay. And that way I can see kind of their thinking. But the moving of the whiteboards, I feel like I've done long before I did.
Wait. You can't move to that second. I want to talk way more about that. Hold on.
Sorry, so it wasn't complicated.
No, but that was so good. So when you're talking about different colors, you can see what they're doing in the video. Like you had 2 different things happening. It wasn't just the student answering the question, but it was also the student writing. That wasn't necessarily the same person. If you go back and watch that video, there were multiple times where a student was writing on the board, and then another student in the group would come over, and I assume they were pointing, and it was muted, but like they would point and give feedback. And so that interaction is also really important in the conference too.
Yeah, like them being able to see kind of each other's work, which is what I was getting ready to say about the moving. Oh my goodness. But the whiteboards moving is in the same idea, right? Like if you and I are working on a problem, we might start solving it, but being able to transfer your thinking to what someone else has been doing, in my opinion, I feel like they get to know the information more, because they're not only just thinking like in my head, this is how I'm processing the information, but now I have to pause my thinking and like evaluate how is someone else, you know, processing the information, and maybe they have a different route, or they have a different way of doing it. And so I think it just helps them see it, you know, kind of.
Absolutely. You know, we're getting a few questions in the chat that I want to make sure we get to. We are at about the 15-minute mark before this stream ends and we start a new one. I think we literally could talk on conferencing forever, because I could go into like, tell me about the body language that you chose, and like, why did you choose to stand so far away? Like I literally could dive into analyzing every part of everything. Katie,
I mean, does the rest of the day matter? Can't we, like, we could just keep going.
What's the next segment? Oh, the next segment is the what's hot though. We're doing like a fun little book study on blogs. That'll be cool.
Dang.
Whatever.
All right, well, fine.
I do want to get to these questions though, because I think they're good. And the first one I want to focus on is Megan's. So Megan's talking about how I'm going to put words in her mouth. I really love Megan. She's like an incredible educator in the Teach Better family, but I'm going to pretend like I know exactly what she's asking, because I assume, or a lot of people might be assuming like, yeah, Katie and Ray, that sounds great for math. You throw a problem up on the board, yippee, good for you. That sounds great. But what about the other content areas? Because that wouldn't work for ELA. That doesn't work for social studies. And the phrasing she said here is they're more open-ended, quick conferences, and they're harder. I think the response to this is, it's only harder if you don't know what you're looking to conference on. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I think, yes, I totally agree. And I think it's not necessarily that it's harder. It's just, it's more open-ended, right? They could talk for a lot longer. You could have them, you know, you could pull things out. Yes, absolutely, Alex. But I think you have to go in, what am I looking for? And then I think it's okay. And you're going to tell me, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's okay to like, have a conference going, but you're not listening to every single word of it. And to walk away, to come back and like, you know, just be listening. I mean, when I have literally every kid in class doing a conference, that's 8 conferences. And so I'm literally just like listening. Okay, I heard Chase say this buzzword. I heard Anaya say this. And so you're literally just bouncing around. And I think you can do that with some of these more open-ended, you know, conferences of, I need to hear these things, but it's okay if they talk about other stuff. You know, they kind of go on.
And just because they're in a conference, if you step away, they're in a conference, I'm sure, answering some sort of question you ask them. When you come back up, ask them to summarize what they've discussed. That in and of itself is an incredible skill that they can participate in a discussion and then summarize the biggest takeaways. That's a great conference.
And so, if you have a student who is quieter and maybe you haven't heard their voice as much, see if they picked up on what the whole conversation was about. You know, like, hey, Ray, tell me a little bit about what you guys talked about. It gives that person a voice, but also, you know, they all heard it.
Well, and so Megan, I think my response is, I know Katie and I disagree on this. That's okay. I don't think it's harder. I think that any conference with students is so difficult, so challenging. And the only thing that makes it not difficult is by you as the teacher knowing what you need out of the conference. So Megan, for example, is an ELA teacher. I know she does social studies too, but I was in a webinar with her where we got to work on a grid that she was working on. And she actually designed a grid for her ELA class specifically in writing that she was hoping, and I hope this works out, Megan, I hope you update me on this. She's hoping to like put whatever type of writing she's doing with the students into the same grid template format. It was super cool, the work she did. For me, the types of conferences that you're going to do in there, whether it has to do with reading, writing, or social studies, but specifically with writing, is you just wrote a thesis. They're not only showing me their thesis statement, but I'm asking, what makes this a good thesis statement? You know, bringing in another student. Why is this thesis statement strong? What could make it better? What is another way we could have written this thesis statement? Because my goal really is not, if my goal is just to check that they have a thesis statement, great. They could have held that up and I could have been like, good, from across the room. But if I'm going to take the time to conference with them, I want to make sure I assume that I have these like essential things. So for that example I just gave, it's really ensuring that they understand what a thesis is, what makes it a strong thesis statement, and that it can always be adaptable, right? I mean, that's, you really have to know what the conference is for. That's like a huge part of this.
I saw Andrea's dropping in the comments how she's used it for different like lit and language, which I think is awesome.
Tell me about how often you conference, Katie.
I would say probably 2 to 3 times in a unit. And so, I mean, our standards are a little.
2 to 3 times in a unit?
How many do you do?
Way more. Oh my gosh. How do you do that?
Okay. I could see where you do more, but I also I think it's your definition of a conference. Do I only speak to the kids 2 to 3 times? No, obviously, but where I have it structured, they have to check off their tracking page. I participated 2 to 3 times. Do I require kind of a similar thing multiple times? Yes. But
okay.
It's required.
So maybe I should preface, I see that because I usually say I always recommend a conference at the end of the level. So if you're saying 2 or 3 times, you're like, okay, at the end of each level, assuming the standard ends at level, standard, meaning the grade level standard is at level 3, you're conferencing end of level 1, end of level 2, end of level 3.
Right. That's exactly, yeah.
I probably fit in 3 more, typically around the key areas of those levels. So in level 1, I might conference with them right as they begin the unit because there's an essential skill I want them to learn. And then also at the end of that level, in level 2, I might do the same thing. Little things like that. I like to sprinkle those in. I think I over conference. I don't know. I love conference.
I think it depends on what, so I'm not at the point where I feel like I can do it that often because I feel like I kind of get backlogged with, either kids are absent or whatever, but you've been doing it and you've got a system, so it works for you. I find other ways where I can get that same information. So I think you have to decide what are you looking for and how can you structure it so that you can actually do it? Because the worst thing you can do, I think, is tell the kids they have to conference and then you have no system and then they lose interest.
Completely. And you totally just schooled me. You're 100% right. As long as you're getting the information from the students, whether it's a student conference or another means to collect the data, you're spot on. So I think my most common medium to collect information from students, I definitely lean on conferencing. I consider it something I like and I'm good at and blah, blah, blah. But I really love that element. But then again, my student teacher, I guess I'm thinking of that I just had, she conferenced, only kind of at those essential moments and did bring in just other ways to constantly be collecting information from students.
I think you have to decide what works for you, you know, and what can you realistically manage.
Yeah. And
Did
it's
you
cool to practice and tweak. Like that's the whole thing. Practice and tweak.
Oh, yeah, because it's not like the first one we ever did was like, oh my gosh, we're so good at this.
No, this is a skill. And it's hard. I mean this in not like a dismissive way, but like this is a hard skill to teach. Like the art of conferencing, being able to read a situation quickly, analyze what you need, and relate to the individual student and what you know about them and how they can be successful and what prior knowledge you already collected versus what you still need. Like it's really hard to teach. And so for all of you that are thinking about doing this, like we would love to help, but know that it is not something that is easy to do. And I'm so glad that that like Tim brought up like the depth of discussion. Like I was thinking like depth of questioning. Like that is a skill in and of itself as an educator to be able to ask good questions. Now you're layering in like 15 things on top of that. And you have to really, I know it's silly, but like I really think of it as like it's an art. Like you have to just practice and manipulate and tweak, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Katie, I literally could talk about this forever. I love conferencing. Maybe we should do like a conferencing thing, maybe more fit. I love this topic. Like I love it.
I do too, because you know what it's about? It's about the students, which is pretty fun to talk about. It's not about like,
but I also like, we didn't even talk about this. I know we're out of time, but like the celebration moments you can have in a conference are like the best. Like you can make a wrong answer feel like the best answer ever. I mean, you have so much power in a conference to like cheer students on. I'm geeking out.
Can we do a celebration right now?
Sure. What?
We have some giveaways we haven't done yet.
We do?
Yeah, we do.
Let me get my paper out.
Oh, weird. I think I typed it.
Yeah. Do you want to do the giveaway? We're giving away one workbook pack, one wipe book flip chart original, and one wipe book flip chart HD. Doesn't that sound really good?
Yeah, you said that very robotic. Good job with that.
I mean, our sponsor gave us a ton of stuff that we're allowed to give away is really what it is. So why don't you like the first 3 to comment?
Yeah, what are we going to have them comment on?
I don't know. I could read what is told to me on here, or we could make it up. Which would you prefer?
Let's make it up because we don't have a lot of time and that might be too long.
Okay, here's what I want. We need the first 3 to comment. We're giving away 3 things from our incredible sponsor, and we want to know your goal for implementing student conferencing. Just one goal you have. Make it short and sweet. One goal that you have. Sorry, Katie, for forgetting the giveaway.
It's okay.
Yes. So fun. We need one goal, and then we are going to switch feeds because we're out of time. So, Katie, you're a rock star. We shouldn't have had a giveaway in this segment. There was too much to discuss.
Did I not just have this conversation with you?
Oh, I love all these goals coming in. Yes. Okay, we're going to hold you all accountable for these for sure.
Jeff is supposed to be doing my job. So do we want to start the next segment with the winners?
Yes, we will start the next segment to alert our winners of our incredible 3 Whitebook prizes. We are going to head over to a new feed. Here's how this works, guys. We are still here for 12 hours of professional development. We've been live almost 7 hours total, so we have plenty more to go. We're going to end this feed, start a new fresh one. We have a number of different topics coming your way, including a deep dive into what's hot on the Teach Better blog. We're kind of going to do like a book study thing. We're doing a mailbag for the grid method, which, by the way, asking questions about student conferencing totally fits into that. We have another major announcement at 4:30 Eastern with Jeff and I. We're going to spill the beans. We have that tough discussions, which I think if you enjoyed this conversation, you're going to love the tough discussion segment. That's going to be huge. We have resources that you need this fall, admin mastermind, and then the last segment, which is going to be epic. Do you have a question?
I just, I'm used to doing all this like behind the scenes, and Jeff just told us we need to calm down because we still have a couple of minutes, and he's already given us the winners. So I don't really like that he's taken over bossing us around.
I can just ignore him. See, I'm not even reading his messages, so I feel very supported right now.
Well, I can announce the winners because I'm just going to. I'm gonna tell you. So the workbook pack is Lindsay Burns, Lindsay from YouTube, and then we've got the flip chart original. Well, that goes to Lauren. Lauren, I Thanks, Jeff, for the last names.
Yeah, good job, Jeff. We love you. Keep it up, dude. Nice work.
And then Danielle R got the HD flip charts.
Yes.
It's Dottie.
Nice.
Lauren
Okay.
Dottie. There you
We
go.
love
Good
Lauren.
one. So
All
email
right.
me, Katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. But yeah, this is super fun, right? If you guys have any questions, you can always reach out to us. We can talk your ear off about it again. But don't forget to jump on the next stream.
Yes, we're gonna go hang out the next stream. Don't forget that we're here to help anytime. And 12-hour live still going strong. Oh, we need an ending clip. Hold on, let me pick one.
Do you want me to start singing like you've been doing?
Could you please? Ready?
Closing time.
No. We'll be back, guys.